Ms. Zuzana Sidorsky, Director of Macroeconomics and Governance Division, UNECA, to deliver her opening remarks. Zuzana, please.
Okay. Thank you, Jamal. So, as my colleague Jamal, I would like to welcome everyone here at this important event, a regional workshop on Integrated National Financial Frameworks 2024, with a focus on public finance for sustainable development. It's a real great honor to be here with you today and work with our partners. I mean, and with the other UN agencies, have African countries, African Union, and other key stakeholders. So I would also want to start thanking my colleagues from the Macro and Governance Division for preparing this workshop. And my colleagues and I are excited to be here with you and learn also from your experiences and share our views. So this workshop is happening at a very important time. I mean, complex time. The world is facing multiple crises, and just to name few, of course, we had COVID and are facing post-pandemic. We are facing global fragmentation, and some are even talking about the Cold War II. And certainly we are witnessing trade wars. We are also seeing transnational conflict just about emerging from a cost of living crisis of generation, just to name a few. So this is a very complex world today we are living in. And already before onset of this crisis, so in 2020, when the COVID started, Economic Commission for Africa has estimated that to reach SDGs, Africa is facing financing gap up to $1.3 trillion a year. And this goes against, this is quite consistent with the recent UNCTAD's estimate of about $4 trillion a year. And Economic Commission for Africa, that is, we have also estimated this could actually increase significantly until 19 trillion, up to 19 trillion US dollars a year in 2030, within 6 years from now. Now, as we know, COVID has only exacerbated this gap. So just between 2020 and 2021, additional 50 million people fell into poverty in Africa. And similarly for food insecurity, FAO estimated that by 2022, 282 million people in Africa were food insecure, and this was additional 57 million relative to pre-COVID situation. So the financing gap is really huge. And on top of it, we have a major stock liability. So today, the Africa's debt is about 65% of GDP, public debt we are talking. And this is bringing us back to mid-2000s, which was pre-MDR, last major debt relief initiative level. So we are basically where we were. But not only that, we are talking about stock of debt here, but when we look at the interest rates, then the interest rate payments for Africa is at a historically high level. It's exceeding 10% of GDP. And in many countries, the expenses on interest rate are actually crowding out or exceeding essential development expenditures on health, education, infrastructure, social protection. So this is a very challenging situation. According to the World Bank, 9 African countries at the beginning of this year were in the debt distress, and additional 15 in high risk of debt distress. And we already know that several of them defaulted. Actually, we are sitting in one of them, Ethiopia, Zambia, Ghana. Just to give example, and Chad is now considering or requesting that situation. So it cannot be really emphasized enough how important it is to, on one hand, to raise and mobilize additional resources, but also to manage them very well. And in that regard, the integrated national financial framework is playing a pivotal role, because we, of course, know that this is operational agenda of Addis Ababa Agenda 2015, and countries have their national frameworks, how to implement SDGs, but then to bring those frameworks and ambitions to reality, requires financial planning, and this is where this tool comes from. And the tool is also very important because we are not only having financing gap, but we are having progress gap. So when it comes to where the SDGs should be, what the targets are, and where they are, there is a huge gap. And from the huge progress gap or achievement gap, we actually are beginning to see major aspiration gaps. So some countries are even doubting that this is doable. So again, to lift the spirits and get a new momentum for SDGs, the financing tools are very important. Globally, 80 countries already are using this framework, and in Africa, almost half of them are from Africa. So 36 African countries are using this framework. And I just would like to give example from region where I have recently joined. So I have moved to macroeconomic division and governance division about 2 months ago. Before that, I was for about 3 years in North Africa. So to give example of Morocco, how Morocco is using the framework, one of the areas, important areas, is basically for poverty alleviation, which still exists, especially in rural areas, even though Morocco is middle income country. And it is focusing on poverty alleviation through job creation, in particular SMEs for vulnerable groups, meaning women and youth, and again, especially in rural areas. And similar applies for Mauritania. Mauritania is also using this framework for business projects and especially for women and youth. So we know that actually this is a very useful framework that allows for targeting climate change, targeting agriculture, so different areas besides budget in general, but also there is a special group, least developed countries, that are covered by this framework, and also small island economies. So and besides, today we are focusing on public finance, but of course this is really critical because we know public finance alone cannot address the major financing gap of Africa. So in addition, it's bringing different sources of financing and optimizing their use, again, in one holistic approach, looking at one society. And now allow me to just mention what Economic Commission for Africa is doing in this area. So ECA is working with countries and various UN agencies under a development account project on the integrated national financial framework in Africa at both continental and national levels. So just example, at the national level, we have a Burkina Faso and Zambia, and at the regional level, we support increased knowledge exchange. So yes, I should also mention that this is great opportunity for South-South learning, peer exchange of information, and this is also an objective that the ECA is pursuing and supporting countries in. It's also supporting countries implementing institutional reforms to curb illicit financial flows. So we all know that, if we are mobilizing on one hand, but the enormous amount that are leaving the continent every year, so on the net, this is a major challenge. So if there will be success with curbing the illicit financial flows, there will be major improvement in resources available to Africa. And again, it cannot be understated that the global cooperation here is critical. It's not only African countries, they are sending, the funds are being sent somewhere, accepted, etc. So there is a whole system, global system, that needs to be broken down here. So ECA and UNCTAD developed and piloted globally agreed conceptual framework to measure illicit financial flows in 11 African countries. In 2023, a follow-up project started, expanding the scope of this work. So this year, we are keen to deepen our work on issues of coordination and governance, kind of closing the tax incentive gap. So this is another source of missed revenues, the various loopholes and concessions that multinational enterprises receive when they try to invest in Africa. So negotiating fair and sustainable deals from early on is really important here. So ECA is also keen to deepen the partnership with countries, but also with our partners who are here today, so we can work really in coordinated manner and support each other. And without a doubt, I can say that this workshop will be a rewarding experience for each of the participants. Through this workshop, we should be able to create knowledge sharing and learning space for African countries where they can share their experiences and practices of integrated national financing framework and get inspired to tap into the fullest potential of public finance, but also potential of public finance, leveraging the private finance, close the gap, and move forward in development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for your remarks. We'll now move to the next presentation, and we have a video message from Ms. Sherry Spiegel, Director of the Financing for Sustainable Development Office in UNDESA. Sherry, fortunately, is not able to be with us, but she's sending this video message. Can we listen to Sherry's video, please, colleagues?
Distinguished participants, it is a privilege to address you today as you gather to discuss public finance for sustainable development in Africa. While I regret not being with you in person in Addis Ababa, I am excited about the conversations and collaborative efforts that this workshop will foster. Domestic public finance is essential for achieving national development priorities and the SDGs. It can increase equity and help manage macroeconomic stability, and taxes can also help align incentives with sustainable development. Robust and resilient fiscal systems can contribute to alleviating poverty and reducing inequalities while supporting economic growth, industrial transformation, and environmental sustainability. However, as noted in the recently launched 2024 Financing for Sustainable Development report, there are significant challenges: uneven increases in tax revenue, unmet tax potential, impact of globalization and digitalization, and lack of political will to implement necessary reforms. The report also highlights ways to overcome these challenges. At the national level, building robust tax systems is crucial. This includes developing policies, institutions, and technical capabilities to effectively collect tax revenue, including by leveraging digital technologies. It is also essential to align public expenditure with the SDGs. This includes phasing out harmful fossil fuel subsidies and increasing investment in gender equality, social protection, and green energy. And in addition, as I mentioned earlier, aligning taxes and designing taxes to better incentivize behavior that's better aligned with the SDGs. Countries must also diversify their revenue sources and combat illicit financial flows. Yet there are limits to what countries can do on their own through domestic policies and administration. The Addis Ababa Action Agenda showed the way to reinforce national-level strategies for mobilizing domestic resources through international tax cooperation that supports sustainable development. And since 2015, international tax cooperation has certainly gained some momentum. As you know, in December 2023, the United Nations General Assembly established an ad hoc committee to develop draft terms of reference for a United Nations Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. The ad hoc committee held its first session this spring in New York, where diplomats and tax experts worked together to scope out the possible content of a draft terms of reference for such a convention. A second meeting is planned in New York from July 29th to the 16th of August to finalize the draft terms of reference. This is a historic step toward building a legitimate, fair, stable, inclusive, and effective international tax cooperation system. A system that reflects the response to the needs, priorities, and capacities of all countries. Integrated national financing frameworks can help with these efforts. With over 40 governments in Africa embracing this approach, the workshop provides an important platform to share experiences and learn from one another. This workshop also aims to generate a regional dialogue around emerging trends and issues on public finance, including in the context of INFFs, to reflect on current strategies, identify areas for improvement, plan for future actions, and develop strategies and ideas for where capacity development is most needed. The collective wisdom and experiences shared here will provide vital input for the preparations for the 2025 Fourth International Conference of Financing for Development, which will be held in Spain in 2025. In conclusion, I wish you well in your deliberations, and I extend my deepest gratitude to all the organizers, including UNECA, my colleagues in DESA, and UNDP. Thank you, and I look forward to the outcomes of this important conference.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Dessa. We'll now move to another video message from Mr. Maxwell Gomera, Director of UNDP Africa Sustainable Finance Hub. Can we listen to Maxwell's message, please?
Greetings, dear colleagues and partners. I'm sorry to not be with you in person. The loss is mine. I'm speaking to you today from South Africa, a nation I find both inspiring and complex. As I stand here in my third month, I'm continually amazed by South Africa's potential as one of Africa's greatest hopes for an economy that is both caring and fast growing. However, the challenges are significant. A staggering 59% of the national budget goes to social welfare, 16% goes to debt servicing, and 10% maintaining civil service security. This leaves limited resources for economic growth. So the question has to be, where will the necessary funding come from? Integrated national financing frameworks hold some of the answers. But South Africa is not alone. Across Africa, we face a crucial battle between two competing approaches to strengthening our economies. One approach sees governments retreating from actively supporting households. It forces the households to shoulder the burden of social welfare. The other embraces public investment as a catalyst for growth and development. Ladies and gentlemen, history shows us that African economies have advanced the most when public investments have increased. For example, Rwanda's partnership with the Korean telecommunication company launched a nationwide 4G LTE network. An investment of some 140 million resulted in 98% coverage, significantly boosting the country's digital economy. Similarly, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, has disbursed over 11.9 billion to strengthen health systems in African countries, saving millions of lives. The event that we are at today presents a great opportunity for us to reflect on our work and our ability to bring meaningful changes to Africa's sustainable development. The question of how we can ensure finance serves the needs of both people and the planet was first pondered by the United Nations member states in 2015, right here in Addis Ababa. The leaders who gathered then envisaged an integrated financing framework for each country, as laid out in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. Today, we gather with that shared vision brought to life. Today, we're ensuring that governments have the funding to invest in public goods, which are crucial. Kenya's standard gauge railway, for example, the 3.6 billion investment has transformed travel between Mombasa and Nairobi, significantly enhancing trade and tourism. Nigeria's Lekki Deep Sea Port, an investment of 1.5 billion, aims to alleviate congestion and become a key maritime hub in West Africa. Unfortunately, despite the life-changing power of public investments, many African countries struggle to finance their critical development objectives. With narrow tax bases and low revenue collection capacity, African countries collect only about 17% of their GDP in taxes, compared to 34% in OECD countries. Moreover, 89 billion leaves the continent as illicit capital flight each year. So how do we unlock the power of public finance? Integrated national financing frameworks ensure that all available resources are effectively mobilized, allocated, and used where they are most needed. These instruments help governments to align public finance with national development priorities, and they enhance revenue collection and improve spending efficiency. Over 30 African countries are now using NNFFs, marking a significant shift from a decade ago. The workshop that we are at today takes stock of the progress and innovations that we see with country-led financing strategies, as well as the lessons learned. It sheds light on the public financing reforms to which African countries have committed in their INFF journey, and how the international community can support these efforts. I want to thank you all for your interest in the issues that we are discussing here. But I also want to thank our partners, the Economic Commission for Africa and UNDESA, for organizing this event, the INFF facility, and other partners who are assisting governments in establishing integrated national finance frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, with a shared vision and collaborative effort, I strongly believe that we can overcome the challenges ahead and turn our aspirations into impactful actions and build a more resilient and prosperous Africa. In Africa, where wealth creation and dignity becomes known.
Maxwell. Thank you very much, Maxwell, and thanks Ankun and UNDP for the inspiring presentation and well-crafted video, and the very nice music at the back. So now we move to our last speaker, Ms. Rumbi Manhandu. Please, Rumbi. From African Union Commission. Thank you very much for honoring us. You're really, really glad that the African Union are with us now today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's our pleasure to be here. And good morning, distinguished delegates. I'm going to deliver this opening remarks on behalf of the African Union Commission. My name is Rumbi Manhandu. I'm a program coordinator for the African Union Financial Institutions, which is also one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063. Also, as a daughter of the African continent, allow me to firstly extend our utmost condolences to the people of Republic of Malawi on the untimely passing of Honorable Dr. Chilima, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Malawi. Distinguished delegates, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency Ambassador Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals of the African Union Commission, as well as Mr. Jamal Grib, the Director for Economic Development, Integration and Trade, who could not also be here due to other prior engagements. Let me also extend our appreciation to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and also other partners involved in the organization of this workshop for actually extending an invitation to the Commission to add our voice to this critical subject aimed at strengthening public and private financing for sustainable development. Indeed, without doubt, this workshop on integrated national financing framework and public finance for sustainable development in Africa is opportune. We are actually here to identify lasting solutions towards bolstering and developing robust financial systems in achieving inclusive growth and sustainable development, as well as prosperity for our continent. Africa is at actually critical stage. Our populations are young and vibrant. Our economies are diversifying and our collective aspirations are higher than ever before. However, we also face significant challenges such as economic disparities, infrastructural deficit, climate change, social inequality, external shocks, geopolitical tensions that continue to hinder our growth path. In order for us to navigate these complexities, it is crucial that we maximize the full potential of our financial resources and systems. Integrated national financing frameworks offer a comprehensive approach to effectively mobilizing, allocating, and utilizing financial resources. By integrating private finance, international aid, and innovative financial instruments, we can actually develop cohesive strategy that aligns with our developmental goals. Realizing Agenda 2063 and of course the UN Agenda 2030 is crucial to strengthen our domestic resource mobilization to ensure their full and effective implementation. Specifically, the implementation of our Agenda 2063 requires that we at least mobilize 75% of our resources domestically. Our distinguished participants, in an effort to strengthen domestic resource mobilization, the Commission continues to play a leading and coordinating role with various partners here present, including UNECA, the Tax Justice Network Africa, our colleagues from African Tax Administration Forum, Emmanuel is here. They are also instrumental in supporting the work of the Commission towards strengthening African tax administration to ensure that we mobilize adequate revenue required to achieve our developmental goals. At the international level, the African Union Commission continues to amplify the African position in the reform of the global financial architecture. We also have a high-level policy dialogue, which UNECA is part of it. Ghana is also part of it, chairing that platform, where we continue to actually amplify the African voice in the reforming of the international financial architecture, which also includes the reform of the international tax architecture. Discussions are actually ongoing. I think in the opening remarks, one other colleague actually referred to the reform of the international tax architecture through the United Nations to actually address some of the tax issues which are actually depriving the continent from actually mobilizing sufficient resources to achieve Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. The Commission will also emphasize the importance of creating a conducive environment to encourage private investment in sustainable development projects. Public-private partnerships are crucial in financing health, infrastructure, education, and other essential sectors. The Commission is actually in the process of setting up what we call the African Investment Virtual Platform, which is actually aimed at improving investment for economic development and sustainable development for our continent. The Commission is also emphasized the importance of effective financial management, which requires strong institutions and governance frameworks. We should continue to enhance our public financial management systems to ensure efficient and transparent allocation of resources. Anti-corruption measures, rigorous auditing processes and civic engagement are essential for establishing trust and accountability in management of public finances. The Commission is also working with our Pan-African institutions such as CABRI and the AfroSci, which includes both the Francophone and the Anglophone, in addressing the issues of budget, transparency, and accountability. Lastly, we also would like to emphasize that regional cooperation is essential for overcoming our challenges. By collaborating, we can combine resources, best practices, and align policies to build a stronger and more unified system. The African Continental Free Trade Area demonstrates our dedication to regional integration, and we should utilize its potential to promote economic transformation. As I conclude, let me indicate it's also time to move from words to action. There has been a consensus over the years on the criticality of public-private finance for inclusive growth and sustainable development. We can make reference to various initiatives and frameworks, including the Addis Ababa Declaration, Doha Declaration, even looking at our flagship projects, or indicates the efforts and the actions that we need to put in place in order to achieve our goals. With that, I end these remarks. I thank you. Over to you, Gamal.
Thank you very much, Rombi, for highlighting the leading roles that the African Union Commission doing in terms of both amplifying the African position and also aligning all of us around the Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. Thank you, Rombi. So can we just go quickly through the room just for people to find who they are, their names, and who they represent? Shall we start with Emmanuel, please? Okay. Oh, sorry, Resina. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Resina Catafono. I am the Interregional Advisor on Financing for Sustainable Development from UNDESA.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Jamal. My name is Emmanuel Eze. I'm Senior Advisor to African Union on tax policy from ATAF.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Asavit Fred. I'm from Rwanda. I'm the Technical Advisor to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning on climate change related matters.
Good morning. I'm Stefana Mwawo. I'm the Principal Data Analyst from the Ministry of Finance in Seychelles. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Johnson Koisi. Je viens du Togo. Je suis au ministère de la Planification, du Développement et de la Coopération.
Bonjour, je me nomme Kossi Apeli Ababio. Je viens également du Togo, plus précisément du ministère de l'Économie et des Finances. Je viens d'une structure qui est chargée du suivi des réformes. Merci.
Good morning. My name is Calvin Mpembamoto, Assistant Director for Research and Policy from the Zambia Revenue Authority. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Evaristo Mare, a Senior Economist in the Zambia Revenue Authority.
Good morning, everyone. Michelle Sinda is my name, representing the government of the Republic of Zambia. I'm a principal planner from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndaya Jamwale from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, Zambia. I'm a senior planner.
Good morning, moderator. My name is Marjorie. I'm not from Nigeria, from Zambia. Yes, I'm from Zambia at the mission here in Addis Ababa, First Secretary Economic.
Good morning. My name is Isaac Ejiri. I'm from Ghana, but I represent the Tax Justice Network, Africa. I am the policy lead. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Andres Ponce. I'm a Senior Program Officer for the International Budget Partnership.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Addis Ababa. My name is Hopstone Chavura. I'm with the Macroeconomics and Governance Division of the Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Yungong Theophilus. I work for Afrodat, the policy lead. I work from Yaoundé in Cameroon. It's a pleasure to meet everyone here.
Thank you. Can we move to the other side, please? Far corner there.
Good morning. I'm Anas Chicho, with the ECA, Communication Officer. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Edna Akulo, Economic Affairs Officer with Gender, Poverty and Social Policy Division of ECA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yob Satu. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm Executive Director of Organization for Innovation and Sustainable Development, Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I am Uptown from here, Minister of Finance. I am EU Cooperation Expert of Multilateral Department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alfred Oko from Nigeria. I'm from the Budget Office of the Federation, and I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Daniel Fantai from Ethiopia here. I'm representing a think tank, policy research organization based here in Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Lipava from Malawi, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. I'm the Chief Data and Aid Management Officer. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chimvano Tawani from the Ministry of Finance, Malawi. I'm the Principal Data and Aid Officer.
Bonjour à tous. Mon nom est Patrick Razaf Mandimbi, directeur de la formation et de la coordination des réformes auprès du ministère de l'économie et des finances de la République de Madagascar.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Papa Kojo Kondria, a senior planning analyst representing the National Development Planning Commission from Ghana. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Ibrahim. I'm from Egypt Ministry of Finance. I'm as Associate Minister of Finance for Policies and Economic Affairs. Nice to be with you today. Thank you.
Good morning. Nice to be with you today. My name is Ntwalo Msoni. I'm the Regional Program Specialist for Tax and SDGs for the UNDP Sustainable Finance Hub. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nelson Vumbi, the Angola Minister of Finance. I'm working Student Planning Department.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you mute your mic after that?
Bonjour.
Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Fouadi Goulam. Je suis le commissaire général au plan, membre du comité de surveillance du CNFI.
Bonjour à tous. Hello, everyone. My name is Ana Maria Beldiga. I'm the finance analyst at UNDP Africa Sustainable Finance Hub. Thank you.
My name is Nohamin from Ethiopia. I'm glad to be here with you.
Hello everyone, my name is Bezawit Girma from Ministry of Finance of Ethiopia, and I'm a legal and tax incentive expert. Thank you.
Okay, bonjour à tous. Je suis Salvador Emmanuel, du ministère de l'Économie et des Finances, chargé des références internationales de développement. Merci.
Good morning. Mon nom est Larva Issako Biagda, directeur général de l'économie et de la planification au ministère de l'économie, des finances et de la prospective du Burkina Faso. Merci.
Bonjour à tous. Moi, c'est Thibaut Tossou, je viens du Bénin. Je suis chargé d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales à la Direction générale des impôts du Bénin, plus précisément au ministère de l'économie et des finances. Merci.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues at the back. Gabriel?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gaurav Tatasa from Macroeconomic and Governance Division ECA.
Je suis économiste à la division macroéconomie et gouvernance économique de la CEA.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Farzana Sharmin. I'm an Economic Affairs Officer working with the Macroeconomics and Governance Division of ECA. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Anquan Liu. I'm a strategic finance specialist from UNDP Africa Sustainable Finance Hub. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all. Let me quickly take you through the program, and then we'll go for a group photo. Take you from now until the cocktail. So after this, we have a session on setting the development financing stage in Africa, and then we'll go for a coffee and tea break, and then we'll have a session on efficient tax administration for the SDGs, issues of tax expenditure, and this will take us to lunch from 1 to 2. Then in the afternoon, we'll have a session on integrated approaches to budgeting for the SDGs, coffee tea break, and then insight from partners from 4 to 5. And then at 7 o'clock, we'll gather here for a cocktail. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's go for a group photo, please. And then we'll come back in about 5 minutes. All right, let's go for the group photo. Okay, colleagues, let's go so that we can come back quickly.
Welcome back, colleagues. Please be seated. We will start immediately because we are a bit late. So we will go straight to the next session. And we will have our presenters ready. Just give us 1 minute. Yeah, please be seated.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Bonjour
Good
tout le
morning.
monde. Good. Thank you. Thank you, whoever said that. All right. So I just wanted to make sure we're all here and we're all present and we're all good to go for this session. This is the Setting the Development Financing Stage in Africa session, and I'm welcoming everybody from the government and international organizations, giving you all a warm welcome, a warm good morning, and a warm bonjour. I'm very pleased to be part of the meeting today, and I look forward to learning more from the experiences of the journey of the INFFs. My name is Banke Abejiring. I'm an Economic Affairs Officer in the Governance, in the Macroeconomics and Governance Division here at ECA. Following the opening remarks that we heard earlier from the co-organizers and key partners, which entailed issues of the financial landscape and the importance of INFFs as an effective tool for advancing inclusive and resilient economics, we will now move to set the scene for this regional workshop, which entails 2 days of peer learning, experience sharing, and brainstorming on various issues of public finance for attaining the SDGs. In this particular session, we will learn about African lessons and policy options for improving public finance architecture on the continent, the road leading to the financing for development for conference preparations, and how to tap into its full potential. And we'll also learn and get key highlights of public finance issues from the INFF Global Report. These three presentations are crucial and will equip us with the deep understanding we need to make informed interventions, analyses, and contributions, and enable us to make the most of this knowledge sharing journey during the other sessions today and tomorrow. Colleagues, I cannot overemphasize how timely this discussion is, given the need for countries to address the dwindling fiscal space and develop and implement a holistic approach to financing their national aspirations amid the multifaceted global challenges that have highlighted the ineffectiveness of the global financial architecture and the very urgent need for various fiscal stimulus measures for years to come to ensure inclusive development. Without further delay, let us go straight to the main part of the session. We have three esteemed panelists, and each of them will have about 12 to 13 minutes for their presentation. We will go through all the presentations and then open the floor for questions. Now, we are running a bit behind, so instead of an hour, 15 minutes, we've been given an hour for today's, for this session. So we'll aim to finish about 5 minutes after 11, and then we can all go for our tea break. So first and foremost, allow me to call upon Mr. Jamal Ibrahim, Chief Economic Governance and Public Finance Section, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to deliver his presentation. Jamal, over to you.
Thank you very much, Banky. Yeah, can you put it in the full one, please? While we are uploading the presentation, my part is on improving public finance architecture in Africa, lessons and policy options. And I'm really pleased to be in one panel with Resina and Ancon, because I think, while I'm presenting from the ECA side, how do we look at the issue of public finance as we are preparing for the FFD4. Resina will talk about this, and also the importance of the National Integrated Financing Framework as one tool of the FFD3. So we really want to, while we are presenting as ECA, we want to learn from all of you as we, as ECA, together with the African Union. We were mandated in the Ministry of Finance meeting in March to prepare for FFD4 and to work more on the issues of domestic resource mobilization. So we're really pleased that the African Union are with us here in this journey. We'll have this conversation. We will look forward to their STC meeting in July, and we're hoping that we'll have actually more of this. We're happy that Emmanuel here, colleagues from Afrodad and Tax Justice. So all of them have very important parts in this. Susanna, in her opening remarks, talked about the context in terms of the landscape, the fragile financing landscape, the issue of the pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the climate threats, and also the financing gap. We did some estimations as part of our economic our economic main flagship publication, which is an annual one for Africa, and the estimates was 1.3 trillion per year. As Susanna said, more now this is probably sort of underestimation. as Anactad puts this higher, there is this gap is heightened. Susanna talked about the public debt as exceeding 60% of GDP, and how this actually manifested in this issue of since 2010, it's increased by 183%, roughly 4 times higher than its growth rate of GDP. So we have a public debt, a debt crisis and a debt distress, but which was for us looking at things from a developmental part. There is now a development distress, as is UN, ECLAC introduced that, and so when we've looked now, based on this sort of rough estimates about this bleak landscape, we think as the ECA that there's 2 drivers of the Africa's financing gap. One of them is the low mobilization of domestic resources, and there are many reasons for that. This is systematic constraints in terms of weak tax administration, excessive tax exemptions, illicit financial flows, as colleagues talked, all of them talked about these issues in the opening, and large informal sector, tax avoidance and evasion, and very narrow tax base. Also, another issue at the domestic level is the shallow capital domestic markets in Africa. Probably apart from South Africa, it's very shallow, limiting the extent to which countries can mobilize domestic and international capital. Most of our countries actually are dependent on banks and commercial banks on that. So this is at issues at the national level, but as Sherry in her opening talked about it, and Susanna as well, then this we need to look at that there is a limit even for countries to address these issues, but it will be very, I don't think it will go far unless we address the inadequate global financial architecture, because the global financial architecture has failed to serve Africa due to reasons, even historical reasons of, when it was started in 1945 after the Second World War, is that it's failing Africa and developing countries in a number of areas. It fails first to address the debt crisis and the systemic vulnerabilities in Africa. You can see a very low uptake of the common framework, out of probably the over 70, 76 or so, it's only the countries that are eligible, only less 5% of them actually participated. Then it's the process has been very slow. Some people talk about it in terms of not very, very clear, transparent process, and there is limited scope of the debt instrument. The second reason is that there's highly biased credit ratings from our side, the continent, and there is a high cost of borrowing. So Africa's perceived high risk and premium. We did some work, some technical work at the ECA. When we say if we cater for all the issues of government effectiveness as well as the macro side of things, and we still found like 1.7 unexplained premium there. So there is a big issue of credit rating. Look at it from outside. So the third one is ineffective and unfair international taxation system. And the tax from this issue, we've talked about this issue of I think we have of UN tax convention, because for years now there's some countries are not happy with the OECD framework and in terms of addressing the issues of tax avoidance and taxing profit where there is a value creation. So we look at the global financial architecture in terms of the looming debt crisis. The forecast indicating the short-term elevated public debt levels will persist above the pandemic. Also, there's heavy debt burdens, of course, as I said earlier, not just a debt distress, but a development distress by impeding the capacity of governments to finance public services. Also, several countries, Ghana, Zambia, Ethiopia, Malawi, and so, which face solvency and liquidity constraints, have been pursuing or under public debt restructuring. If we look at the issue of the SDR allocations or reallocations, we found this quite squeezed in terms of in 2021 only, you can see in this figure that for the G7, 39 billion went to the G7 countries, or up versus 0.6 billion to African countries. So we think that the recent IMF approval of the rechanneling of the unused SDR to regional banks is welcomed, but we think that the rechanneling system needs to be operationalized. I will talk about this in a minute, and also those who hold the unused SDR, mainly OECD members, need to adhere to the rechanneling mechanisms. And so in terms of, I'll have like 3 slides. In terms of narrowing Africa's financing gap, the key policy options. First one is that performing the GFA through raising African member state access to concessional funding by performing MDBs. We think that we should build better, bigger, bolder, and effective multilateral development banks. Rechanneling special drawing rights to MDB to boost their lending capacity. MDB should play a much bigger role in attracting private sector resources, and Susanna talked about this. We need to bring private sector in. MDBs should also expand mandates to address global issues such as persistent food insecurities and climate change, and scale up the use of sovereign and MDB-backed guarantee to lower borrowing costs, and consider vulnerabilities beyond the country's income status to determine eligibility. So want to have better, bolder MDBs, but as well, as I said, the new move by the IMF is really welcome. But in terms of operationalization, we think that we should two important things should be done. There should be a dealing from access to resources. We dealing the resources from the quotas. We to go beyond the income, because we think that should be a vulnerability index, a multi one, looking at that. It's not just the income, but because these countries are vulnerable to climate change and shocks, and so this is one. And also we want to make it more, we think that the system should be made more bureaucratic through reforming the voting rights. Through double mega. So the second part is performing the GFA through addressing gaps in the global sovereign debt architecture. I was told that I have 2 minutes. So as of end of 2023, African debt burden was 65% of GDP, approximately the level reached prior. So mainly here that, and I think Susanna talked about this. We reach now, we go back to the level before the debt crisis of 200, 2008, 2009. We need to strengthen the international debt legal framework. And also we need to reform the international tax cooperation framework. Effective engagement of African countries and contribution to reshaping international tax cooperation framework. I think as Africans, we should be very proud that these decisions by member states in December 2023 actually started by the African Ministers of Finance in 2022 by calling on the UN to start negotiation on the UN Tax Convention. African countries need technical support to member states to engage effectively in the reform of global financial architecture, and we need to be prepared for the FFD4 process. Should be leveraged to ensure that concerted approach by Africa to accelerate efforts towards a UN tax framework convention. So while we are doing this, we need to enhance the DRM and streamline public expenditure through technical weaknesses and inefficiencies in tax system administration and streamline expenditure. We did some work recently, in December 2023, with ATAF on the issue of tax expenditure in 10 countries, and we calculated how much that actually meant in terms of the spending on health and education. And so just give me 2 minutes, please. So, and then widening sources of domestic financing, especially developing and defining domestic capital markets. And then effective public debt governance framework. We need, in terms of the fiscal rules, robust public debt governance frameworks, improve transparency, introducing fiscal rules, and would also enhance fiscal discipline through expenditure planning. You know, how we can do this, but without going back to the 1980s and 90s, where things can be done through reducing expenditure. Yes, please, 2 minutes.
You're done?
No, 2 minutes.
Another 2?
Yeah, please.
It's coming.
I stop? Or can I conclude in 1 minute?
Okay, 1 minute, so that the other panelists can go.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim.
So I will end with this one. We need, given that the global framework, what we need to do in terms of debt and tax, how to leverage INFF for fiscal discipline in Africa. Yes, we think that a number of linking national development plans to various financing options is important. Through INFF, various sources of finance, including private finance, can be leveraged towards national development plan. This in turn improve public expenditure planning, prioritization, and experiences from countries will provide us with valuable lessons and experience on INFF implementation. We're really happy and with this that, we are now discussing how we can link planning and financing for better attainment of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Jamal, for your excellent and insightful presentation and setting the context and letting us know what some of the options are for improving and narrow Africa's financing gaps. I'm sorry I had to rush you a little bit, but now without further ado, let's move on to Ms. Rosina Catofono, Interregional Advisor on Financing for Sustainable Development, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to please share her insights. You have 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Banke, and I hope to keep to the time. And a very good morning again to everyone. While my slides are coming up, thank you, Farzana. As you have all heard this morning, a few times, UN member states have agreed to hold the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Spain next year, which is 10 years after the Addis Ababa Action Agenda was agreed to. So my presentation this morning will provide an outline of the road to FFD4 and opportunity for INFF implementation. Sure. So while my slides is coming up, and just to make sure I keep to the time. So next slide, please, Farzana. So my presentation is based on the Interagency Task Force on Financing for Development 2024 Financing for Sustainable Development report, the cover of which is on the screen. Many of you may have already accessed this report. So I will first cover the financing challenge today, and we've heard much of this from the African perspective from both the director and Jamal this morning already. So I'll give a more global perspective and to also go through how we've got here. I will then discuss the opportunity of FFD4, particularly for public finance and INFFs. So in terms of the financing challenge we've had also this morning, the world is severely off track to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Out of the 140 SDG targets, around half are off track. The financing gaps are enormous. Estimates suggest we need globally 2.5 trillion and 4 trillion annually to meet the SDGs in developing countries. Sorry, Farzana, just the previous slide. And we also heard from the African financing gaps, from 1 trillion to even an excess of 10 trillion. So the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent global shocks have significantly widened these gaps, highlighting the urgent need for action. Next slide, please. So how have we got here? Several underlying drivers and trends have contributed to the current financing challenges. Rising systemic risks, such as the climate crisis and economic instability, have significantly impacted our progress. A challenging global economic environment has made it difficult for many countries, including here in Africa, to mobilize the necessary resources for sustainable development. Persistent inequalities, both within and between countries, have further hindered progress towards the SDGs. And while rapid technological change has driven progress and innovation, it has also led to disruptions and increased inequalities. The benefits of new technologies are not evenly distributed, often leaving developing countries behind. And finally, rising geopolitical tensions have created additional obstacles, making international cooperation more challenging. So since 2015, there has been notable progress has been made across the Addis Ababa action agendas, but it has not kept pace with rising financing needs. And in some cases, progress has reversed given the challenging global environment. So looking first at public finance and investment, many countries face large public financing gaps and tight fiscal constraints. And despite notable progress on increasing tax revenues in many developing countries, the pace has slowed in recent years. Globalization and digitalization have challenged the effectiveness and efficiency of revenue mobilization systems. International development cooperation, and here I speak of official development assistance, MDB lending, which Jamal also spoke to, South-South cooperation, climate finance, these have all played a critical role in addressing successive crises, but it has not kept pace with rising demands. And we've also heard about the increasing debt levels, which after declining in the 2000s has increased rapidly and has been a central global concern since 2020. These rising debt levels, changing creditor compositions, and tighter financing conditions have culminated in greater debt service burdens and liquidity and solvency risks that we've just heard also Jamal mentioned in a few African countries. Private sector development is also crucial for sustainable growth, but we have seen a slowdown in investment and trade trends since the global financial crisis. Many developing countries have struggled to diversify their economies and integrate productively into the global economy. Trade dynamism has slowed, and least developed countries remain marginalized in international trade and investment. So technological progress has enabled economic integration, but has also highlighted disparities, with innovation remaining highly concentrated in a few countries. So new growth strategies are needed, like new development pathways that focus on sustainable and inclusive transitions. The financial sector also plays a crucial role in sustainable development. However, financial markets in many developing countries remain underdeveloped, leading to financial volatility and lack of long-term investment. Public development banks can play a major role in closing these long-term financing needs, and efforts to enhance access to financial services and improve financial stability are essential. Finally, aligning domestic and international policy frameworks is critical for achieving the SDGs. At the national level, this involves creating coherent policies that support sustainable development across all sectors, such as through integrated national financing frameworks. Internationally, there is a need to reform the international financial architecture to better support developing countries. And we've had much on that Jamal mentioned on international tax cooperation, but there are also issues on trade, development cooperation, debt, systemic issues, especially the global financial safety net, and global governance in general. Next slide, please. So the window to rescue the SDGs and tackle the climate crisis is still open, but closing rapidly. So FFD4 provides the opportunity to adopt a coherent package of reforms to address this challenge. The UN member states have given FFD4 to be held in Spain in June, July next year, an ambitious mandate to address financing challenges in the context, to accelerate implementation of the 2030 agenda and achievement of SDGs, and to support reform of the international financial architecture. Next slide, please. So then the task force highlights 4 sets of overarching questions that warrant member states' attention. How can FFD4 help close large financing and investment gaps at scale and with urgency and enhance spending effectiveness? What is the package of reforms that can help deliver the rapid scaling up of public and private investments in the SDG? And how can the conference help governments to do more on domestic resource mobilization and optimize spending through growth and revenue enhancing reforms to better allocate scarce resources while prioritizing the SDGs? And some of these answers, I think Jamal also provided in his earlier presentation. On the second question, how can FFD4 help address issues in the international financial architecture and support international rules for trade, investment, and finance that are fit for today's challenges? I mean, which international financial architecture reforms could enhance countries' resilience in a more crisis-prone world and enable access to financing on the right terms and conditions? And how can the international community fully align trade, investment, and technology agreements and rules with sustainable development? Thirdly, how can FFD close credibility gaps and rebuild trust in global partnership and multilateralism? And finally, how can FFD4 help formulate and finance new development pathways to deliver on the SDGs and ensure no one is left behind? Next slide, please. So looking at public finance and INFF implementation for national level action, the questions are, how can FFD4 help to turn commitments for domestic tax reforms into actions to make tax systems more fair, transparent, efficient, and effective? And how can FFD4 add further momentum to aligning expenditure with the SDGs and support fiscal policies to reduce inequalities? Finally, how can FFD4 help to leverage INFFs in supporting domestic efforts? We will hear more on this from the next presenter, some of the evidence from that. Next slide, please. Then for the global level action, the questions that we are asking is, how can FFD help with the future direction and governance of international tax cooperation? How can it enhance efforts to combat illicit financial flows? And also, how can it help tackle challenges of high borrowing costs and debt service burdens and address gaps in the debt restructuring architecture? In tomorrow afternoon session, we will have a chance to consider these questions, and the outcomes of these discussions will feed into the ongoing discussions towards FFD4. And here on the slide, maybe not too clear on the screen, but the slides will be available to you. We have charted the road to FFD4. Basically, we have a few preparatory committees planned. The first one happening right here in Addis next month, followed by a second preparatory committee in New York, then a third in Mexico, a fourth in New York again, just before the planned conference in June, July in Spain next year. These are the official preparatory committees, which are co-chaired by Burundi and Portugal. We also have various vice chairs. A few countries from the region are also representative in the Bureau. There is the official process where member states will contribute to the inputs that will result in the outcome of the FFD4. There will also be informal discussions, and we're very happy that this can be one of the first, and the outcomes of the discussions tomorrow can feed into the consideration of the elements paper, which will be produced by the end of the year by the co-facilitators. So with that, and hopefully within time, I thank you for listening, and In the slides, there are also some links to both the FFD4 conference website and the 2024 Financing for Sustainability report. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you so much, Rosina, for that insightful presentation. Thank you for the thought-provoking questions for us to begin ruminating on, even as we continue with the sessions today and tomorrow. And I think it's also interesting to see the interlinkages between her presentation and what Jamal had already presented. So last but not the least is Mr. Ankun Liu. He's the SDG Finance and South-South Cooperation Specialist from the United Nations Development Program. Over to you, Ankun.
Thanks. Yes, got it. And good morning again. So what I would like to share today is maybe from three perspectives or areas. Number one, I would like to give a very quick overview in terms of the state of INFFs within the region, particularly the Sub-Saharan African region. Number two, I want to share some UNDP's perspective from more integrated public finance approach. And finally, I would like to highlight some country examples in terms of their public finance reforms during their INFF processes. And so I assume that everybody here knows that the concept of INFF was adopted back in the year of 2015 by EU member states. And the key financing scope under the INFF is really comprehensive. It ranges from public finance to private finance, from tax, from public expenditure, public debt, ODA, to private sector access to finance, private sector investment, including the foreign direct investment, as well as diaspora finance and remittances, which might be very relevant to the African context. So the reason why we said that it is an integrated national financing framework is that through this approach, we aim to achieve better level of integration between financing and national planning, and also between public finance and the private finance. And finally, to have a better collaboration between the public sector and the private sectors. So the INFF is really a comprehensive tool that can support governments to better mobilize and align resources, either it's domestic or international, and public finance or private finance to better achieve their national development priorities. And as many colleagues have mentioned that, within the region, the financing landscape is really challenging. And on the demand side, we are facing, many countries, we're facing a really big financing gap in terms of SDGs achievement. The recent estimates give us a number around like 300 billion years of annual investment that will be necessary for advancing some of the key SDG targets and areas. But on the supply side, we're facing many serious financing constraints. Just to mention a few in the public finance area, like we are having a relatively narrow tax base. The tax collection rates around 16 to 17% of GDP on average across the countries in the region. And also, when it comes to debt, there are maybe many more pressing issues, like close to 20 countries that are facing debt distress, and the debt servicing are increasing and significantly squeezing out the very necessary public expenditure in many other development priority areas. And when it comes to international borrowing, the kind of borrowing costs are rising very fast, and for many African countries. So really African countries are facing very big challenges to get much needed financing for their national development priorities. And so in that context, actually, in recent years, many African countries are taking the INFF approach to help them try to better mobilize and align different types of financial resources for their priorities. So currently there are 25 sub-Saharan African countries are in the process of developing or implementing their financial strategies. And among these countries, Nigeria and Uganda are among the first batch of countries that have fully launched their financial strategies in the full phase of implementation right now, while other countries already close to the finalization of their integrated financing strategies. But in the meantime, they're also starting to implement some of the financing reforms, either in the public finance field or the private finance field already. And the key stakeholders within the process include like the Ministry of Finance, National Development Planning, or Ministry of Economy, or Ministry of Planning, as well as other line ministries and excuse me, and many other development partners, private sector, CSO, even academia. And so what we can do to support the governments in their financing reforms during their INFF process, especially in the public finance field. So within UNDP, we would like to emphasize the big need to take a more integrated and synergized approach to combine or connect different critical components for public finance. For example, tax, public expenditure, and also public debt. These are very critical components of public finance, but when more often than not, they're kind of viewed and considered in a more separate way, rather than in a more coherent way. For example, if a country, they have a carbon tax in place, but in the meantime, they may give a lot of fuel subsidies. So this would negatively impact the country's climate action goals, actually. So within UNDP, we try to integrate these very critical components from the public finance perspective. Specifically, I would like to introduce a few. Yeah, got it. Thanks. Just highlight a few areas within UNDP's kind of a support. Within tax-free SDGs, number one area is that we support governments to address the illicit financial flows through a joint program or initiative called Tax Inspectors Without Borders, together with OECD and ETAF within the continent. So this really to support the tax audit capacity for multinational enterprises in key sectors like extractives and financial services and telecommunications. The other area is through in-house tool. It's called SDG taxation framework. The aim is to better help the government to align their fiscal and the tax policies with specific SDG targets like gender, health, environment, digital innovation, infrastructure, etc. And for budgeting, what we are doing is to support governments to better align their budget expenditure with the SDGs across the budgeting cycle, from budget formulation, execution to monitoring, and particularly from the integration of SDGs into the medium-term framework to develop and implement budget tracking systems, or to enhance the public budget transparency and accountability with the more intensive engagement with CSOs or parliaments. When it comes to debt, we specifically currently focus on supporting governments to develop sustainable debt instruments, and in different phases, from the early quantitative analysis of feasibility study to the development bond framework, and also identify the eligible budget items for use of the proceeds, and to the post-issuance of the bonds in terms of monitoring the impact reporting. And finally, I would like to highlight a few just public financing reform trends and examples. And across the region, as you can see from the graph, there are close to 100 public finance reforms from the finance strategies that countries are developing. It cut across different critical areas, from tax to public expenditure to public debt, or even to international development cooperation. And there are some very good examples recently from a number of countries within the region. You will hear more examples and good practice in more details in the following sessions later today and even tomorrow. But here, for example, in Nigeria, through the tax audit capacity enhancement support, the government have raised additional $30 million in terms of tax revenue. And recently, they also launched their reform in terms of a removal of the fossil fuel subsidy, and the saved fiscal money will be used to finance the critical infrastructure development. Another example is from Benin. So back in the year of 2021, they launched very good SDG Euro bond with the value of 500 million euros. And majority of the bonds proceeds were used to fund the social and environmental projects that were designed by the government. The good success from Benin example is actually built on their previous good exercise in terms of SDG budgeting and costing. And also after the issuance of the bonds, and when the country enters into the implementation, they also have a good practice in terms of very transparent and comprehensive impact reporting of the bonds proceeds usage. And finally, I would like to highlight maybe Ghana's example. It's quite different from many other countries in the region, because Ghana, they're taking the INFF approach at the local level from the assemblies level. So initially, they piloted this approach in 5 assemblies. And of course, at the local level, they've pretty much focused on the public finance field with a strong aim to diversify the local government's revenue streams. And one of their good exercises is that they are training a lot of the local authorities in the areas of local revenue mobilization. And okay. And finally, just very quick outlook in terms of INFF implementation in the upcoming years. At the country level, of course, as I just mentioned, that close to 20 countries are finalizing their finance strategies. So what's really important in the near future is that after the finalization of their finance strategies, they need to implement some of the key refinancing reforms among their financing strategy actions, and even to scale up those financing reforms. And during the implementation, it's also important to kind of align the financing reforms with very SDG aligned thematic areas. For example, climate, infrastructure, gender equality, health, etc. And also, like I mentioned in the example of Ghana, maybe for a number of countries, they can also consider the adoption of the INFF approach at the local level to support the local level resource mobilization. And finally, of course, what's important for the success of any country's INFF process is partnership and collaboration. So in that sense, we need a wide range of key partners to work together in the implementation of the INFF, including our public finance reforms. So I will stop here, and these slides will be shared, and there are many resources, and on our website, it's called INFF.org, and recently in April, we just launched a global report. It's called Making Finance Work for People and the Planet. And in this report, there are many excellent African countries captured in this great report. Okay, I will stop here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ankun, for that very insightful presentation, taking us through, the history, the context of INFFs, the financing landscape, and as well what UNDP does to support, and looking ahead as to what are country level priorities, and also giving us a snapshot of some of the good examples from the region. Thank you to all three panelists for their wonderful presentations. And now I would like to open it up to the floor for any questions, clarifications, concerns that you might have that you would like to raise. Who would like to be the first? We have about 10 to 15 minutes for questions and answers. Any questions? All clear? Anyone online, please just raise your hand as well, and we will call on you. Fazana, you're monitoring the online? Yeah. Okay. All right, I've been told that, yeah? Nous avons une question, please.
Ok, merci. Je me représente, je viens du Togo, je me nomme Kossi Apeli. Je voudrais remercier tous les intervenants pour la qualité des prestations. Je voudrais avoir plus de précision. Nous avons compris que les pays en phase de développement font face à un certain nombre de contraintes. Donc, pour financer le développement, notamment le coût de l'endettement qui est vraiment élevé. Et dans les principales réformes ou bien propositions qui ont été faites, je pense que cette proposition, elle est commune à toutes les interventions que nous avons écoutées. Il y a une proposition qui portait sur la réforme de la politique fiscale internationale, et parce que le système de financement international paraît vraiment inefficace. Je voudrais, si vous le permettez, avoir plus de précision sur ce type de réforme-là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Would you, if there's, okay, let's take another question. Burkina Faso, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour la parole. En tout cas, félicitations aux différents communicateurs qui sont revenus sur un sujet qui est fortement d'actualité, et surtout pour des pays qui sont en crise multiple, donc comme les nôtres. Le financement international est en train effectivement de se resserrer, et il est de plus en plus difficile donc d'accéder à des financements, quel qu'en soit donc l'impact des crises que on peut relever. J'ai juste vraiment une préoccupation en lien avec donc la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale. Cette réforme est annoncée depuis longtemps, et tout le monde est d'accord à dire que l'architecture actuelle a été instituée il y a plus de 80 ans. Et c'était 44 pays en ce moment membres donc des Nations Unies qui avaient décidé de comment on devait pouvoir avancer. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes plus de 190 et le schéma ne peut pas demeurer donc le même sur les modalités de comment y accéder. Et quand on y regarde, que ça soit bien sûr donc le Fonds monétaire, que ça soit bien sûr donc la Banque mondiale, il n'y a pas toujours donc les meilleures opportunités pour nos pays. Mieux encore, lorsqu'on y accède, les conditionnalités ou les avis de non-objection sont tels que pour un prêt prévu pour 2 ans, 5 ans, nous allons mettre 10 ans pour pouvoir en décaisser même 50%. Alors, quand c'est comme ça, eh bien, le retard du développement ne peut qu'être prononcé. Si je reviens sur l'action climatique, nous produisons peut-être moins des effets, mais nous subissons doublement les impacts effectivement des changements climatiques. Et nous pouvons dire que pour ce qui est du Sahel aujourd'hui, où on parle de crise sécuritaire, mais cette crise sécuritaire a été plus exacerbée par la crise climatique qui est là depuis plus de 50 ans. Et tous ces éléments-là méritent donc aujourd'hui que, effectivement, la réforme la puisse prendre en compte les pays qui subissent donc le plus de chocs et que la solution qui avait été inventée au temps de la création donc de ces institutions, qui vise donc à briser les barrières donc du sous-développement, puisse être réelle. Sinon, nous allons continuer à communiquer. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur. At this time, I'd turn it over to our panelists to address those 2 questions. Anybody want to go first? Jamal? Okay.
Thank you for those questions. First, with regards to Togo's question on the international financial architecture reforms, I mean, there are definitely several areas where at the global level, these are progressing. The first on international tax cooperation through the ad hoc tax committee, which Jamal had mentioned. And again, the African region playing in this important advance. I mean, it's a historic discussion that is happening there. So we hope that that process culminates to the FFD4, you know, a very universal, a transparent and inclusive tax framework. Then we also have the international financial institutions, the debt architecture. So on these areas, I mean, you have the common framework on debt, but these have not been, I mean, it is a progress in a way, but there are many challenges and there are many issues to be resolved at the global level. So we are also hoping that for FFD4, the conversations on the debt architecture can also help in resolving those issues. Then at the same time, we also have issues around trade, which has been, you know, basically a stalemate for some time. And, you know, with many, I mean, it has really slowed in terms of international trade agreements, etc. There is some concern that, you know, perhaps FFD4 may not be able to revitalize it, but it is definitely an opportunity to address the trade issues. Then also we have issues at the global level on development cooperation. So here we are talking about development effectiveness principles, which again also has stalled since the 2000s. And there are more players now in terms of the role of MDBs, improving access to concessional loans in terms of going beyond GDP, income per capita, access to concessionality, looking more at vulnerability indices. So those type of architectural issues will also be considered in the road to FFD4. I think so. Those are some of the key areas. And of course, lastly, on global governance. So I think with the IMF, World Bank, I mean, there are also issues on how the boards, how decision-making can be more inclusive, how countries can all have the same seat on those institutions. So those are the many different areas that are currently being considered at the global level to tackle the many challenges. But over to you, Jamal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Not much actually to add, but I think for this, I want to take us back to 2015 for your question. You see, in 2015, FFD3, we had the systemic issues. You know, your question was systemic issues was one of them, areas, public finance, private or whatever. But now I think, all these questions about the reform is being elevated to a higher level. Is that if you want to look at this, you need to look at them in a holistic way of the global financial architecture. So I think this is my approach to your question. So under this, if you want to look at this collectively, we'll go back to what Rosina is saying. You see, we have, in terms of because we have two issues here. One is that countries are constrained in terms of liquidity and fiscal space. So they can't do actually much. You can't reform your system here through tax administration and tax policy. They are doing all these things, but you need to look at it from the UN Tax Framework Convention to look and fix all these things together to make the world a more, a fairer and in terms of equity and so. But for the debt part, we don't have that privilege. Now we don't have the same thing that the tax front they've been doing, and it was a struggle because I remember in 2015 the G77 asked for this exactly what we are discussing now, but it was shut down by northern countries. So what we hope is that through the debt thing, you see there's some sort of progress, as we said now, in terms of the rechanneling SDRs or so. But we need to look at two things. One is, as you said, make it more democratic, because you see, the majority voting is not enough. We need a double majority voting thing. In addition to this thing, in terms of how can you have the needs of all these countries? This is one. The second part of this is how can you make sure that the resources and the needs are aligned with this sort of new formula. We need a formula that goes beyond the GDP, that looks at the vulnerabilities of countries, the shocks, etc., etc., etc. We need to reform the system. But I think to go all these things, as I go back and finish this, we need a social contract, a global social contract, similar to what happened in 1945 and after the Second World War. We had always, if you look at history, after, we have a crisis, the Second World War, people woke up, they had a social contract in all the stuff there. So we need now a real social contract in terms of the governance issues. And we hope that this can be done in FFD4 in a way that can be monitored and followed up, in a very systematic way that speaks to the needs of African countries and developing countries. Thank you.
Burkina Faso's question. Need to ensure we overcome the barriers, and we've been talking about this for a while. Is there anything you want to add?
Sorry? What was the question?
So his question covered the fact that access to funding is difficult. A lot of countries are in crisis, so this is needed more than before, but we've been talking about this for a long time, and you actually brought in the historical aspect. So I think some of his concerns have been addressed, I think,
yes,
to a large extent.
Yes, and if you look now, as this is what the SG has been calling for, in terms of the SDG stimulus. We really need this SDG stimulus now, because otherwise we'll be just talking about things, you see, because countries, they're doing actually their best here. We're talking about the reform of the IMF and the World Bank and international taxation, and we have these resources. We need to unlock them, but this should be a collective effort. To otherwise we will not meet the SDGs. I don't think anyone here is saying that we can meet the SDGs in 2030. So what can we do? Actually, you are absolutely right, to go beyond where, and actions and collective action. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Rosina and Jamal, and then Ankun.
Yes, just maybe perhaps I would just add two very quick little points, particularly from the debt perspective. So when it comes to international financial architecture reforms, I think from the region, we should work with different key stakeholders to develop African solutions in terms of the reforms. And I would just highlight two perhaps little examples. Number one, when it comes to debt, as we all just mentioned, that one of the critical issue for African governments to borrow is that there may be some hidden or implicit bias in terms of a sovereign credit rating. So if you compare the economic fundamentals of some specific African country, that may be comparable to another country in the other region, but the interest rate in the borrowing will be much higher. So one of the key initiatives right now here from UNDP is that we are initiating some good initiative. What we call is the sovereign credit rating support initiative. We start this initiative from, we want to start this from the data perspective, because right now, when different agencies want to give the evaluation, the credit rating, data will be very critical. So we try to strengthen the data collection, the data analytics to support the African governments. So when they are engaging with the credit rating agencies, and also, with the bilateral or multilateral creditors, they have a better capacity when they have a better knowledge in terms of those methodology of a credit rating. So this is kind of the new initiative that we're currently starting right now. The other one is that another maybe African solution came from the FDB, African Development Bank. So Jamal just mentioned that SDR's reallocation or rechanneling. Actually, one of the solutions to better leverage and utilize the surplus SDRs from those surplus countries is that there can be a mechanism to rechannel those surplus SDRs to a dedicated institution like FDB, and then by leveraging the AAA credit rating of FDB, the multiplier effect can be high in terms of leveraging additional resources. So let's say if there are 100 SDR, the final resources leveraged by FDB may be 400 or even higher, given it's a very good credit rating. And those SDRs can then be rechanneling to the needed countries through on-lending or some other financing mechanisms. Actually, this already become true because recently, originally this proposal was raised by FDB, and recently it was approved by IMF already. So the rechanneled SDRs through FDB to African countries can be used to finance the domestic infrastructure or social development projects. So just to highlight that when we try to be more engaged in the international financial architecture reforms, we might also think hard to propose some practical and feasible solutions from the African perspective. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ankun, for that. And at this point, we will wrap up this panel. I'm sure, well, I hope people have other questions, other concerns, but we're not going to keep you from tea break. But let these thoughts keep running through even as we commence into the next couple of sessions today and tomorrow. I'd like to thank Jamal, Resina, and Ankun for the wonderful presentations, the wonderful insights they've given to us on the global financial architecture, on the INFF, its history, its journey, on the financing for the financing conference that is coming up, and what are the opportunities that can be leveraged. I know we've learned a lot. The slides will be shared, and we look forward to very positive outcomes from the conference as a whole. Can we please give a round of applause to our panelists?
And I think to you as well.
Thank you.
Colleagues, you are most welcome for the tea breaks. Let's break for 10 minutes and come back because we are a bit late. So tea is just served outside this conference room. You are most welcome.
Has she joined? Yeah. She's online. She'll be joining. Yeah, online. Yes. Peace.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I just texted her and told her we are going to be late, but then my session is 2 hours. So I can still catch up. Yeah. She's online. I'll just also check. Is this your location? Okay, let me just take once we're back. I'll tell her what session we find. 10 minutes.
If you're back,
She didn't share her last slide, but she can talk about it. What's
From the program. The fact that the provisions of this year, we are likely to continue. I think as well that a lot of the issues that they can't be touched in this subject. I think that's why
so I have until 4 o'clock.
I'll see you next session.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. One from Nigeria. Are you based in
I would be, but right now I'm based out of South Africa. I'm still working on my first job. When I come here, I'll be here with you guys. So I need to come and sit here, right?
Yes, you can.
Then just move a few things.
You can put your you can put your plate.
I see my sister really big plans to your table.
There must be one for you.
There's this one for me. So
Oh, already here. Okay,
I need
okay.
to put it there or here? I need
It's
to
here.
put it
It's better to be here.
I'm still waiting.
Or
Okay, so
how many? How
we
many
have
do you have? How many speakers do you have?
I have 4. I'll move.
Four in total.
Yeah, so Fazana is here, I'm here, Evaristo will join me here.
Then one virtual.
Yeah, then one virtual. So this is
Yeah,
fine.
it should be fine. Yeah.
We'll just put here. I had bitter experience the first time I tried to come before that. So
Yes. Yes. What was that?
Czech Prime Minister being shot in some stuff. No, Slovak one is some small village.
Yes.
You may not agree with you, but that's it, right? And Biden's son being
Good morning, colleagues. Please be seated. We are starting shortly. Colleagues from ITSS team, can you please help me give access to the next presenter, Dr. Amna Khalifa? She has joined. She will be sharing her screen also. Yeah. Was asked by IBB colleague if they can share again their presentation in the shared folder. He also wanted to put it himself to go over the slides himself if possible. They fully have to connect to Zoom to do this. Through Zoom. Then, okay, I will also put the new presentation in the shared folder. Presentation through Zoom. Therefore, you have control over your switching slides. Amna, can you try to share your screen just to see whether you can? Yes, hello. Hello, Dr. Amna Khalifa. Can you share your screen? Let's see, or you can share with me and you can just say next slide and I can show if it is a problem. Let's try.
Okay, just give me a second. Are you able to see it?
Yeah, yes, we can see it. So it's perfect. So you will share from your side and then
Yes.
after you finish your presentation, you will stop sharing. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, over to you.
So should I start or are we still waiting for a few more people to join?
Let's wait for 2 minutes. We are waiting for our colleague from Benin and some other colleagues. Let's just give them 2 minutes to be seated. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mtwalo Msoni. I'm the Regional Tax for SDGs Program Specialist for Sub-Sahara Africa with the United Nations Development Program. I will be your moderator for this session that is basically looking at efficient tax administration and delving deep into the issues of tax expenditures. We have increasingly heard that financing the SDGs requires additional resources. And we've increasingly heard from the previous speakers that the financing gap has increased. And this is partly due to the 3 C's, the COVID pandemic, the climate crisis, and the current conflict that we have seen. Tax expenditures has already been mentioned as one of the avenues that needs to be relooked in order to raise the additional resources that are needed to finance the SDGs.
tax expenditures can be in form of deferrals, tax exclusions, exemptions, deductions, credits, and preferential tax treatments. The nexus is that they form direct spending in the sense that government tries to achieve a certain policy objective using these revenues that would have been collected. So there is definitely need to look at how these are governed. I'm joined by 4 speakers for my panel. The first is going to be Dr. Amna Khalifa, who's the UNDP SDGs Taxation Framework Technical and Outreach Specialist, and is also going to give us some insights into what tax expenditures mean and what are the best practices across the globe for tax expenditure governance, and how can we assess this using a niche tool that UNDP has prepared on called the SDGs Taxation Framework. We're going to receive a presentation from from Fazana Shamin from the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa, who's going to be presenting on the Economic Governance Report 2. I'm sure most of us have received a copy of this report as we were stepping in. We're going to have 2 case studies from Benin and Zambia that are going to be presented by the Ministry of Economy and Finance for Benin and the Zambia Revenue Authority. So firstly, I'll turn to Dr. Amna Khalifa, if you can share your screen to run us through what is this SDGs taxation framework and how can it be used as this niche tool to measure the governance of tax expenditures. Dr. Amna.
Thank you, Mutwalo. Thanks for the introduction. Welcome, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I've been working in this field for quite some time and with many of the countries that are represented here. So let's go through, as Mutwalo said, let me take you through on this new framework, the SDG taxation framework, what it is, how it can help in terms of rationalizing tax expenditures, and how does this then feed into an integrated approach of the UNDP to support countries on fiscal policies as a whole. So the SDG taxation framework is a diagnostic tool. What this tool does is it helps align a country's tax system with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And most of us know these are the goals that all United Nations member countries have agreed to implement by 2030. So this Agenda 2030 is a few years down the road, and countries, because of the three C's that Mutwalo mentioned, the countries which were progressing well on achieving these goals have also, some of them have also retraced their steps, and because of these crises have fallen a bit lower in the ladder. So it's important for countries now to look at their tax systems, benchmark them, and see where they stand and what needs to be done. So through STF, how it can help countries is it can help them enhance their domestic resource mobilization. And that's the overarching theme for this framework. This is the most sustainable form of finance, and that's countries can depend on it if they have an efficient and equitable system. But we'll talk about it a little more in the next slides. What the STF also does, because it's a diagnostic tool, it looks at different tax policies. It looks at the evidence of where these tax policies stand, how they are working. So it provides an evidence, the countries with some kind of benchmarking evidence to see how they can further improve their tax policies to promote sustainable development. So it's helpful for countries to be able to then go ahead and develop evidence-based policies. The STF is a self-evaluation tool. It is for the governments or countries themselves to see where their country stands and how they can improve, in terms of going towards best international practice. But because it's the tool that is being launched, we actually started piloting just a year ago. We are helping countries in being able to use this tool. So as we go through it, we are hoping to increase the capacities of officials to be able to see the connection between tax and SDGs, and then use taxation as a tool for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Another important thing the STF does is provides a coordination mechanism. So when we go to the country, when we do workshops with the country, we involve a lot of ministries. So depending upon the goals that the country wants to evaluate under this framework, for example, if it's goal 5, which is gender equality, we have the Ministry of Finance, we have the Revenue Authority, we have the Ministry of Women Affairs. So we bring them all together to sit on one table to work and look at the policies. So they're not working in silos. So we're promoting a whole of government approach. We're providing some kind of coordination between the different government departments. But once the countries have gone through this evaluation based on the results they get, based on the recommendations that are produced, then they develop their country support plan. So they identify the areas where support is needed. And this plan then can be shared with all the development partners working in the country so that they can all provide support towards that plan, which is the country's plan and is aligned with their national priorities. So it helps the country coordinate between different development partners. But let's see now, why was this demand, and why have we decided to come up with this framework? So under the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 169 targets. So the Agenda 2030 says, these are the 169 targets. This is what a country needs to achieve. So the what part is there. But the practical part, the how to achieve those targets is missing. And we're hoping this STF can help countries in understand that how part. So how do they achieve those targets? This is also a niche area. The interconnection of tax policies with sustainable development goals is an area, is a topic where a lot of countries that we've been to, they have not been very clear. So aligning these together is something that has not happened before, where you see the tax policy with the lens of sustainable development goals. In terms of relevance, there's only 6 years left to the Agenda 2030. And as Mutwala was saying, the 2024 Financing for Sustainable Development report indicates that there's a financing gap of 2.5 to 4 trillion annually that the country needs to fulfill. So, as STF helps countries enhance their domestic resource mobilization, I believe it's very relevant for countries to go ahead with this evaluation. The rationale really behind developing this tool was that, there was not really a lot of benchmarking for countries to see where their tax policies stand in terms of good international practice, where they stand in terms of achieving, are they pro SDGs or are they working against the achievement of SDGs? There's also a lack of coordination at country level. We've seen at times within ministries. So, where we've had workshops, some ministries came up and said, we've really not sat with these colleagues for so many years. So, you've brought us together on one table. And also between development partners in quite a few countries, there is a lack of coordination. The other thing this tool does is it helps foster multi and bilateral partnerships, even between countries. So if a neighboring country or a country within your region is doing well on certain criteria, they can, provide support for you or share their experience with you on how they improved their tax policies in that particular area, and vice versa. So this is hopefully something, once we've done it in a lot of countries, there'll be insights to see who's doing what better, and countries can come forward and support each other. In terms of methodology, so there's a very comprehensive handbook, which is on Tax for SDGs site, which is the UNDP initiative. it talks about all the 17 goals. So for each goal, there's a module where the policies, the tax policies, as well as some tax administration interventions, which are good practices, which can be leveraged for the sustainable development goals, are highlighted, why these tax policies are important, how they impact that particular goal. All that is documented, the dimensions needed to evaluate the criteria, all is mentioned there. One thing to remember is that the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, requires countries to achieve 169 targets. And there are many different ways through which those targets can be achieved. They all need to work together. So financing is one thing, tax is another thing, awareness, awareness raising is something else. So there are many different ways through which those goals need to be achieved. But 49 out of those 169 targets, we believe can be directly, tax interventions can directly help in achievement of those goals. So in this framework, we look at these 49 targets, which are spread across all the Sustainable Development Goals. As I was mentioning that domestic resource mobilization is very important for achievement of these goals, for countries to fill the financing gap. The overarching theme for this framework as well is SDG 17, and in particular target 17.1, which talks about domestic resource mobilization. And if you look on the screen, we have 6 dimensions we use to evaluate where the tax system of a country stands. It looks at building the social contract, building the trust between the citizen and the state. It looks at the tax effort, the tax to GDP the country currently has, has it fared in the last 3 to 5 years? Is the full tax potential being realized? The third important pillar is monitoring tax expenditures, and we'll talk more in detail about it in the next few slides. Then this framework also looks at how the tax administration can be made more efficient by using digital technology, moving towards digital transformation. It looks at how countries are currently tackling tax avoidance and tax evasion and what more can be done. And for extractives industries, which is important in the countries, it looks at how they can strengthen taxation within these industries. These are complex industries. The capacities to be able to tax these firms in this industry, to be able to audit them, especially for things such as transfer pricing, is complex, and countries need to build their capacities. The other 4 targets that we look at under this goal relate to the level of cooperation that the country has with international institutions on domestic resource mobilization. So what kind of support is it availing? Is it part of the different standards, setting mechanisms? Is it part of, the automatic exchange of information standard, the base erosion profit shifting standard, the new discussions on digital taxing the digital economy? Is the country part of those discussions? So we look at overall how transparent the tax system is, how well governed it is, how is the country taking part or is part of a wider international community. So before we go forward, one thing I would like to mention is this goal, or raising domestic resource mobilization, if countries are able to do that, so this goal can actually help achieving all other 16 goals as well, because the country then has the funding for education, for health, for reducing poverty, for creating more jobs. So this is a very vital goal within the 16 goals. But the countries don't need to evaluate themselves on all the 17 goals in one go. What we've done is, and I'll show you in this next slide, the countries can prioritize based on how they are doing in the 17 goals, based on their national strategy, and they can pick and choose which goal they want to evaluate at the moment, and then in the next phase they can pick up a few more goals. So if you see, we've already implemented STF in 15 countries. So we started, the first pilot mission was in March. And as you can see, different countries have evaluated themselves on different goals. But the goal 17 is a common theme in most of them, because this is what we recommend when the countries start to look at this framework, because it is the overarching, because it can help raise the funding that can be used for all other goals. So let me now go to the third dimension of the sustainable development, the SDG 17, which is tax expenditures. Maybe I'll give you a brief overview of what we take as a tax expenditure within this framework. So what we look at is, the amount of knowledge that a country may have on how much revenue is foregone as a result of tax reliefs, which include exemptions, rebates, deductions, accelerated depreciations, and any other preferential tax regimes. So all these come under tax expenditures, any incentives that you may have. But we've seen, and research has shown us, that the losses that countries face due to tax expenditures are one of the most significant, other than what they may face as base erosion, profit shifting, and aggressive international tax practices. It is quite a substantial amount that the countries are losing in terms of revenue. So the Global Tax Expenditures Database, that latest information highlights that in lower income countries, the tax expenditures are equal to 2.8% of the GDP, or 27% of all tax revenue. So that's a lot of, revenue going into providing these tax expenditures. And we understand that, there are some expenditures which are necessary, but countries should try to keep it to a minimum so as also not to distort the tax system. But, we'll go through the next slide and see what is a good international practice in terms of having an efficient tax expenditure system. Just in terms of some figures, Jordan and Djibouti, their tax expenditure represents more than 70 for Jordan and more than 87% for Djibouti of the total tax revenue. So that's a real opportunity for domestic resource mobilization. If they rationalize that to even half, just imagine, how much more revenue can they collect without really putting burden on the existing taxpayers. So what are the good practices or good or structural conditions for a tax expenditure system to be effective? There are three things that countries need to do, and these are the three things that we also evaluate within the STF. First is the governance. So who is the custodian institution who's in charge of estimation of, different tax expenditures? What are the legal requirements for reporting and monitoring? How transparent? Is it just the parliament, or is it the Ministry of Finance who can provide? So, if it's the parliament, people seem to perceive that that's a less distortionary, more transparent system, that, there's a debate, there might be a debate. If it's, lower, and maybe the tax administration or Ministry of Finance can provide some exemptions, there may be some bias of having, people who are have a lot of say or have the vested interest, or the elite, they may go and pressurize them to get certain tax exemptions, which may not be good for the country. So the governance part has to be very strong. There has to be very well defined legal requirements, very clear framework. The second part we need to look at is the reporting. So what is the quality of the tax expenditure report? What is the scope? Does it go into each provision? Does it look at, provides revenue foregone information for each provision? Does it provide the cost benefit analysis for each tax expenditure? Or is it just the revenue foregone it provides? So how deep is the analysis? And then the timeliness of data. If your tax expenditure report is 3 to 4 years outdated, it doesn't help the country to be able to look at it and try to see which are the most negatively impacting tax expenditures, because data is really from the past. but also the data needed to perform this analysis is very important. And there are many countries who may not have that credible data. So data really is any analysis is as good as the data it's based on. So that's important. And again, the reporting has to be timely to be able to make informed policy decisions. This has to be, shared. It has to be transparent. Some countries do prepare the reports, but then don't share it with the public. The taxpayers need to know where this money is going and who are being provided with these incentives and exemptions. The third part, again, is then very important because, okay, you've reported, then what next? What do you do with those tax expenditures, whether, if they're big or low, but you have this whole report now, what do you do with them? So you need to evaluate. So evaluation is the next phase. So you need to cover both ex ante assessments. So for example, if new budget proposals include certain exemptions, what framework does a country have to ensure that each one of those proposals is evaluated properly before a decision is made?
3 more minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So, and also look at, if you look at the past reports of tax exemptions, what have been the 10 or 5 most negatively impacting tax exemptions, and then how do you try to amend them or eliminate them? So there needs to be a great coordination between the ministry who's responsible for conducting this evaluation and other line ministries. In terms of what evaluation needs to be done, revenue foregone, which we still see in quite a few countries, there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis to see, is the benefit more than the cost of that exemption? It needs to look at why was this introduced, who were the beneficiaries, and then how is it aligned with the different sustainable development goals. And once we have an effective system, it means we've streamlined an ineffective system to move towards a more effective system. It simplifies the tax system. It helps raise more revenue and enhance progressivity and efficiency. Here I have a heat map where we've done the STF in about 6 African countries. We've also conducted a desk review, and I've just picked up this particular dimension. As you can see, A means they're close to good international practice, and D means they are, at the lower end of the spectrum. So you see, this is an area where most of the countries are not performing very well. This is just for the African region, what we've looked at, but in other regions, we see the same. So there are lower capacities, that countries don't measure their tax expenditures, and if they do, they're rarely published. Maybe just the last slides to show how STF complements other UNDP initiatives, and especially the Integrated National Financial Framework. So because STF helps countries in raising domestic resource mobilization based on diagnostics, it provides them with certain activities or certain areas they need to focus on. It helps enhance the domestic component for the INFF. So, INFF has different, what money can be taken from the private sector, what can be done in the domestic resource mobilization. So this feeds into that. Through attractive and appropriate tax measures, it can provide certainty and help attract private investment. It helps manage tax expenditures, as we saw, as closely as budget expenditures. And it can also help reduce duplication and streamline coordination and delivery on these reforms. So we are trying to move into a more integrated approach where different initiatives of the UNDP fit into each other so that the tax part is linked with the spending part to provide a holistic support to the countries. Thanks, Mutwalo. I'll stop here and later on open for any questions.
Thank you, Amna, for sharing more light on how the SDGs taxation framework can be used to look at the overarching objective of domestic resource mobilization and droving much into the third dimension around what are the best international practices and where do the 15 countries that were evaluated stand. And interestingly, we saw that most African countries did score a D around the aspects of evaluating tax expenditures. We'll move on to our next presenter, Fazana, who's going to present from the Economic Governance Assessment Report that was developed by UNECA and ATAF, which looks at 10 African countries and looks at the tax expenditure and also estimates how much revenue is being forgone from these expenditures. We have two of our countries that are also going to tell us about the opportunities and challenges after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator, for giving me the floor, and welcome colleagues to my presentation. In the interest of time and to allow some, conversation, discussion, I will try to be brief. So just to start, I would like to remind you about our opening speakers' interventions, the intervention that we heard from the first session on the global financial architecture. We can appreciate the situation that we are facing now, the unique situation of a narrowed fiscal space where countries are actually struggling to fulfill the country commitments of various needs that needs substantial fiscal support, and at the same time an immense pressure to ensure economic growth while keeping the increase in the revenue to finance country priorities. While we have this narrowed fiscal space and this tension between growing and then maintaining revenue, there is another form of a tension that African governments are particularly facing, the tension to grow revenue base to attract more revenue, at the same time to attract investment in strategic sectors. So African governments are providing a lot of tax incentives to attract investment in strategic sectors. And for us, ATAF and ECA, we are talking the foregone revenue, the revenue that is given up for attracting this investment in the form of tax incentives is the tax expenditure. So the main objective of the publication was really not only the knowledge sharing part. We wanted to support tax officials and practitioners with the tools to define, cost and report on tax expenditures and implement policy reforms for enhanced domestic resource mobilization. We also wanted to really look into the governance architecture to assess the governance gap, governance issues of tax expenditure architecture in Africa, and provide relevant policy recommendations if there is any gap in the architecture. So before going into, really sharing the highlights from the exercise, I would like to share the approach that we undertook. So we started with a detailed, study, literature review, partnering with the experts in the fields, other development partners who are working in this area, to really have a concerted approach in terms of selecting the methodology. What will be the approach to estimate tax expenditures in Africa? So we did the literature review, we did the brainstorming consultation with the experts, and then we selected a methodology which is least data intensive, which is the easiest to collect, and which is the most simple in terms of the concept of the methodology. And we use this methodology, which is called revenue foregone approach, which the former presenter, Dr. Amna Khalifa, also shared in her presentation. So we used this methodology, and we used and applied the same methodology in 10 African countries so that we can compare results across the country. So we are comparing each countries of these 10 of the pilot countries in the same settings. And we really tapped into the presence, networking, and experts of ATAF in selecting the experts who would be able to collect data at the country level and who are experts and actually are working with the revenue authorities. So our national consultants or the national experts are actually the employees of the revenue authorities of these 10 case study countries. And going forward, this selection of national consultants then led us regular meeting, training, and brainstorming discussion with them so that we have one common understanding in terms of approaching and estimating tax expenditure. So regular training sessions were provided to these experts at the National Revenue Authority level. Then there was really the main component of the methodology, and it can be said that there were 3 steps in estimating the tax expenditures. I will be sharing it in some slides later, but we used revenue for Oregon approach, as I mentioned, and for the purposes of this report, we only considered corporate income tax and value-added tax as 2 of the most common tax types in Africa. And we did all cost estimates for 1 fiscal year, depending on the data availability issues. It differed for countries, again, depending on the data availability issues. And we also considered only direct tax. We did not consider the administrative cost and the other indirect costs in terms of estimating the tax expenditures. This again was informed by the decision of data availability, comparability, and administration purposes. So when we have everything in terms of approaches, the next slides really talked about what could have been done if we could have done it using different methodologies. So there are mainly 3 ways to estimate tax expenditures. The first one is the revenue for Oregon method, which is the one that we applied. And this is really simple. A country, what can the country attain in terms of total tax revenue if there was no tax incentive? So it's an ideal hypothetical situation. And what the country is actually receiving in terms of tax revenue after giving out these tax incentives, the difference of what could have been received ideally and the revenue that the country is actually receiving, this is the extent of tax expenditure. So it's very simple conceptually and less data intensive. The approach does not consider interactions with the behavioral impacts in interactions and the behavioral impacts throughout the supply chain. The other 2 methods I will briefly share. The revenue gain method is the amount of tax revenue increased, considering the taxpayers' behavior change and interactions in the shift in tax incentives. Let me just move it because I cannot see my slide. It's showing is heavily dependent on the taxpayers' behavior change and the interactive effects of the shift in tax incentives. The outlay equivalence approach is looking at this at the receiving end in the way that how much direct expenditure would be needed in order to attain a certain level of benefit equivalent to the tax expenditure. I think when we are even talking about the different approaches, it is quite telling that the other 2 methods, the revenue gain method and the outlay equivalence approach, are heavily data intensive. And it is not only heavily data intensive, it's quite complex. The assumptions are quite stringent. And it also depends a lot on the behavioral impacts of the whole set of stakeholders. It's not only the direct recipient of tax incentives, it also depends on the behaviors of the whole supply chain that are related or that are impacted for a certain tax rate changes. So based on this, we, meaning ATAF, ECA, and the experts, we decided that we will go for the revenue for Oregon approach because it does not impact, it does not consider behavior effects, it is less subject to changes in assumptions, and as we all know, for any model, the less stringent the assumption is, the stronger the model is. And the data analysis was quite straightforward, and one very powerful positive side was that the data was mostly available through the tax administration database, which was very, very convenient in terms of collecting data, in terms of making the result comparable across countries. So these are the 3 steps as I explained. The first step was defining the benchmark tax system, which is the ideal tax system without any tax incentives. It's an hypothetical tax situation. Step 2 was really how much the country is collecting in terms of tax revenue, and that information is informed by cataloging the various tax incentives that are provided by various entities. So really cataloging all tax expenditure provisions. And the third step is quite mechanical, just to see the difference. So I think this is the most, interesting part. What is it that the findings reflect? And I could see a lot of similarities of my previous presenter, so which also reflects the robustness of our findings, because we also find a significant governance gap. We have seen that a significant number of tax expenditures are provided under arbitrary and discretionary circumstances outside the legal framework. There was a high prevalence of tax incentives not backed by enough cost-benefit analysis, as Amna said. We saw significant gaps in frequency of collection and public reporting of tax expenditures, again similar to what Amna said, and we have seen insufficient skilled human resources and financial resources, as well as institutional frameworks to facilitate regular monitoring, evaluation, and reporting on tax expenditures. So in short, we can say that there is an overarching governance gap in the whole tax expenditure provision system. This slide mainly focuses on some of the findings with more nuances. So the first thing that comes is that there is a significant variation among countries in terms of total reported tax expenditures per se, and even with that, there is a significant differences in terms of how much of those tax expenditures are actually costed. So we have cases like Kenya, where we get total number of tax expenditures, which is more than 5,000, but let's wait some seconds. I will explain the real implications of that in just the following two slides. And we also found significant variation among country performances. We could see countries losing as much as 4% of total revenue to as high as almost 76%. So very much in line with what Amna, you shared for two other low-income countries. So what is it really, 4% and 76% of total revenue? So we wanted to have a look at the relative extent. What does it really mean when we put it in a scale vis-a-vis some other expenditures? So for instance, if we look at education expenditure for a country, it can be almost a quarter of the total education expenditure, 2% of the total import bills that the government is paying for goods and services, almost 50% of the total interest payments for government debts, 4% of the total cash payments that the government is providing for the production of goods and services. There are other extremes. In another case, for instance, it can be more than 4 times the total education expenditure, almost 50% of total import bills, almost double the interest payments that the government is paying, and almost 60% of the total government cash payments for the production of goods and services. So I really wanted to stress one key aspect of these findings. It is quite intuitive to jump into the comparison among countries, because these are 10 countries, and automatically we will be inclined to compare country A to country B. But there are some nuances, and this is not recommended, because higher number of tax expenditure provisions does not necessarily mean that the country is actually spending higher amount of tax expenditures, because the number of tax incentives or the number of tax expenditures were mostly informed by data availability and the reporting aspects of the country. So some countries were actually reporting tax expenditures at a highly disaggregated level. Say for Kenya, the reporting of tax expenditures in that country was really highly disaggregated. So more than 5,000 tax expenditures provision does not necessarily mean that Kenya is actually paying the highest amount in terms of tax expenditure. And data reporting practices also differ from country to country. In some countries, for instance, if you have zero tax return, you are not obliged to report your tax return. So these are the data availability and data reporting practices that significantly influence the number of tax expenditure that we reported in the publication. But we can say without any doubt that what we have received is just a subset of the total tax expenditure that the countries are providing, is beyond the data availability issues, because we consider only value-added tax and corporate income tax. There are many different types of taxes. So it can be said without any doubt that when we would be able to expand the scope and include all the other different types of taxes, the total amount of tax expenditures would be higher than that we found in this publication. We want to also highlight the governance aspects. These tax expenditures are provided in many cases under arbitrary and discretionary practices outside the country's tax laws and central administration system. So these are highly susceptible to corruption. And we also found that tax expenditures are not subjected to the same budgetary control procedures as direct budgetary spending, again, leading us to the challenges of accountability and transparency and a centralization issue that Amna also shared in her presentation. So the recommendation that we put, ATF and us, in terms of this findings from this publication, is that we thought strengthening data landscape for regular tax expenditures analysis and reporting would be critical. We also recommend that tax expenditure provisions and reporting should be made part of regular budget reporting, and this provision should be given with a termination date. There should be a sunset law. It should not go on indefinitely. And African countries should revisit their tax incentives policies, including careful assessment of the cost and when data permitting analysis of benefit of different tax incentives provision. We recommend that establishing transparent and robust framework for tax expenditure provision and effective monitoring and reporting of tax expenditures and their respective policy objectives would also be critical. And sound legislative and regulatory frameworks surrounding the management of tax expenditure provisions would be needed. And for particularly focusing on the governance structure for tax expenditure, we recommend that the Ministry of Finance, as the overseer of the overall governance of tax expenditures, should be in a position to maintain the repository of all tax incentives that are provided by different entities. They should have an overarching understanding of what are given, in which form, in which magnitude. And engagement of all other relevant entities that are concerned with tax expenditures through a well-coordinated multi-agency steering committee would be critical. So this is all from me, but I would really would like to end my presentation stressing that we did not stop there. Based on these findings, we went ahead and we worked with our two colleagues here, Benin and Zambia, in terms of understanding what is it really the key governance issues in terms of tax expenditure provisions in 2 of the 10 case study countries. So I will end here to listen to our colleagues from Benin and Zambia. Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Fazana, for that interesting and insightful presentation. I'm sure we all should have a copy of the report and we can delve much into the details of the report. I'll turn to our colleague, Taibu Kosu, who's the econometrics engineer and statistician at the Directorate General of Taxes, the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Benin. And Benin, of course, is one of the countries that was studied, and it was found that around 10% of the total revenue is what accounts for tax expenditures, and this is almost 50% on the expenditure on education. So I'd like to hear from you on some of the opportunities and challenges in measuring this. He'll be speaking in French, so for English speakers, it's important to have our translation. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je me présente à nouveau. Je suis Thibaut Tossou de la Direction générale des impôts, le chargé d'analyse risque et d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales. Donc, je vais vous présenter le défi et opportunités de la mesure des dépenses fiscales au Bénin. Dans mon plan, le plan de présentation, il y aura une introduction. Je vais présenter l'expérience en matière d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales au Bénin, la gouvernance institutionnelle des dépenses fiscales, le défi en termes de mesure de la dépense fiscale, présenter quelques opportunités qui s'offrent à nous et faire une conclusion. En introduction, je vais rapidement dire que En matière d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales, le Bénin a démarré depuis 2008 et chaque année, il évalue les dépenses fiscales, surtout en démarrant surtout par les impôts et taxes d'État. Donc, il y a aussi également de façon périodique des évaluations, des études d'impact socio-économique qui sont réalisées sur les mesures de dépenses fiscales. Et en matière de transparence, d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales, il faut dire que ce rapport est annoncé chaque année au projet de loi de finances qui va à l'Assemblée vers les députés pour analyse également et lecture. Après cette lecture des députés, dès que la loi est votée, ce rapport est publié sur le site de la Direction générale du budget. En matière de l'expérience du Bénin, en termes d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales, il faut dire que nous disposons d'un guide d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales que nous avons élaboré en 2020. Et on a un système fiscal de référence également qui est mis à jour chaque année. Et ce système fiscal de référence est assorti d'une matrice qui fait l'inventaire de toutes les mesures fiscales contenues dans nos différentes dispositions, dans les différents actes réglementaires et législatifs. Et ça permet de situer ce qui est dépense fiscale et ce qui n'est pas dépense fiscale. Nous disposons aussi une codification des dépenses fiscales, c'est un code à 3 chiffres, dont le premier chiffre a une signification qui permet de situer le type d'exonération et les 2 chiffres nous orientent vers la nature de l'exonération. Et nous faisons également l'évaluation chaque année par nature d'impôt. Par mesure de dépenses fiscales, on présente aussi la situation par objectif, puisque en voulant prendre une mesure d'exonération, il y a un objectif qui est visé derrière. Et on fait le point aussi par bénéficiaire et par secteur d'activité. Donc, la méthode utilisée par le Bénin est celle de la perte de recettes ou du manque à gagner, qui permet d'estimer ex post le montant exact des dépenses fiscales. Donc, je vous présente là un aperçu d'un système fiscal de référence qui est actualisé chaque année. Donc, qui présente le taux par nature d'impôt, qui présente le taux, la base imposable, le seuil et les types de contribuables bénéficiaires. Donc, nous avons, ça c'est l'impôt sur les sociétés, ça. Nous avons pour la taxe sur la valeur ajoutée, qui est présentée là, qui contient déjà même les différentes mesures d'exonération des privilèges diplomatiques, par exemple, qui ne sont pas des dépenses fiscales chez nous. Donc, ce qui fait qu'une dépense fiscale est une mesure dérogatoire au système fiscal de référence, du moment où elle n'est pas contenue dans le système fiscal de référence. Donc, c'est ainsi qu'on présente également la matrice inventaire des mesures dérogatoires qui présente toutes les mesures. Donc, pour chaque mesure d'exonération qui est reliée à un impôt donné, on a la base fiscale, on a le code additionnel dont je viens de parler, en exemple là où on a une exonération sur les privilèges diplomatiques, qui est un accord que le Bénin a signé avec certains pays, donc qui ne constitue pas des dépenses fiscales pour nous. Donc, vous allez voir la colonne non. Et on a l'objectif visé, le secteur d'activité, le bénéficiaire et le code, en fait, la source de l'exonération. Donc, pour une exonération telle qu'une réduction d'impôt qui ne figure pas, puisque le taux standard de l'IS, par exemple, c'est 30% chez nous. Donc, du moment où on a accordé des exonérations aux structures industrielles où on leur applique le taux de 25%, donc le gap de 5% constitué déjà, comme chez nous, comme des dépenses fiscales qui sont suivies de très près. Et à cet effet, nous arrivons à faire une synthèse de tout ce qui est dépenses fiscales et tout ce qui n'est pas dépenses fiscales. Donc, dans notre législation, on a près de 388 mesures dérogatoires, dont 295 sont considérées comme des dépenses fiscales. Donc, mais il faut noter que dans au Bénin, aucune exonération n'est accordée en dehors de celles prévues par les textes réglementaires et législatifs. L'évaluation des dépenses fiscales en 2022 montre que les dépenses fiscales constituaient près de 1,6% du PIB contre en 2021 2%. Il faut dire aussi qu'actuellement, on est en train de travailler déjà sur l'évaluation des dépenses fiscales au titre de 2023. puisque l'évaluation se fait pour l'année N-1. Donc, je vous présente là les statistiques jusqu'à 2022. Concernant la gouvernance institutionnelle des dépenses fiscales, nous voyons toutes les structures qui participent à l'octroi des dépenses fiscales. Nous avons le ministère de l'Économie et des Finances, le ministère des Affaires étrangères qui s'occupe des accords de siège et des conventions internationales. Nous avons le comité interministériel qui travaille avec l'Agence de promotion des investissements et des exportations, qui s'occupe du code des investissements, de la loi portant en zone économique spéciale. Nous avons également le ministère de l'eau et des mines qui sont chargés, mais cependant, toutes ces mesures requièrent toujours l'avis des services techniques du ministère de l'Économie et des Finances avant son introduction au Conseil des ministres et par la suite à l'Assemblée nationale. Donc, en ce qui concerne la gouvernance, il faut dire que nous disposons au Bénin d'une structure mixte qui regroupe les impôts et les douanes. Et dans cette structure, il y a un logiciel appelé GESEXO dans lequel est implémenté déjà le code additionnel qui permet à ce que toute exonération est retracée clairement, que ce soit aux impôts, que ce soit à la douane. Donc, ainsi, le processus d'octroi d'exonération au Bénin, ça passe par un processus appelé processus MP, moyen de paiement, qui passe de MP1, MP2 à MP3, où le MP1, c'est déjà la déclaration de celui qui veut bénéficier de l'exonération. Le MP2, c'est qu'après étude de ce dossier et de sa demande, on lui accorde finalement le crédit. Et dès qu'il consomme le crédit, on lui délivre un certificat appelé MP3 et sa quittance de consommation. Au Bénin également, on a créé une commission de suivi des exonérations et de l'évaluation des dépenses fiscales qui est constituée des cadres des directions techniques du ministère de l'Économie et des Finances, donc qui étudie les projets de tests portant exonération fiscale et douanière, qui propose la codification des différentes exonérations, qui contrôle périodiquement la destination des opérations bénéficiant des exonérations, qui propose également des solutions d'amélioration et de digitalisation des exonérations, qui valide le rapport annuel des dépenses fiscales. En fait, il faut dire que c'est au sein de la Direction générale des impôts que s'évaluent les dépenses fiscales, mais cette Direction générale des impôts est membre de la commission qui passe forcément par la commission au cours d'un atelier pour la validation de ce rapport avant que ce rapport ne soit envoyé, soit joint à la loi, au projet de loi de finances. Donc après, il s'assure à ce que ce rapport-là soit publié sur le site de la Direction générale du budget et envoyé à l'Assemblée. Donc, nous avons fait, au cours de l'analyse de la gouvernance institutionnelle, a permis à ce qu'on ressorte quelques limites. Donc, on s'est rendu compte que il y a les formalités préalables qui ne sont pas systématiquement enregistrées dans le logiciel. Au cordon douanier aussi, il y a quelques statistiques qui sont centralisées au niveau d'un même code additionnel. Il faut dire que ce code additionnel contient un certain nombre de mesures d'exonération. Mais nous arrivons à faire la distinction grâce à la nomenclature de ces exonérations. Donc, en régime intérieur aussi, des contribuables, certains contribuables qui ne déclarent pas, même s'ils sont, quand ils se disent exonérés, ils ne déclarent pas. Mais ça, tout ça aussi est en train d'être résolu avec la digitalisation où toutes les grandes entreprises et moyennes entreprises télépayent et télédéclarent à la Direction générale des impôts. Donc, nous avons aussi un arrêté à actualiser et aussi actualiser également l'arrêté qui portant codification des exonérations fiscales, c'est-à-dire celle qui était, on a pris un arrêté en 2014, après on a pris une autre en 2019, donc on propose également une actualisation de cet arrêté-là suivant une périodicité bien claire. Et poursuivre la mise en œuvre de la stratégie de rationalisation des dépenses fiscales. C'est une stratégie qui couvre la période 2022-2025, qui nous donne clairement les mesures qu'on propose leur suppression. Donc, à l'issue des études d'impact socio-économique, on propose la suppression ou non d'une mesure. ce qui vaut nécessaire de proposer, de réaliser aussi certaines études d'impact socio-économique. Donc, on propose également la digitalisation du processus MP1 jusqu'à MP3, puisque tout reste encore manuel, en dehors du logiciel qui existe, mais tout est manuel. Et la codification également de la fiscalité, des exonérations liées à la fiscalité directe. Donc, nous avons proposé un plan d'action qui, à l'issue de l'analyse de la gouvernance institutionnelle. Donc, il faut dire que pour la première évaluation de déclaration des dépenses fiscales de tous les pays, il faut dire que le Bénin a été classé premier en Afrique et 8e dans le monde entier. Donc, c'est une opportunité, ce qui fait que le Bénin peut constituer une école pour ses pairs. Donc, il est nécessaire aussi de faire peut-être une plaquette à publier au nom de la gouvernance des dépenses fiscales du Bénin. Donc, il est nécessaire aussi de conduire les études d'impact socio-économique. Nous disposons d'un guide d'évaluation qu'on pourrait partager également et d'un système de codification qui permet une meilleure évaluation des dépenses fiscales. Nous nous rendons également disponibles.
Just checking if translation is still working. It's not working. Translators, are you still with us?
Yes, translation is working.
Thank you.
OK, merci. Donc, il est nécessaire de conduire les études d'impact socio-économique. Il faut dire que la stratégie de rationalisation des dépenses fiscales, il y a des mesures qui sont proposées, dont on propose directement la suppression, mais il y a des mesures pour lesquelles on demande, parce que c'est un plan d'action, on demande d'abord la réalisation d'une étude d'impact socio-économique pour lesquelles, à l'issue desquelles on propose la suppression ou non de ces mesures. Et généralement, c'est les mesures des dépenses fiscales les plus coûteuses ou bien celles pour lesquelles on juge peut-être que l'objectif escompté est déjà atteint. Donc, à l'issue de cette étude-là, on recommande, si possible, encore la reconduction ou non de cette mesure. Donc, le Bénin également sera disponible à tous les pays qui souhaitent son appui, puisque actuellement, ça se fait avec la Mauritanie. Donc, effectivement, ces résultats de ces travaux participent à une meilleure gestion de la politique fiscale et offrent aux gouvernants des pays les moyens de leur politique. Merci.
Thank you for running us through comprehensively some of the tax expenditures that are provided and some of the best practices that are there in terms of tax expenditure governance in Benin, notably producing a tax expenditure report that is presented to Parliament for debate and is made public on the Director General of Taxes website. I really want to emphasize the last point that was mentioned to say Benin is open to supporting other countries as well on their tax expenditure governance, which are currently doing with Mauritania. So I think this presents a very good opportunity for peer learning across countries on tax expenditure governance and how we can improve this space. Next, we're going to turn to Mr. Evaristo Mwale from the Zambia Revenue Authority, who's going to also share with us insights on some of the opportunities and challenges of tax expenditure reporting in Zambia. As we have seen from the report that was presented to us, Zambia is one of the countries with quite a high tax expenditure to GDP ratio, and tax expenditures just on VAT and CIT are estimated to cost about 76% of total spending, which is equivalent to 4 times what is spent on the education sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Musoni. I will introduce myself again. I am Evaristo Mwale from Zambia. I work as a senior economist in the Zambia Revenue Authority. We've worked with United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Okay, yeah. So we've worked with UNEC and ATAF with regards to tax expenditure studies. So in the first study, We looked at the methodology of estimating tax expenditures for VAT and CAT, as Fazana mentioned. Then in the second study, we looked at the institutional governance of tax expenditure in Zambia. So this was a survey based where government institutions and other taxpayers were involved in the survey. So I'll take you through the possible benefits of tax expenditures, the estimation of tax expenditures in ZRA, the challenges faced. Then I'll go ahead now to present the findings of the study that we did on the governance of tax expenditures in Zambia, with the scope of the study, the results, then the gaps identified in the study, then the challenges, and offer the policy recommendations which we offered. As already explained by Amina and Fazana, a tax expenditure is simply deviation from the benchmark. So this deviation from the benchmark to tax authorities or government in particular, it represents a decrease in revenue, whereas for taxpayers, it equates to reduced liabilities. What are some of the possible benefits of tax expenditures? So as literature has shown or research is that one is job creation. Then also the other benefits that it may lead to increased voluntary compliance due to reduced tax burden. Then there's an issue relating to fiscal sustainability for market players. And lastly, the expansion of growth in certain sectors of economy through increased investment. So in the Zambia Revenue Authority, when estimating our tax expenditures, we normally use the method of revenue forgone approach, like Fazana has already explained. So this approach assumes you take the difference of the tax paid with a particular expenditure and relate it to the tax paid without that expenditure. So the difference is the actual impact, which is called the revenue forgone. So I must mention that for this to hold, you should work under the ceteris condition, where you hold other things constant for the taxpayer behavior. I must mention that in the Zambia Revenue Authority, we report tax expenditures in our annual report only on trade concessions. We do not report to the general public on other tax expenditures, but we do on an annual basis and monthly basis, do impact assessments on behalf of the Ministry of Finance. So it's purely a management report that is given to the Ministry of Finance and is not published with regards to tax expenditures. So what are some of the challenges that we face in estimating the tax expenditures? So mostly one of the biggest challenges is the inadequacies in the availability of data. So some of the data is missing, especially with regards to the beneficiaries who are actually enjoying these tax expenditures. You realize that when they're filing in their return, they do not report all what is due for them. So that data gap also poses a challenge. Then in certain instances, the intention of the proposed policy is not available to the authority. So at times the ministry will just give a tax expenditure minus having a proper engagement or debate with other key institutions. Then one challenge is that time constraints is we normally have limited time with regards to the computation of these tax expenditures. Then there's been some lack of technical training for the officers with regards to the estimation of tax expenditures, but over time and aboard with the technical assistance that we've got from key players like HATAF and UNECA, we've managed to build capacity within the team. So, in the second phase of the study, we looked at the institutional governance of tax expenditure, like I said. So what motivated this study? So this was a study which was pioneered by UNECA in Benin and Zambia. So one of the key fundamentals is that in Africa, there is a pressing need to maximize efficiency and effectiveness to mobilize resources, given the challenges posed by unfavorable global economic prospects. But however, with this challenge,
there is little or there is just inadequate analysis of the cost benefit analysis done with regards to tax expenditures. And as a result, this lack of scrutiny leads to difficulty in determining effectiveness of tax expenditures. The coordination challenges and governance issues further hinder the effectiveness of tax expenditures. Then additionally, the prevalence of multinational companies and limited capacity to address tax avoidance associated with incentives contribute to an environment conducive to illicit financial flows. So these were some of the key objectives. But to crown it all, the major objectives was to review the existing institutional architecture of governance of tax expenditure in Zambia, assessment of tax expenditures granted outside the framework. The study wanted to see if at all there are other tax expenditures which are actually granted outside the laws. Then identify the tax gaps in terms of coordination and oversight of the tax incentives and incentives. So we used a semi-structured questionnaire, which was administered face to face, and a link was shared to the respondents. And the sampling design was purely purposive. And we had 47 individuals, which was made up of the tax consultants and firms. Then we had 13 institutions, including government departments in the sample. So what were the results? So with regards to tax expenditures or incentives being offered outside the provision of the law, all institutions that were engaged indicated that all tax incentives and expenditures are actually offered within the law. Though some individuals expressed a feeling that some of the tax expenditures might actually be offered within the confines of the law. Then what were the major gaps that were identified with regards to the administration of tax expenditures? So the first one has to do with transparency. So the respondents felt that the mechanism of which tax expenditures are provided lacks citizen involvement. So the decision-making process lacks openness and accountability, as only few individuals or institutions are actually involved with regards to the governance of tax expenditures from the inception up to the end. Then the public disclosure and scattered information about tax expenditure hinder clarity and dissemination. With that said, the respondents feel that there isn't much dissemination about issues relating to tax expenditures. Then the respondents were of the view that there was inconsistency in the application of tax expenditures driven by political interests, and excessive focus on foreign investment poses a challenge. So predominantly, it was discovered that for political interests, most tax expenditures mostly are given to foreign entities, for example, in the mining sectors, whereas those of entities which are owned by the locals are not given as much incentives. So those were the views from the survey. Then there's also an equal distribution of tax incentives across sectors, leading to marginalization of other industries and sectors. In particular, most respondents feel that the mining sector actually is a major beneficiary of the tax expenditures. Then outdated legal frameworks and misaligned with development goals that create governance. There was of the view that we need to have a law which actually compels the government to publish reporting in terms of tax expenditures from inception all the way to the M&E framework, such that this report should be disseminated and is available to everyone to look at it. Then lack of M&E, it was discovered that the absence of a structured process for monitoring and evaluating tax incentives resulting in governance and administrative gaps. So
The study further identified the following challenges with regards to regular reporting of tax incentives and expenditures. So one of the major changes, like I explained in the beginning, is that there's lack of data from the beneficiaries of tax expenditures and incentives. So this actually hampers the proper analysis, the proper undertaking of analysis of cost benefit analysis relating to tax expenditures, and also hampers the reporting itself. Then the bureaucratic process and political consideration may interfere with regular reporting. Okay. Then there's limited institutional capacity with regards to monitoring, reporting, and creating the data gaps they need. Then the existing legal system lacks stipulated regulation to enforce conditions requiring monitoring and reporting. Like I earlier said, we don't have a law that compels an institution to actually report on the tax expenditures in Zambia. So with that said, what did the study actually recommend? The first one was to develop a cost benefit analysis framework for tax expenditures, as there was none at the moment. Then develop an ICT-based centralized repository where all information relating to tax expenditures can actually be deposited and everyone can actually have access to it. At the moment, there's just some fragmented information with different institutions with regards to tax expenditures. Then there was also a proposal to develop an M&E framework to track, assess the level of effectiveness and the impact of all incentives and tax expenditures issued. Then I'm pleased my friend from Benin offered to say that they are willing to help other countries with regards to the administration of tax expenditures. And it's one of our recommendations for carrying out or undertaking benchmark studies with other countries. Then the other one was to enhance oversight administration of tax expenditures through structures such as parliamentary committees. Because once you've got a proposal which actually passes through parliamentary committees, it will be accepted by the governing body. Okay. Then provide enough resources to allow due diligence in the issuance and monitoring of tax expenditures. Then increase collaboration through constant engagements among oversight institutions. I must mention that before I conclude, in Zambia, we're on track now with regards to the costing and reporting of tax expenditures. So what the Ministry of Finance has done is that they've engaged a consultant with the help of USAID. Of course, engaging ZRA, we are developing a report on the costing of tax expenditures in Zambia. So this report will be published. It will detail all the tax expenditures and their costings. Then thereafter, there will be another leg now, which will now deal with the cost benefit analysis. Yeah. Then I must mention that within the Zambia Revenue Authority, all the computations or the impacts assessment that we do, they are purely manual. It's not system generated, but there's a project going on now where we want to make the computation to be system generated, such that you code all the tax expenditures in the tax system and it will be just a click of a button, then you have all the costings. With that said, I would like to thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, Evaristo, for highlighting some of the findings from the study that was done, and also highlighting on the other end some of the recommendations around governance, around legislation, around the need to monitor tax expenditures, around the lack of data from the taxpayers that would enable us to measure the benefits of tax expenditures. At this point, I'll open it up for questions from the audience. And if you can simply just raise your flag if you have a question, then it will be quite helpful. We'll start with our colleague from Zambia, then we'll move to Burkina Faso. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me an opportunity. I must thank the presenters for wonderful presentations. My question or comment goes to the first presentation that was done by Khalifa. The SDG taxation framework, I think it's a very good tool. But my thinking was, wouldn't it have been better maybe to go a step further and develop or prescribe what you would term to be an acceptable limit of the tax expenditure to GDP ratio within which all countries should fall, beyond which maybe a particular country would have to face some sanctions in terms of maybe when they want to go out and borrow, they will have to borrow at a higher rate because they are foregoing revenue which they could otherwise collect internally. And this tax expenditure to GDP ratio would help in moving countries towards clawing back the tax base. Because most of our policymakers, they may not listen to local experts. But if these come through documents such as the SDG taxation framework, policymakers tend to listen to these, for a better term, to these external experts. So I was just thinking that probably the SDG taxation framework should relook at providing a limit or a framework in terms of the tax expenditure to GDP ratio. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure Abner has taken note of that. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Alors, merci. Je voudrais effectivement donc faire un commentaire et poser deux questions. Alors, le commentaire est en lien avec donc ce que le collègue de la Zambie venait donc de dire par rapport à la première présentation qui effectivement présente donc des opportunités pour garantir un meilleur financement dans l'objectif donc d'accélérer la mise en œuvre des ODD. On est conscient que atteindre à 2030 va être difficile et ce cadre-là peut aider effectivement à améliorer donc la mise en œuvre. Et je voudrais profiter pour demander à Dr Anna, qui est certainement en ligne, un peu plus ou moins le processus donc pour pouvoir en faire l'évaluation, parce que nous serons intéressés, vu que nous sommes dans la dynamique donc de construction, bien sûr, du cadre intégré de financement, et le cadre national donc du financement intégré, nous serons intéressés à regarder avec vous la possibilité de faire l'évaluation pour l'ODD 17 spécifiquement. Certainement que ça va nous aider à mieux établir le lien entre bien sûr donc la fiscalité et les cibles retenues au Burkina Faso en termes de cibles accélératrices pour une bonne mise en œuvre des ODD. La deuxième préoccupation liée aux deux autres qui ont partagé globalement donc leurs expériences. J'ai été, de par le passé, secrétaire permanent du comité de politique fiscale du Burkina Faso. Et en son temps, nous avons estimé que le fait, par exemple, donc, le comité qui fait l'évaluation des dépenses fiscales soit logé au sein des directions générales des impôts ou de l'agence donc de Zambia Authority Revenue peut être donc des choses qui limitent la qualité et l'action même, parce qu'ils sont à la fois acteurs de mise en œuvre et évaluateurs. Et donc, c'est ce processus-là qui a conduit à sortir donc le comité de politique fiscale pour en faire un comité ad hoc, autre donc lié directement à l'agence, donc à l'administration fiscale directement. Parce que quand on fait l'évaluation, nous avons commencé le processus en 2010 au Burkina et nous avons maintenu le processus jusqu'à date d'aujourd'hui. Nous faisons aussi des évaluations d'impact socio-économique de façon ponctuelle. On choisit des secteurs que nous considérons comme prioritaires et nous essayons de voir donc comment cela a permis. Mais dans les faits, l'administration fiscale, qu'elle soit douanière ou pratiquement donc les services des impôts, nous les considérons un peu plus ou moins comme ceux qui auto-entretiennent un peu ce système. Ce n'est que dernièrement, avec donc les questions de crédit d'impôt, que le problème a commencé donc à se décanter et on a beaucoup plus une évaluation plus ou moins indépendante avec un comité comme le comité de suivi dont le Bénin a fait l'exemple. Alors, dans vos pays, Bénin et puis Zambie, quels sont les retours donc d'expérience que vous avez par rapport au fait que les entités qui évaluent la dépense fiscale soient à l'intérieur donc de l'administration fiscale? Et certainement pour Farzana, je pense que c'est beaucoup plus donc des mots de félicitations et d'encouragement pour ce rapport dont le Burkina a contribué à un moment donné et dire donc que nous sommes intéressés par regarder avec eux et l'ATAF les autres voies pour une meilleure évaluation. Parce qu'à cette étape-là, les données étaient beaucoup plus limitées et ça ne permet vraiment pas de faire une analyse. Quand vous prenez des données sur 4 ans pour faire une analyse, bon, cela n'est pas suffisamment été. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So we'll take one more, then we'll have responses.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais également remercier les intervenants et aborder dans le même sens que le collègue du Burkina Faso qui vient d'intervenir. Au fait, je voudrais partager juste un peu ce qui se fait au Togo. Au Togo, disons, nous avons un office togolais des recettes qui a été créé à partir de 2014 en mettant ensemble donc la direction générale des douanes et la direction générale des impôts. Alors, les travaux d'évaluation des dépenses fiscales ont démarré avec le 6-2019 et donc les rapports sont produits et accompagnent les projets de loi de finances et sont même publiés sur le site actuellement. Celui de 2023 est en cours d'élaboration et va accompagner le projet de loi de 2025. Ce que je voudrais intervenir en abordant dans le même sens parce que, au fait, chez nous, il y a une unité de politique fiscale qui est créée et qui est dirigée par un responsable et un rang de directeur. Et l'unité de politique fiscale est directement liée au ministre de l'économie et des finances. Et donc, c'est lui qui conduit les travaux d'élaboration des dépenses fiscales en présidant donc un comité qui est mis en place. Et donc, dans ce comité, nous avons un certain nombre d'acteurs qui interviennent. Donc, c'est à travers cela que je voudrais intervenir pour voir vraiment comment cela se fait au niveau du Bénin. Est-ce que vraiment le système est vraiment robuste pour pouvoir mettre en place un rapport vraiment digne de ce que nous attendons? Merci.
Thank you very much. So we'll firstly have responses to the first 4 questions. And for you, Amna, firstly, I think the first question is around within the STF, do we have a limitation in terms of the tax expenditure to GDP ratio? And is there an opportunity to have this ratio as a best practice in such a framework which would compel countries to be within that framework before they can even go out to borrow any resources? And the second one for you was around the process of carrying out the STF evaluation. How can a country that's interested in doing this request for support and carry out this evaluation? Thank you.
Thanks, Matwalo, and thanks, colleagues, for the questions. So for the first one, because there is a lot of things that impact, what is a good level of tax exemption. So, one has to evaluate the cost and benefit, the beneficiaries. For example, in COVID, there was need for different kinds of exemptions. Post-COVID, there's a need to reduce them. So it's hard to come up with one figure or, a slabs that we say this is good international practice, because a lot of things go into it. However, very high tax expenditures to GDP ratios are, of course, to be discouraged. But currently, we don't have any such particular figure that this is what a country should have. Again, this is something which making tax policies is sovereign to countries. So, this is what they can decide, but they can always be a review of if the costs to the benefits are much higher than those tax expenditures have to be rationalized. I think in terms of, you had gone to quite extreme to put sanctions on countries, which may not be possible, but we can share some kind of a data with you of what tax exemptions to GDP ratios are there for higher income countries, for middle income, and for low income. If you have more resources coming in, you may want to provide more targeted support to the vulnerable sector. So, it really depends on the situation of a country. So there's no strict rule in that sense. So STF actually is something which a country compares its tax system, not with other countries, with good international practices, but then it monitors on how it can get best. So, it tries to match its performance or improve its performance against its earlier performance. We don't currently have that, but I think it's also not something which is an exercise or a practice that one can really go ahead with, because there are a lot of factors that go into deciding what may be a good tax expenditure to GDP ratio for one country versus another, depends on their status. In terms of the other question, we are happy to note that you're interested. The process is really either you get in touch with the United Nations country office in the country, or you go on the Tax for SDGs website. It's taxforsdgs@undp.org. If you go there, you will find an icon which says STF, and if you click on that, you'll find a form, and maybe Matwalo can later show you the link, and we can share the link with you. You fill out that form. It really asks you which of the 17 sustainable goals you're interested in evaluating. Once we have that request, we will conduct 2 to 3 pre-mission engagement with you, which means we will share the questionnaires, evidence questionnaires, which require you to share pieces of evidence with us, which are needed to evaluate you on the criteria. Once we have that information, we have a 1-week mission with the country authorities where we evaluate those sustainable development goals. We together produce a self-evaluation report, which includes the scoring on different criteria. Based on the results, we provide you with a set of recommendations, and then the country decides, because the country is very much in the lead, which recommendations out of those set of recommendations would like to follow in the next 6 months to 1 year, so in the first phase. So which are its priority? Then we develop a country support plan with the country and try and start supporting the activities. So UNDP may support some of the activities, but the other development partners already working in your country may also support some of these activities. So from the date when we start engagement and start collecting the evidence till when we have a country support plan which you can implement, it takes about a little more than 2 months, depending on how quickly the information can be gathered. So that's the process. And Matwalo, if you could kindly share or show the link or share the email, and we can show the link or even get in touch with the country office. So I hope I've been able to answer the questions. I'm still available here if there are any more. So back to you, Matwalo.
Thank you very much, Amna. So we'll be able to share that. And I think key is the benefit side. We measure the benefits, there are no benefits, then you can conclude that the tax expenditure is not rational. So I think we'll go to Zambia and Benin. We'll start with Zambia, and we'll match the 2 questions around the governance, the oversight committees, the technical committees that look at these tax expenditures. So we heard from you that there is a tax expenditure report on trade that's produced, but is not shared externally, but within that. So I think the question to you was, how does this work out, seeing it's one institution and we're sharing to people within the institutions, both the administrator and the one that's reviewing the tax expenditures?
Thanks, Msoni. So I must mention that yes, ZRI is the implementer, but over and above, there's the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, which is in charge of policy. Just like in Burkina Faso, in Zambia, we've got a statutory body, which is called the Zambia Development Agency, which is actually the primary institution that is involved in promoting and facilitating investment, trade, and enterprise development. So this institution actually issues investment license and also offers some tax breaks or what you call incentives to qualifying institutions. And this body is actually responsible for carrying the monitoring and evaluation part with regards to the tax incentives. So it's not the Zambia Revenue Authority that is mandated. Yes. Okay.
Then we'll quickly move to Benin on sharing just the governance procedures. I think you also shared the intercoordinated ministerial approach. So maybe just touch on that and the best practices from Benin on how this governance goes on. Thank you.
Ok, Bénin, la commission chargée du suivi des exonérations et de l'évaluation des dépenses fiscales est présidée par le secrétaire général du ministère et est composée de pratiquement toutes les directions qui participent déjà à l'octroi et à l'analyse des exonérations. Donc, au sein de cette commission, vous avez la direction générale des impôts qui est le rapporteur, à qui a été confié à travers une direction appelée direction de la planification stratégique et des études, qui est en charge de la politique fiscale au sein de la DGI. Et nous avons la direction générale du Trésor, la direction générale du budget. Nous avons l'Institut national de la statistique aussi qui est membre de cette commission. Nous avons la direction générale de l'économie et nous avons aussi la direction générale de la douane même qui est membre de cette commission. Donc, la collaboration existe et est parfaite entre toutes ces directions, ce qui fait que au moment où la direction générale des impôts doit évaluer les dépenses fiscales, on n'a pas trop de difficultés à avoir les données et c'est lui qui est en charge de l'évaluation des dépenses fiscales en collaboration avec la structure mixte, puisqu'il y en a une structure mixte appelée mission fiscale des régimes d'exception, composée des cadres de la direction générale des impôts et des douanes, et également en collaboration avec la douane. Donc, ce n'est pas une évaluation qui se fait seule. Et ce rapport passe finalement en commission qui valide ce rapport en invitant d'autres structures externes au ministère de l'économie et des finances. Donc, c'est ainsi qu'on procède au Bénin.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll break for lunch. Thank you to the presenters for the insightful presentations. And I think we can continue interacting around this topic even during lunch. I won't stand between you and your lunch. So without further ado, I hope we all have our lunch coupon and lunch should be saved. Fazana, direction. Yeah.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much for your attention. And I would like to also recognize the presence in the online platform. It was while I was speaking 74 at this point. So I really want to thank the online participants. And with that, thank you so much for your attention for the session. And we would like to invite you for lunch. Lunch is served upstairs. So please follow us to go there. There are a couple more announcements. We have the DSA for the sponsored participants to be distributed sharp at 2 in front of this conference center. So please come here with your passport ready for the DSA for the sponsored participants. And we are very happy to also say that there will be a cocktail served at 6:30 just to enable us to deepen this networking, to do the brainstorming and have common areas of networking. So thank you so much and please welcome for the lunch. Yeah. Sorry, one last thing, we will resume at 2:10. For the online participants and all, we will resume at 2:10.
Quick question, Fazana. Can we leave our laptops here? Okay, thank you.
Test, test.
Colleagues, welcome back. Please allow us 2 minutes. There is something like we are not inside the Zoom link. So I am requesting them to allow to let me in the Zoom platform.
Distinguished delegates, young colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to our session on integrated approaches to budgeting for the SDGs. My name is Ana Maria Beldiga. I am the SDG Finance Analyst at UNDP Africa Sustainable Finance Hub, and I will be the moderator of this session. In the previous session, we discussed how to quantify and rethink tax expenditures to help a country achieve its key priorities. And we've seen there are pretty powerful tools to do so. Now, the question is, how do we use budgeting to make sure that fiscal space actually reaches those sectors and people that are most in need, and even counter some of the spillover effects of the tax policy? We are delighted to have with us a rich group of experts who will share their insights and experience on various aspects of SDG budgeting from different countries and organizations. Without further ado, I'm honored to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Fred Sabici, who is a technical advisor from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning in Rwanda. He will share with us all Rwanda's experience and in integrated climate considerations into the national budget for climate budget tagging. Mr. Sabici, thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. As already mentioned, my name is Asabit Fred. I'm the technical advisor to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning in Rwanda. And thanks organizers for this opportunity. I will not go into details of the INFF and how Rwanda actually presented and developed the INFF right from the diagnostic report up to the financing strategy, but I will basically look at one of their own recommendations, especially on the climate budget tagging. So my time will basically be fixed on that. So we'll be looking at the benchmarks, mainly on what we have been doing. We look at the climate budget tagging process. Then we look at the how do we do the implementation through the national technical committees. And then we look at the way forward. If we can go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. Again, like any other country, Rwanda is affected by climate change. There are a lot of disasters across in the north, in the northwest of the country. And these have actually hampered different economic development across the country. But as a requirement, under the Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, we needed to have an enhanced transparency framework, requiring us now to indicate how the inflows from our national budget, either from the Treasury or external support, are used efficiently and effectively to respond to the needs of the poor people, needs of the issues that are caused by climate change across the country. Originally, we were actually doing this. We were doing the assessments. We had what we call the Environment and Climate Change Assessment Report. We had some number of tools that we used to do to kind of conduct how much we actually allocate to adaptation and mitigation as part of the climate change. But these had different issues. It was time consuming. It was had various sources of information that you cannot easily get offhead right away. There was a risk of even duplicating data, and that is why we thought of now integrating the finance flow into the national accounting system. So those were the existing tools: the environment and climate change checklist, which was off system, the environment and climate change monitoring system statement, which was also off system. But the climate change tagging, budget tagging, is within the national accounting system. That is actually, the data is entered right away from the planning and budget processes until you conduct the budget execution reports. You can go. That is just an example of the environment and climate change monitoring statement, which was actually submitted to institutions alongside the single action plans. After filling these single action plans that are submitted to the Ministry of Finance, that comes alongside as an annex. Next. Yes, so the climate budget tagging actually started way back in 2022 through the support of IMF, the Resilient and Sustainable Trust. But again, IMF was supporting this because it was a recommendation under the diagnostic report of the INFF. And the major thing was actually to see how much are we allocating to some of these vulnerable areas of the country in terms of adaptation, in terms of mitigation. You can go on. What is climate tagging in real terms? Tagging is the process of assigning a mark or a sign to a given intervention for ease of tracking and identification of interventions in order to access them at the time they are needed, especially for reporting purposes. Climate budget tagging is a tool for monitoring and tracking of climate-related expenditures in the national budget system. It provides comprehensive data on climate change-relevant spending, enabling government to make informed decisions and prioritize climate investments. Climate budget tagging again enables scrutiny on governments and donor spending on tackling climate change issues, strengthening accountability and transparency, and it increases the prioritization of programs that deliver mitigation or adaptation by providing information in budget processes. So basically, that figure indicates how we do the tagging. The tagging in Rwanda is basically based on the activity. You can see in the on the diagram, it indicates the program, but we kind of indicated that within a program you can have very many sub-programs that are not climate related, and within a sub-program you can have a number of outputs that are not climate related. And within an output, you can have very different activities that are not climate related. And that is why we strongly stick on activity rather than a program, sub-program, or outputs. So our tagging within the system, within the FMIS, the Integrated Finance and Information Management System, takes into account only activities rather than programs, sub-programs, and outputs. And that is how the tagging is done. In the FME system, you will find those two areas. You will find adaptation and mitigation. And when institutions are entering data within the FMEs, they will now strictly look at the activities that they have. If the activity is adaptation, then they will tick on the box of the adaptation within the system. If the activity is mitigation, then they will strictly go to mitigation and tick the box of the mitigation. If the activity falls between both adaptation and mitigation, then they will now tick the box on adaptation and mitigation at the same time. So if you're going to produce the report, whoever ticked on adaptation, then you will now have the numbers on adaptation separately in the single report. And those who ticked mitigation, you will find numbers on mitigation, and those who ticked both, you will again find those activities that fall under adaptation and mitigation. To to be able to do this, we created a national technical committee to support the rollout of the climate budget tagging. The technical committee is made up of a number of institutions: Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Infrastructure, the institutions like Rwanda Environment Management Authority, and local administrative entities like RODA. Next. The mandate of these institutions is actually to support defining activities on climate change, training people within different institutions to understand what this means, and also train them on the data entry within the system, the FME system. Proceed. Yes, the program, the progress so far is that we have already, for the fiscal year 2024-2025, we have already entered all the climate-related expenditures within the FME system. We have already, within the, what we call the climate change statement, has already been produced and presented to cabinet and the Parliament for the approval as part of the budget framework paper. So that means for the next fiscal, for this fiscal year until June, we'll be in a position to produce a report including the inflows of the climate change and how this has actually been prioritized depending on the areas that need the urgent attention. Yes, so that is where we are. And in short, that is what we have been doing. And the progress is really very good. Data entry has already been done, and institutions are taking this up seriously going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sabiti, for this insightful presentation. My takeaways is that this environment and climate change checklist, the monitoring statement and the climate budget tagging really helped Rwanda to increase the prioritization of activities that deliver climate mitigation and adaptation, but also to enhance scrutiny on government and donor spending. I also understand that a national committee was instrumental to the implementation process, including Ministry of Environment and local governments. And we also saw that the next steps in Rwanda are to expand the climate change budget tagging framework to cover all expenditure and regularly compare climate change expenditure execution with budget plans for that budget credibility. Our next speaker will address budgeting for SDGs across all levels of government. Joining us virtually is Mr. Yanka, Principal Economist from the Ministry of Finance in Ghana, who will share Ghana's approach in aligning budgets to the SDGs at both national and subnational levels. Mr. Yanka, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. Over to you.
Sorry, may I ask Mr. Yanka, can you share your screen or you would like me to share the presentation on your behalf?
Can you share the presentation on my behalf? Let me try to share my screen.
Sorry, I couldn't get you. You want me to make share the presentation and you will just go ahead with your presentation?
Okay, that works for me as well, but I could also share my screen if the host would allow me to.
Colleagues, can we have sharing feature for Nana Yao Yanka? I think it's easier if the presenter shares. Mr. Yanka, can you please try?
It still says disabled for me.
Okay, please go ahead. I will be presenting on your behalf. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. I mean, mobilizing resource, both for global and for sustainable development remains a challenge for a lot of countries, including Ghana. And for us, we believe that the INFFs provide a framework for financing these development priorities. I would therefore begin my presentation with a very brief assessment of what we did in terms of the INFF in Ghana, very briefly. And then I'll go on to the SDG budgeting process, what the methodology was, what the achievements are, and then some conclusions can be drawn from there. Great. So let's begin with the INFF experience. I know that it looks a bit like so much, but it's really simple. For us, it's two things. The INFF building blocks and looking at innovations in financing. Now, to do this, we started our approach at the subnational level, where we did what we called a rapid subnational assessment to identify the existing gaps in financing and also to ascertain from them what other innovations they had. Now, for us, our INFF process is being led by the Ministry of Finance, of course, with partnerships from our brothers, the NDPC, the Ministry of Local Government, and other partners involved in that process. So we set up a national oversight committee. And then once we did the rapid assessment and identified the different financing gaps, we then came up with what we call the Integrated Assembly Financing Framework that at the subnational level identifies innovations in financing. One of the key innovations has to do with what we call the Assembly Diaspora Development Partnership, where we are looking for members that have emanated or staying outside of the Assembly to come back and support development. Already, this process is ongoing. For some of the assemblies have already started, and they're doing some work in the health and education sector for some of these innovations that we identified. Now, once we're able to do that, we have then transcended to the national level, where currently we are doing our DFA, we commence our DFA process. The first draft of the DFA report is ready. We are kind of reviewing the other stakeholders. We intend to have what we call financing dialogues to really make the DFA fit for purpose. So that's what the plan we have going forward. Our INFF process for us will do three things. Sustainable financing. How do we ensure that financing is sustainable, not just now, but in the future? We're also looking at it in terms of how it's going to support us to implement our NDCs, our nationally determined contributions. And finally, how all that sits within the whole conversation of climate financing. So these are the three things that we intend our INFF to do for us in Ghana. Now, let's go quickly to our SDG budgeting process, which I'm sure most of you will be interested in. So even though we are using INFFs to look at innovation, we also intend that the existing financing should be safeguarded and strengthened. So for us to do that, it's our ability to track the process of SDG budgeting and expenditure. We first did a baseline report in 2018. And between 2018 and 2021, all our reports were focused on reporting allocations. So how much had been allocated to a specific goal, how much is going to a specific target. Now, let me say that once the SDGs came into force, our National Development Planning Commission aligned all the SDGs to development priorities. And we, in turn, have aligned all the SDGs to the budgeting process. So we're able to track and report on this process. 2021 was the end of the allocation where we decided to do both allocation and the expenditure. So let me quickly take you through our methodology. I understand I have only 7 minutes, so I'll just do this very quickly. If we can go to the next slide, thank you. So there's our methodology. Our chart of account has 12 segments with a total of 74 digits or characters. And then the policy objectives segment has 6 digits or 6 characters. And these are objectives from our National Development Planning Commission. These also feed into our medium-term development framework. It also feeds into our President's Coordinated Program of economic and social development. Now, once we're able to once we're able to align all the targets to the policy segments within the chart of accounts, then it is easier for us to determine the allocation of resources. Because once you allocate the resources are aligned to policy initiatives, which are aligned to the SDG targets. And once we're able to do that over the year, we then go into the extraction of the data across all levels of government from our chart of accounts. Now, in the previous slide, it ended at 2022 because we always would wait for the year to end before we prepare the report, so that it gives an accurate information on what happened in the preceding year. So the report for 2023 is being prepared as we speak. We've commenced the process of the data extraction from the chart of accounts. Now, once we do that, then we analyze and rank the goals by allocation and then funding type. Now, when I say funding type, there are different funding types. There's a consolidated, which is coming from the statutory payment. Then there's a consolidated other, which is coming from other sources of funding. We're also able to track DP funds that are going into specific SDGs. So once we're able to track and then do the ranking, then we do what we call the expenditure reports that are based on the specific goals and then the specific targets. And so if you go to the next slide, I can give a sample of good. So for Goal 1, for example, we have been able to track, for 2022 allocation and the actual expenditures that transpired on each of the goals. Now, these are just 3 examples. We've done that for all of the goals across all sectors, across the national, the sub-national, and even at the district level. So we're able to track, and then a report comes up with consolidated financing or a report that tells you exactly how much is going into each of the SDGs, how much each of the districts is allocating to a specific SDG. So you have districts that are, for example, for Goal 4, for example, I know Central Region last year had about 46% of its resources allocated for Goal 4. That does not mean that it has not allocated other resources to other goals, but it has a focus on Goal 4. So for example, these figures are at the national level. So they are both, the highlighted ones are the allocations by year for 2022. So for example, for Goal 1, for both Goal 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.A and 1.B, these are the goals these are the goals and targets that Ghana focused on. So for these goals, for Goal 1 in 2022, there was an allocation of about 599 million to those goals. And out of that, it's the actual expenditures. When we track, the actual expenditures fell short of the allocation. And these came about as a result of resource constraints, as a result of allocations not going to the district assemblies. And again, let me just say this. We are unable to, because we do not have adequate reporting from our development partners, we are unable to report how much the DPs actually expend. We can report on allocations because they give us information, but in terms of actual expenditure, we're unable to tell. So this is just government. This is just GOG. All the figures you're seeing is just GOG in terms of the allocations and the expenditures. So for Goal 3, for example, you also see that we have in excess of 575 billion, but we're only able to expend 59 billion out of that, as a result of resource constraints. Going forward, we intend to improve the process of both the expenditure tracking and the reporting. We just started last year, so we're expanding that scope. We are trying to learn our lessons and improve on the reporting scenarios. Next slide, please. In terms of achievements, unlike previously, now we actually are able to report on budget, i.e. allocation, and expenditures, which are the actuals. Because all of these payment goes through gift mix system, which is a state of the art, and it conforms to international standards. And so you're able to track how much money is going into each of these projects, these programs, these policy objectives and initiatives. For 2022, because we're able to track, you're also able to determine where the priority and the focus areas are. So for 2022, there was a lot of priority on education given our free SHS policy. There was a lot of conversation on climate change and gender. So you had a lot of the funds going into these areas, into education, into climate, into gender for 2022. We've also been able to update our chart of accounts to include gender and child and climate related codes, so that it makes it easier for us to be able to report on these ones. And we've also updated our manual, our SDG tracking allocations manual expenditure to also include gender and climate, because these are priority areas for Ghana. I mean, all of these reports are available online. You can access them at any time. If you just Google Ghana SDG budget report, or if you go to the Ministry of Finance website, you have access to all of these reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yanka, for sharing Ghana's approach to multi-level INFF and budgeting for SDGs. Ghana's example is really impressive. The country is among the first in Africa to track allocations and expenditures to education, child, gender, climate change across all levels of government. The SDG budgeting and expenditure annual report, it's a really great example to import among the peers. For the second part of this session, we turn to the question of budget credibility. How do we build trust in government institutions and ensure that public resources are allocated efficiently and transparently to those that need it the most? And how can INFF help us to do that? We have here with us Mr. Lipava, the Chief Debt and Age Management Officer and INFF focal point from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs in Malawi. Mr. Lipava will provide us with an overview of the strategies Malawi is employing to enhance budget credibility. Mr. Lipava, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you, everybody. I will take you through the status of INFF in Malawi, and then budget credibility. Thereafter, the expected impact of INFF implementation on budget credibility, and then I'll get to a conclusion of my presentation. Just because sometimes when you meet people, they ask you, when you say, I come from Malawi, they say, where's Malawi? Malawi is in the Southeast Africa, and it is bordered by Zambia, Tanzania, and Mozambique, and it is 118,000 square kilometers with a population of slightly above 21 million. Now, I'll take you through the process that we have gone through here in developing the various strategies to improve budget credibility. We started working on the process of INFF in 2018 by doing an assessment and a diagnostic study at national level, where we came up with a development finance assessment report, and at the local level financing assessment report with support from EU and the UNDP. And in 2021, the country launched the National Development Agenda, or the blueprint, which is the Malawi 2063, which incorporated the SDGs. And this policy is being implemented in the 10-year periods, tranches. And we have the first tranche, which is called MIP1. So the MIP1 runs from 2021 to 2030, and all the SDGs are aligned with MIP1. And because of that, in 2021, we had to review the DFA and the LOFA to align it with a national development plan. Came 2022, we started the development of the entire integrated national financing framework. And then we also worked on the SDG investor map as well as the digital financing ecosystem assessment strategy. We came up with a digital financing ecosystem report, which is informing the digitalization of the economy to improve transparency and accountability of the financial sector in Malawi. In 2023, we finalized and validated the digital financing ecosystem strategy, and then we also finalized the first phase of the SDG Investor Map. The SDG Investor Map is trying to provide the overall picture of the investment opportunities in Malawi to attract both domestic and international investors, so that they should be able to understand and appreciate the opportunities in most of the sectors, so that they know the estimated profit margin in each of the economic sectors. And we expect this year we have finalized the INFF this year. We are looking forward to launch all these 3 policy documents ready for implementation come towards the end of this year or come 2025. Malawi started developing the INFF in line with the Addis Ababa agenda for action. And Malawi is looking at INFF as a tool for that consolidates other financing sources, which are grouped into domestic, international sources of both public and private. And we also look at the INFF as a financing planning tool that enhances both the revenue and expenditure sides that can improve resource mapping and result in planning for timely completion of the national development projects. The Malawi INFF has recommended short-term, medium-term, and long-term reforms, which we hope they will create a very enabling environment for robust implementation of the development agenda for the country. And these reforms are in financial instruments, business processes, regulatory framework, and the policies, which we think, when they are clearly aligned to the national development with full support from the MDS, we shall be able to deliver the MIP1 as well as the Malawi 2063. We hope that the implementation of such reforms will enhance the budget reliability with political will and administrative support. Now I'll take you next slide on the budget credibility. Yeah, I'll take you through on the budget credibility. When I looked at this, I thought of looking at what is budget credibility. I have the definitions there, but I focused so much on the definition which has been provided by the INFF facility, which says budget credibility and reliability is the ability of government to meet the expenditure and revenue targets set out in the budget accurately and consistently. With that, with that understanding, I'll provide you with how Malawi is faring. The experience of Malawi is that when you look at the budget at the aggregated level, we meet the international standards, but as you go down, you cascade down to lower disaggregated levels, we have challenges of budget a bit. The results are slightly different. The higher level and the lower level credibility, they're slightly different, and that's the main challenge that we have. So we look for that the reforms that come with the recommendation of the INFF will address those misalignment of the high level and the lower level budget credibility. Malawi is implementing a transparent and consultative budget process whereby the Minister of Finance who ask the ministries or the MDS to start preparing the budget, and this budget is prepared in line with the pillars in the MIP1, which is aligned to the SDGs. and thereafter the ministry provide the ceilings to the departments. Thereafter, there are consultations that are done across the country with all key stakeholders. Thereafter, the ministry prepares the budget ready for parliamentary approval. And once the budget is approved in parliament, it becomes a appropriate act, which is a law. So it is this element that the budget becomes an act or a law that makes the budget at the higher level to be credible, because the issues of deviating resources at the higher level becomes the breaching of the law. On average, Malawi's budget performance is within the international threshold of around 10% gap between approval and actual outturn. Overall budget credibility performance is good, though challenging in specific budget lines, mainly statutory expenditures and politically induced expenditures. For the past 3 years, up to 2023-2024 financial year, the outturn versus approved budget gap has been around 10%. For the 2023-2024 financial year, the gap was 9%, outturn was 91% of the approved budget. Internal challenges that the Ministry of Finance experiences. The first one is the challenge to balance revenue performance and the political desire to increase expenditures. For example, the decisions on subsidies, creation of new projects without associated revenue streams. That becomes a bit challenging to make sure that we maintain the credibility. Secondly, lack of the legal framework to control the levels of expenditure and contain the budget deficit. This is where we think the recommended reforms will bring in a law that control the management of the deficit. The high, we understand that high budget deficit leads to either additional borrowing or delayed completion of government-funded projects. Hence, it delays national development. Go to the next slide, which is external challenges. Malawi is the region where Malawi suffers a lot of shocks, and I'll start with economic and health-related shocks that distorts budget execution. For instance, in December 2023, Malawi implemented a 44% devaluation as a currency realignment measure. This economic shock led to expenditure overruns on the debt servicing budget line, budget overruns on budget financed by domestic resources and other projects. Malawi was not spared by the COVID-19 pandemic and other pandemics such as cholera, which led to the diversion of resources from intended projects. Not forgetting the effects of the Russian and Ukraine war, which has affected the whole world. I will look at the climatic and the other related shocks. You'd appreciate that since 1980, Malawi has experienced over 50 disasters associated with hydrometeorological climatic calamities, including storms, floods, landslides, and droughts, which have affected millions of people in the country. The most recent being the Cyclone Freddy in 2023, Cyclone Gombe in 2022, Cyclone Anna in 2022, and the Cyclone Ida in 2019. These have resulted in high demand for high repair costs and the diverting resources from national development needs. These challenges reflect budget credibility challenges that remain at a disaggregated level, for example, sectoral and the local council levels in terms of expenditure. However, Malawi is trying to recover from these shocks, though the recovery is a bit slow. Success stories. Despite all these challenges, Malawi has achieved budget credibility, making significant strides in revenue and expenditure credibility. Over the past years, domestic revenue have been overperforming, mainly due to the implementation of reforms in the tax administration and improvement in the non-tax revenues. Under the IMF Extended Credit Facility Program, the government is also implementing the PFM reforms, including fiscal consolidation, which provides hope for increased budget credibility. Expected impact. Malawi INFF governance structure will utilize the existing governance structure and adjust build capabilities in the areas where gaps have been identified. It is expected that reforms will address the structural, policy, and regulatory framework challenges. The reforms outlined in the INFF will help to address most of the governance and structure challenges. The strategic prioritization of low-hanging fruits in the reforms will lead to quick results. Conclusion and recommendations. That's possibly the last slide. We consider that inclusive aggregation, engagement and mutual accountability among government, development partners, private sector, and credible civil society organizations is key to national prosperity. Development partners should consider supporting government through on-budget support and push for government accountability instead of off-budget support. Policy harmonization across MDAs is crucial for the success of budget credibility. Synchronized digitization of the public sector is critical for transparency and accountability. Disaster preparedness for hydrometeorological calamities is also critical to maintain budget credibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lipava, for this very insightful presentation. We have seen how INFF can actually help the government in the country to address the governance and structural challenges that affect budget credibility, and how digitization, the public sector, the digitalization of the public sector, actually, the disaster preparedness and inclusive engagement of all stakeholders are critical to enhancing budget credibility. This leads us to our next session on accountability in national budget processes and the role of the civil society. You probably all heard about the Open Budget Survey, an independent and regular assessment of participation, oversight, and transparency in national budgets in over 125 countries now, conducted by International Budget Partnership. We are very happy to have here Mr. Ponce, Senior Program Officer at IBP, who will present the latest findings of the Open Budget Survey and their implications for SDG budgeting. Andres, the stage is yours.
Many thanks, and thank you for the kind invitation to present the results for the Open Budget Survey 2023. All of you also for following virtually, and also here for the ones that are present in this auditorium. My name is Andres Ponce. I work at the International Budget Partnership, and we are a civil society organization working globally, and we're working with community organizers, social movements, academia, and governments to make TFM systems more transparent and accountable. And I will use my time to share about the Open Budget Survey, what it is, its methodology, and share some findings and recommendations from the global and regional results. Next slide, please. So the survey has been produced for the last 18 years, and it's an independent measurement tool that allows the regular and competitive study of what we call the 3 pillars of accountability: transparency, participation, and oversight by the legislator and independent auditing institutions. The last slide, please. The latest Open Budget Survey was published in May this year, and it comes at a very turbulent time of very unprecedented changes and challenges. The impact of the global pandemic, coupled with rising debt, inflation, conflict, and closing civil space, have led to serious setbacks for many countries, and structural inequalities undermining the promise of democracy to deliver for all. And so transparent and accountable budgets are now more important than ever, so that people, and especially those that needed it the most, receive the benefits of and support from policies. So the survey is designed to be a rigorous evidence-based tool, and therefore measures and collect practices from governments across the entire budget cycle, and it takes approximately 2 years to complete. Next slide, please. The last study we launched in May this year, and it covered 125 countries globally, and its findings are used by many different actors, international, multilateral development agencies, academia, international investors, and of course, civil society. And for the evaluation of these 3 pillars, we use a questionnaire with 145 score indicators that are obtained from best international practices. And additional questions in the survey allows us to provide context to the findings in each of the specific countries. And also it's important to mention that the research is conducted by a local civil society partner together with an IBP colleague. And the research process also considered a stage for external review by an independent reviewer and provides the opportunity to national governments to review and comment the preliminary results. And in the last round, in this round, 100 out of 125 countries and governments review the draft of the Open Budget Survey. Next slide, please. So one important contribution of the survey is a time series that allows the comparison within countries, but also between countries over time. This permits audiences to track and monitor areas of improvements, the emergence of best practices, and areas where countries are falling behind in openness and accountability. And in the case of the transparency pillar, 109 indicators are used to evaluate the publication and comprehensiveness of 8 key budget documents that every government is expected to make available to the public on a timely manner. And in this example that I'm showing you in this slide, you can see this assessment for the country Benin. And we can see that since 2012 to date, the country has made quite significant improvements denoted by the green icons. So Benin has produced more budget information consistently over time. And finally, the last thing that I want to mention about the methodology is that for each area of the Open Budget Survey, we create a ranking that varies from 0 to 100, where the threshold of 61 points is started to be considered adequate performance. Next slide, please. So let's now take a look at the global scores in the last OBS 2023 and the key trends emerging from the results. So when we look at the global average for the key areas of accountabilities, as you can see in the slides, we see that only in audit oversight, referring to the capacity and function of the Supreme Audit Institution, the threshold of 61 points is achieved. Transparency and participation have shown very modest improvement, while participation remains the lowest performing area globally. We also observe a worrying trend in the legislative oversight, coinciding with the impact of the pandemic crisis. Next slide, please. If we now take a look at the regional trends since 2012 for budget transparency, we see very important differences. Countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia are still on the pace to go above the benchmark of 61 points if the region managed to continue improving in the next round. But other regions like Latin America and the Caribbean, East Asia and the Pacific are showing very slow progress in the last few evaluations. And others, such as South Asia, are showing a strong decrease in transparency practices over time. In line with this trend, Western Europe, US, and Canada also show a negative trend over time, but still are well above the desirable threshold of 61 points. Sub-Saharan Africa has shown substantial increase since 2012, going from 31 points to 41 points in 2023, while the Middle East and North Africa is the lowest scoring region for budget transparency, but with a noticeable 6-point increase in 2012. So this is to say that the trends are not a given, and even though the effect of the COVID-19 did not undo all the previous gains, we are experiencing stagnation in many regions in the world post-pandemic. Next slide, please. So we have typically used this Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East, and North Africa to denote a very specific set of countries in our analysis, but from now on, and for the benefit of the audience, I will refer to the analysis of trends for the African continent exclusively, including the Middle East. So that accounts for 45 countries assessed in 2023. Next slide, please. So when we look at the average African scores for the OBS, we see that it shows a similar trends compared to the global one, but no area reached the threshold of 61 points threshold, where performance began to be considered adequate. However, something is important to notice, and is that the region is progressing faster in budget transparency than the global average, with a 5-point increase since 2019, and that is important to note. Next slide, please. So despite the previous trends, there are examples of strong improvements in the region. And this table shows the top 10 improving countries in 2023, sorted by their transparency score. Countries like Tanzania, Madagascar, Somalia, Zambia, and Algeria experienced exceptional improvement by making available more budget documents than in previous round. And even though they are still far from the 61 threshold, these results shows that strong progress is possible. Other countries such as Cameroon, Namibia, and Sierra Leone are already on their way to close the gap and reach that sufficiency points, while Benin is leading the way with continued improvement in budget transparency. Next slide. So consistency matters, and drops in publication actually hinders the public understanding of flows and trust in the budget process. So one of the key findings in our global research is that citizens' budgets are a great way to produce more accessible versions of budget information for everyday people so that they can engage with. Similarly, in-year reports and the mid-year reviews are a perfect moment and opportunity to assess whether countries are underspending or overspending compared to their initial budgets on social programs and other sectors that are important to communities. The decline in both of these practices is important, given the critical role that these two documents can play in promoting meaningful public engagement in the budget process. We're going to take a closer look at these gaps in Africa. Next slide, please. So from 45 African countries assessed in 2023, a total of 202 out of 360 budget documents were publicly available. And this table right here is showing some of the reasons why. So if a country is failing to produce a budget document, that is because either the document is not produced, or is published late, or is not published online. And so major gaps exist during budget execution, as you can see from the red space. 64% of the countries, 64% of the media reviews are not publicly available, with 24 countries failing to produce the document with such characteristics. And 21 countries are publishing reporting information too late or not at all. But also some opportunities exist. So for instance, 14 countries are publishing citizens' budget too late or not online. They can increase that score by making sure to include these documents online and in a timely manner. And the same applies for 16 countries that are not publishing the pre-budget statements. And so the importance of these insights is that the next round of the Open Budget Survey is expected to start in January 2025. And we will cover all the documents and practices produced and published up until December 31st of 2024. And therefore, the opportunity to improve is now. Next slide, please. So critical information on debt, taxes, and fiscal risks is often missing in budget documents. And this information can be very valuable to the public as they seek to better understand the government's fiscal health. And as the conversation has spanned today, half of the world lives in countries where they spend more on debt payments than on health or education. Next slide, please. So the survey shows that many African countries are presenting more disaggregated information on revenues in the budget proposal than reporting on revenue during budget implementation. And in fact, only 13% and less than a third of African countries present sources for all revenues in the mid-year review and in-year reporting. So these gaps prevents the public to better understand how revenues are being collected and what change in assumptions can affect the year-end results and thus affect the credibility of the government plans versus actual implementation. Next slide, please. Our survey also finds that most countries fall short on providing critical information about debt. We found that important information on total debt outstanding and further disaggregation between internal and external debt is often missing in budget documents. And only 10% of the African countries assessed in 2023 include in their executive budget proposal a longer-term projection of financial sustainability, covering at least a period of 10 years, with content such as future and contingent liabilities. Next slide, please. We at IBP believe that engaging with the public is a winning proposition and that it is critical to strengthen the accountability ecosystem. Next slide, please. Public participation remains weak as a link with the national budget process, globally, but also in Africa, as we saw in previous slides. However, 80% of African countries have at least one participation mechanism, but governments are much likely to involve their publics in the early phases of the budget cycle, such as when they announce their budgets, than in the later phases when budgets are actually spent. So this situation is worrying because we often see governments deviating from their initial objectives, and underutilization and funds allocated to social program is quite common. The survey also shows that while 67% of countries have public participation mechanisms led by the Ministry of Finance, only 18 do so for the auditing function of the Supreme Audit Institution, which represents a missing opportunity for the public to examine the quality of public spending. And even though legislators have some spaces to participate, line ministries have, in comparison, far fewer spaces for public participation, which in turn prevents communities from having their say on respect of budgetary promises and delivery of goods, services, and programs. Next slide, please. So oversight is critical in ensuring public money is spent in public interest. And as I have mentioned before, there are gaps in oversights, but I will mention one area that I think it might be a priority for the region. Next slide. So the pandemic provided an excuse for many executives globally to circumvent the legislative branch in its budgetary practices, and legislative oversight practices have not rebounded since then. The largest downward changes in legislative control have occurred at the two stages of the budget cycle in which legislator provides critical control: budget implementation and the audit. We need to explore ways in which legislator and other accountability allies can be stronger partners in ensuring that audit reports have strength and that allow for public scrutiny and lead to greater responsiveness on part of governments. But progress is possible everywhere, and we know that real progress can be consistent. Many countries are demonstrating important gains with real benefit for all citizens. So the question is, how can we keep progress moving forward instead of stagnating? So let me share with you some recommendations. First, for governments to provide essential budget information, publish what they produce, include the public in budget decisions, and institutionalize reforms. For legislators to provide a strong and effective oversight throughout the budget cycle and provide opportunities for the public to also engage in such revisions. For auditors to share audit findings with the public, hopefully in an accessible manner, work with legislators to strengthen accountability and invite the public into the auditing process. Donors should also play a role and support reform-minded governments and civil society and identify the key safeguards that needed to prevent corruption during the next crisis. And civil society also has a role to play, and we should participate in budget decision-making, collectively analyze, engage, and advocate, and focus on making budgets more accessible to all. As you can see, these recommendations are portrayed in different colors. That is because we all have a role to play. We see PFM systems as an ecosystem of multiple actors that collaborating together will make the budgets work for the people and work for the ones that needed it the most. Next slide, please. So I will end my presentation here. I will invite you to visit IBP website to know more about your specific country results All the data is available for you to download. The results and reports on specific country assessment is also available to download. The methodological note is also available. You will know and get to know more about specific country cases and success. But if you are also interested in continuing this conversation and to know more about what examples in the world might relate to you, how can you find innovative ways to include the public in your processes, reach out, because we are here to help you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Andres, for presenting the findings from the Open Budget Survey, including the challenges African countries are facing, such as missing information on debt and fiscal risks in the budget and worrying trends in legislative oversight. Transparency, accountability, and public engagement are indeed key components in effective budgeting for the SDGs. Our next speaker will help us understand how INFF can help countries to improve budget credibility. I'm very delighted to introduce Oria Goni, the Chief of Public Finance and Local Governance at UNICEF and a former UNDP colleague. Oria has played an instrumental role in demystifying the INFF vision in Africa since the beginning of this journey to help countries move closer to its implementation. In her current capacity with UNICEF, she is dedicated to unleashing the potential of finance systems to advance children's rights and SDGs. Dear Oria, how can INFF contribute to budget credibility? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well, but I don't have now the option to share my screen, so I don't know if anybody
Yes,
can
colleagues from ITSS, can we please have access for Oria Goni? Oria, very good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you. I had been having that option all the time, but now it was removed all of a sudden. So, and well, let me start by saying a big thank to colleagues and UNDESA, ECA and UNDP for this opportunity to join you. I really wish I had been there, and going back to Addis would have been a great opportunity. I don't know.
Sorry,
you can hear me.
Yeah, Oria, we can hear you. I think, you know, instead of waiting for fixing the issue, you can just go ahead. I will share for you. Huh? You will just tell me when to share the next slide. Yeah? Okay.
Yes, very good. Thank you so much, Farzana. And I want to say and express my appreciation to the organizers and in particular to Farzana, to Ancun and Ana Maria for, well, thinking of UNICEF to come and share our, or to bring our little piece of work within the INFF and connected to the budget credibility. So Patrick from Malawi has already done my first slide. I was very happy to see how he had collected the different definitions on public on budget credibility. If you can go to the next slide, yes. When we embarked together with the colleagues from IBP on this project on budget credibility, we faced a number of definitions on what was the meaning of budget credibility, and at the end is about the accuracy and consistent approaches in the budget, right? And how we connect the revenue and the expenditure for it, right? The projections of revenue, the allocations of the budget, and then its expenditure through specific activities that have been costed, right? So next, what I'm sharing here is also an initial internal assessment where we were looking into, when thinking of this guidance note that we prepare even with the colleagues from UNDESA, and on the budget credibility, it was striking to see that, those 2/3 of government were struggling to maintain that planning composition, right, of their expenditure throughout the fiscal year. And it is interesting to see that in most of these cases, when there is this struggle in maintaining this real and reality and accuracy of the composition of the budget, social sector spending tends to be deprioritized. And allow me to say, what do we mean by social sector spending? And at least from where we are coming in UNICEF is and we see this happening in the INFF. There is a big push, right, to put that green priorities, the climate-related priorities in the agenda. There is also, and there has been great achievements in mainstreaming gender and putting the gender priorities in the agenda. And when I mean the agenda, we mean the development priorities of the governments that we serve. And we've seen this in the INFF, we've seen this in the SDG financing strategies. No, we can keep in the previous slide. It's just my little Kit Kat moment. But there is very little prioritization of social sector spending. We are not investing enough in education, and we see the budget has decreased enormously. Health is surprisingly, even after COVID, has not increased either, and it is decreasing. And obviously, it has to do with debt servicing issues. But we see at the end, social sector spending has been deprioritized. What we see here in this triangular and with the SDGs at the core is the how credible budgets and will make a stronger public finance systems, which at the end is the main objective of an INFF process, right? But the importance of credit and credibility in the budget is the basis so that we can start running with the vision that the INFF is putting forward. If we can go to the next one. Now, I don't know if you can see now the slide. We try to look into what we mean and thinking through and the impacts of low credibility when on the SDGs when we're talking both about deviations in the revenue side, but also deviations in the expenditure. And here deviations can go from collection or overspending, but also under collection and underspending, right? So on the revenue side, it is a lost opportunity to advance priorities, and this under collection will lead into inability to spend on what have been defined as priorities through sector level strategies and through the National Development Plan. And when we look into the expenditure, it will show that over-collection is that inefficiency and wasteful spending, and this is the vision that will transmit, but then lack of effective budgetary control. We've seen from IPP presentation how, it is interesting how that control and the parliamentary oversight has decreased for the number of years, and that also the other consequence of the increased deficits and the potential debt distress. And when we look into that under spending, it will hamper that delivery of crucial services, as we know, underperformance of service delivery and development targets, right? At the end, we report every year through the National voluntary reports that come at the high-level political forum, and every country reports on its targets and its achievements for the SDGs, right? So there it will show an underperformance of that service delivery. It is also impacting in those delays in the execution, and obviously with correlated impacts on the increase in the project cost. And then it leads into that chronic underfunding and deprioritization. If we go to the next slide, what we see here is the famous 4 building blocks of the INFF, and how the budget credibility links to or leads to and contributes to the INFF vision, right? From the assessment and diagnostics, the importance of getting into that evaluation and precision of activity cost estimates, right, across sectors, assessing budget deviation at aggregate and sector level. I think also the same, Patrick was referring to this in his presentation, then identification of risk and binding constraints that are contributing to that low budget credibility. And those are those specific evidence-based assessment that can lead to, well, specific recommendations, right? The specific recommendations will also lead into the different elements that will compose the building block 2, which is the financing strategy. And here, budget credibility will come into that identification of public finance reforms that are getting into those root causes of budget credibility issues, right? How can we link PFM reforms with on the revenue, on the expenditure, but even deeper PFM across sectors, right? From national and subnational level. And then improving budget credibility to close those gaps with public and private finance. We know, and it's been demonstrated, that the more credible the budget is, and the better performance through the budget, and the better accuracy, it decreases the risk for foreign direct investment. And at the end, what the INFF is promoting is that bringing together of public and private actors towards the SDGs. So looking into budget credibility lenses would also generate that broader vision of less or the risking of sustainable investment. The third pillar, monitoring and review, using budget credibility and its metric as the monitoring and oversight process, and also enhancing planning, budgeting, and monitoring systems that connect with development outcomes, right? Again, going back to those targets of the SDGs and how finance can connect with development outcomes. And this is exactly what budget credibility is about. The last one, and also we heard, I think it was from Nana, in Ghana on how the importance of those SDG dialogues and SDG financing dialogues that we've been trying to promote from the very beginning. And yes, it may happen better or easily at a local level, but it's important to make sure that those stakeholders are relevant to PFM, but also the sector or SDG service delivery stakeholders or constituency, and how we can bring them together. This other vision of initiating problem-solving dialogues on those bottlenecks that have been identified that are affecting that budget credibility across relevant stakeholders, and then tracking agreed strategic measures and reforms. This last slide, if we can go to the next one, is the one that is trying to summarize the vision and the outcomes of this project that we delivered, which has not been formally brought into the INFF facility, but I'm actually thinking it would be very useful to look into the impact of this work. And this work, and just I know it might be just the typical project-related structures, but it's good for all of us to think the budget credibility and INFF initiative, it was a collaboration between UNICEF and IBP with resources from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And it had this global level work, which was, develop this methodology on budget credibility that will feed into INFF process, but also tailoring and working on identifying those issues on budget credibility through country level research and advocacy. And this was done in, a few of the countries that are here today that presented already here, in Malawi, Nepal, Namibia, Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya. And you can see the difference and interesting approaches from all of these countries. The focus on most of them, because COVID happened in between, was health financing, national and supranational level, and you will see the different elements. But I want to just recap on these 5 key cross-cutting themes and findings that the research and advocacy at country level gave us. And First of all, the challenges in timely fund disbursement, looking into, well, it is obvious that delays in fund release have been a common issue, and they do affect the execution of immunization programs. And this, as I said, the focus was on health, and in fact, yes, the focus was also targeting immunization programs, the delivery of vaccines, and the reach, well, to the every child. The capacity building, looking into, in most of the countries, the recurrent theme across all the studies have increased the need to enhance capacities, both at national and subnational level, and link with local health offices, right? Because there is a need to increase that, a whole of society approach when we work on planning, budgeting, and financing. Otherwise, it will lead to miscommunication and miscoordination, and this clearly is what the INFF is aiming at, finding a solution for. The third element is, when there are planning and budgeting deficiencies, it is obvious that, those studies emphasize that improving the accuracy and efficiency of planning and budget was a key recommendation. But obviously, the most important point here is the subnational. And subnational is where service delivery happens. And I think we know, from the examples that were shared from Malawi and Ghana today, but I'm sure that, in most of the other examples, we see the wave on and the importance of decentralization and, the need to increase the capacity and connect the central to local governments, but also bring in the different sector level ministries at subnational level. The point of transparency and accountability, I think, has been raised already by the great presentation from IBP, and then data and system challenges, right? We do know there are data challenges, and all of us are facing, when we try to build the evidence, there are some data challenges that we need to deal to, but I think it was also shared the importance of the opportunity of what artificial intelligence can bring us, what the new technologies can bring us. And this is also related, and I'm advancing some information. We are working in a few countries in South Asia, and I will be happy to connect. We're trying to build those budget dashboards where we're using GPT, artificial intelligence, and see how we can get into a closer look into tracking allocation and expenditure in key indicators related to health, deep dive into primary healthcare and immunization, but also getting into education, water and sanitation, and also social protection. So this is all for me, colleagues. Thank you so much. If we can go to the next slide, I believe it was the last one. Yes, and then I wanted to include the Amasekenalo because you are all in Addis, and I again wish I was there with you. Thank you for the opportunity, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Aurea, for this insightful and really refreshing presentation. My takeaways is that budget credibility, it's a really crucial element for social sector spending. And INFFs can actually help governments to integrate and address root causes of budget credibility issues at both national and local level, to enhance monitoring systems, including through AI, and bring all key stakeholders on board. We now have some time for questions and answers. Please feel free to unmute yourself or type your question in the chat Zoom for those who are connecting remotely. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. This is me, Henok Yarit, from Ethiopia. I'm an executive and founder of Brutulid Ethiopia. Brutulid means it's a local word, Amharic word, It's a bright generation for Ethiopia. So we are nurturing a generation for Ethiopia, for Africa, as well as for, why not for the world. So I just want to raise my question for Mr. Andres, and I would like to pass my appreciation for the presenters. And from your survey or from your study, I have seen many countries didn't publish an information on their budgeting cycle. So what was the issue of that? Is it an issue of transparency? Because as a civil society organization leader, this thing should be clear and clearly published and addressed for the mass citizens. So why this thing is hidden? This is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ponce, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. That's a very good question. Why is transparency needed? And the answer, although not perhaps the one that everyone would like to hear, is it's a necessary condition for other things to happen, for other things such as engagement with governments within civil society, for citizens to ask questions, to citizens to also praise government when governments do things right. But to that regard, we are measuring with the Open Budget Survey the benchmark of budget transparency throughout the budget cycle. More can be done on top of that, of course, but the important piece and the value of the Open Budget Survey is to allow the public to know where governments are doing good in presenting budget information and where governments are falling behind. And one example of this is the executive budget proposal, for instance. It's one of the most important policy documents that the government produce. The executive budget proposal contains priorities, plans, expectations, hopes for the country, for citizens. If the governments are failing to produce and publish the executive budget proposal, there is no opportunity to have a conversation about those priorities, those plans and those hopes. And then thus preventing civil society to have a say in how those priorities, how those programs are being articulated and are being designed. So that's why budget transparency is very relevant for civil society, but for citizens as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Are there any questions in the room? Yes, you have the floor. Thank you.
Right. So Isaac here from TGNA, Touch Justice Network. Andres, I am very curious to find out about prior budget engagements. What I've observed in a few of the countries around has been how the citizenry reacts to policies that are often introduced through budgets, especially tax policies, which then suggests that there are no pre-budget consultations or something of that sort. Did that come up, in your survey, especially consulting on some of these new policies to be introduced before the budget is announced, and what were the sentiments around this?
Thank you so much. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are opportunities during the budget formulation. Typically, these opportunities are public hearings. And the issue with the public hearings is that are just public hearings. The point of public participation during budget formulation is when it becomes meaningful. And for that to become meaningful, civil society needs to have enough information to be able to have a say. They need to have the space to say something. They need to be documentation of what has been said, and need to be a response from the government, in this case, the executive, on how those inputs had been used to design the executive budget proposal. That is meaningful participation. And what we're seeing is that the participation observing globally, not only in Africa, is very minimal in the quality of it. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Egypt? Or I hope
Ghana.
got it right.
You need to speak.
Over to you.
All right, thank you very much. This is Christopher from Ghana. My question is addressed to Patrick. You talked about policy harmonization across MMDAs or MDAs, which is critical for attaining budget credibility. So I want to understand how that is being accomplished, because I know that sometimes you have this high level framework that most MDAs are drawing their budget, their programs and projects from. So I want to understand from the case of Malawi, how you are achieving that policy credibility, the harmonization process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ripava?
Thank you so much. With regard to policy harmonization, we look at when you have harmonization of policies across the sectors, and then as you do planning, those policies are aligned to the blueprint, which is the National Development Agenda. And then when at every level, or during planning stage or during budgeting stage, we align all that to along with the policy, even up to, at subnational level. So at the end of the day, the entire nation, you end up addressing the very same objective, and you're able to achieve the national objective, which is enshrined in the National Development Agenda, even though there will always be challenges at the lower level, especially at subnational level and at sector level. And that's our focus as we move forward, so that we align the budget credibility to that to the lower level.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ripaba, I have another question for you in the chat. So this is coming from Madagascar. They have an experience. They have a question on Malawi's experience with INFF and the SDG Investor Map. The government of Madagascar has recently approved the launch of the INFF process, and the SDG Investor Map is also on the table. Could you provide your perspective on the sequencing of these activities and the rationale behind it? I noticed that Malawi started with SDG Investor Map before proceeding to implement the INFF. And my second question is about the impact of the INFF at the SDG Investor Map in mobilizing resources from the private sector in key areas. What are the impacts in terms of private resource mobilization, and did you develop or enforce specific reforms to achieve them? I suggest that we start with the perspective on the sequencing of SDG Investor Map and INFF and the rationale behind it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think based on my presentation, I indicated that we started with the assessment at local level and at the national level, which is the development finance assessment and the local level financing assessment. And thereafter, we had the national development policy, which is the Malawi 2063, which is being implemented in 10 years periods. So the first 10-year period has been aligned to the SDGs. And this informed the review of the development, the assessment report. Then this assessment report identified the gaps and areas that require financing and all that. And then it informed the development based on the national development policy. It has informed the needs or areas that require investment. So that informed the development of the SDG Investor Map. And this has therefore informed the finalization of the integrated national financing framework. So we are going to mobilize the resources based on the areas that have been identified in the SDG Investor Map. Our focus would be saying, which areas do we need financing based on the assessment that has been done based on the SDG Investor Map. And that the SDG Investor Map finally informs the INFF. That has been our kind of planning. It may have its challenges, but I think we'll work around it to make sure that we get the results out of it. The second question Regarding implementation and the resource mobilization under INFF, I have indicated that we have finalized the INFF and we are yet to launch the INFF. As a result, we are yet to get the experiences based on our plans that are outlined in the INFF strategy. So we only aspire that based on the SDG investor map, we'll be able to get in both domestic and international investors that to bring in financing to finance some part of development, and we'll be able to manage and develop the economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lipava. There is another question from Burkina Faso. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Ok, merci madame, merci à l'ensemble des intervenants. Je voulais poser ma question au niveau du Rwanda. C'est vrai que dans sa présentation, il a décrit en tout cas comment le budget est étiqueté au climat. Mais je crois qu'à notre niveau, c'est vrai que nous on avait essayé de faire un essai pareil en mettant en place la contribution nationale déterminée. 2021.
Interprétation.
Ça va maintenant?
Colleagues, we could not hear the English interpretation. Is it working? Sorry, sir, can you repeat? Yeah, is English interpretation working?
Ça peut aller?
Yes.
On peut aller?
Working.
Je disais qu'il y a des pays qui ont mis en place, qui ont élaboré les documents sur la contribution nationale volontaire.
So is it working? I could hear your voice, but then it disappeared again. Sir, can you please repeat? Can you start again?
Ok. Bon, je disais qu'il y a des pays qui ont mis en place, qui ont élaboré des documents sur la contribution nationale volontaire. Ça vient pas, à présent.
Sorry, we cannot hear the English interpretation. Colleagues?
Non, continuez, je vais essayer de... Je réponds. Ok. Allez, ok. Je disais que les pays qui ont mis en place, qui ont élaboré les documents sur la contribution nationale volontaire de 2021 à 2025, comme c'était le document cadre des Nations Unies qui avait préconisé cela. Et je crois qu'il y a des actions qui étaient prévues et des budgets qui étaient élaborés pour la mise en œuvre. Je crois que pour l'année 2023, c'est vrai que on n'est pas arrivé à l'échéance. Et encore, il y a un document cadre qui doit être élaboré, une vision 2050 bas carbone, qui est un document prospectif, normalement qui doit venir avant même le document cadre sur la contribution nationale volontaire. Et je crois qu'à ce niveau aussi, il y a des budgets qui sont élaborés. Est-ce que ce qui est fait chez vous, est-ce que vous arrivez à suivre les budgets mobilisés au sein de l'État et des partenaires pour mettre en œuvre en tout cas ces différents documents? Aussi, il y a aussi une question qui est adressée aussi au Ghana. C'est vrai qu'ils ont eu aussi à définir, bon, le Ghana, comme lui parle pas français.
En ligne, j'espère que l'interprétation marche maintenant. Mais vous pouvez demander, on va essayer de le traduire.
C'est vrai qu'au niveau du Ghana aussi, il a essayé de définir les défis qui ont été préconisés pour mieux suivre en tout cas les financements intégrés. Maintenant, je crois que chez nous, au lieu de prendre l'ensemble des défis, nous, on s'est focalisé sur ces 4 défis principaux, plutôt en disant qu'en mettant en œuvre les actions dans ce domaine-là, on pourrait en tout cas booster en tout cas l'ensemble des ODD pour qu'on puisse avoir un résultat tangible à la fin de 2030. Et je crois aussi qu'au niveau de ORIA aussi, elle a réussi à parler sur la crédibilité budgétaire. C'est vrai qu'il y a, en matière de développement social, il y a des actions qui sont élaborées et il y a des montants qui sont sont définis pour mettre en œuvre en tout cas ces différentes actions. Mais nous, à notre niveau, c'est vrai qu'il y a on a défini en tout cas un montant pour qu'on puisse investir sur les enfants et les femmes. Mais c'est tout que pour mieux comprendre l'exercice, on essaie de faire un autre travail sur l'investissement cash et le tout sur investissement. Est-ce que si on investit à ce niveau? Parce qu'actuellement, on a plus deux secteurs, le secteur de l'éducation et le secteur de la nutrition. Et on s'est rendu compte que c'est vrai qu'il y a des montants qui sont définis, qui étaient là. Au niveau de la nutrition, on disait que c'est vrai qu'il y a un montant qui était défini, mais on s'est rendu compte que si on utilisait le pot de ressources qui était mis actuellement à notre disposition et en faisant des réformes à ce niveau, on pourrait en tout cas atteindre en tout cas ce qui est escompté avec le peu de ressources disponibles. Au niveau de l'éducation, il se trouvait que à ce niveau, il faut aller encore plus loin en investissant dans d'autres actions et qui va avoir plus de résultats sur le terrain. Je vous remercie.
Et s'il vous plaît, encore une fois, la question pour Ghana. Pour Ghana, la question.
Pour le Ghana, je disais que là-bas, c'est vrai qu'il a essayé de définir. Bon, la question, c'est pour voir, est-ce qu'ils sont allés au-delà de l'ensemble des défis ou bien ils se sont focalisés sur un certain nombre de défis clés? Voilà.
Mr. Sabiti, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much. My French is not that good, so if I respond what was not asked, please bear with me, but I will try. As I said in my presentation, the climate budget tagging just started in the fiscal year 2024-2025. But there are a number of practical documents that you can be able to refer to. We have what we call the feasibility study. The feasibility study was conducted to practically indicate how the climate budget tagging can be done. But besides the feasibility study, we also have the climate budget tagging guidelines. So the climate budget tagging guidelines indicates the entire processes, right from the planning, selection of the interventions, entry of the intervention into the national accounting system, and the coding of these interventions within the same system, and how you can be able to produce the report on allocations of the climate interventions and the expenditures on the climate interventions. But for now, we are talking of the allocations. The expenditures will come at the end of the fiscal year in June. And this all the interventions actually indicate the sources of finance. If an intervention is supported by resources from the fiscal, from the treasury, then within the system, it is indicated that this activity is supported by resources from the treasury. If resources are also coming from the development partners, the name of the development partner is indicated on a specific activity. This is very critical for case of Rwanda because our NDC, the National Determined Contribution, is actually set in a way that there is amount of money that is expected to be mobilized internally from the treasury, from the internal resources, which is equivalent to around 40% of the resources required to implement NDC targets until 2030. But we also have a certain percentage of resources that are required to implement the NDCs or climate agenda for the country until 2030 from the external development partners. And that is why our national accounting system has to specify which the sources of finance for that or that for each specific activity. So that is really very, very critical. And again, it indicates where these resources have gone. And what kind of interventions these resources are going to do. This is also very, very critical because it indicates the prioritization aspect. Where are the resources going to where we actually have the needs? So it either indicates the adaptation and for what type of adaptation, it indicates mitigation and for what type of mitigation, and it also indicates whether this is really a priority for the national development aspect. But for the entire documents, if you wish, I have them with me. I can give you the guidelines. I can give you the feasibility study that we conducted to be able to understand the steps that we have gone through until we had the climate budget tagging inserted within our national accounting system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sabiti. Mr. Yanka, we have a question for you. Can you hear us? Mr. Nana Yanka?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. I have actually two questions. The first one is from Burkina Faso. So we would like to know if in the SDG budgeting process, has the country focused on a number of issues in integrating SDGs in the budget process, or are you aiming to integrate all SDGs in the chart of accounts? I'll ask the second question later. Thank you.
Hi. So all the SDGs have been integrated. And like other countries, there are specific focus targets that Ghana is focusing on based on our development priorities. So those are the ones that we report on, but all the SDGs have been integrated in the budget process.
Thank you so much. I hope this, j'espère que ça répond. The second question, it's about local budgeting, and Mr. Elvis Simon asks, how do we ensure that that local governments implement all the policies, interventions related to SDG budgeting? How do you address issues related to capacity building, related to the lack of legislature, and how do you encourage consultation and participation at local level? Thank you.
Okay, so to answer that question, I would say that Ghana practices a decentralized form of government. So the budget process does not emanate from the national to the district, but rather the reverse. It's a bottom-up approach. The districts develop their plans and programs in line with the national priorities. These are then sent to the regional, then brought to the national for deliberation and consultation. And then they are asked to prioritize those activities. So they own that process. It isn't a top-down approach where it's more like a forced approach, but the subnational agencies own the process. They determine their priorities based on the nationally determined priorities that are available. So they own the process and implementation is smooth. In terms of capacity, over the period, we have built capacity of the subnational levels, especially with the key partners, the planners, the budget officers, the audit officers, the finance officers, to be at par at a certain level where they can then supervise the implementation of national budgets or subnational budgets at that level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for the questions. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. If you have any more questions, please feel free to reach out to our panelists directly or through the provided contact details in the information note. My takeaways from these wonderful sessions today is that bringing finance to a country's core priorities, whether it's women, children, those affected by climate change and conflict, requires more than just mobilizing additional resources and creating fiscal space. It requires enhanced governance, as well as coherent and synergetic approaches to aligning tax, revenue, and debt policies with those priorities, along with cooperation both within the government and across development partners, civil society, and society as a whole. As my colleague Ankun and Tolo explained, UNDP is promoting this idea of reviewing tax and public expenditures jointly to have an improved impact on development outcomes. The budgeting for the SDGs framework have been developed and is being used in a number of countries already. And in the coming months, UNDP will be presenting methodologies for undertaking the tax and public expenditure reviews jointly. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all speakers for their valuable contributions and to all participants for joining today. We will now have a coffee break and continue with insights from partners. Have a great day and thank you all once again. Thank you.
So colleagues, coffee is served just outside the room, just like the last time. Yeah, we will break for 15 minutes and be back here
Thank you.
by 4:15. Thank you, Ria. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Is Mr. Felix from Nigeria here? Mr. Felix?
Hi, colleagues. We will start in a few minutes. Thank you for coming on time.
So while we are waiting, I just want to share some good news with you. That the cocktail is not 7, it's not 6:30, it's 6 now. After Rombi had a look when I told her 6:30. And we do listen to our leadership. AUC. So it's 6 now. So people are coming, yes? Yeah. So we want TGNA here, we want Aphrodite here. Yes, this is. Isaac, come. With you. Theo, yeah? Yeah, come. Okay, welcome back, colleagues. I'm very pleased to welcome our valued partners for this session. We've been working closely with the people here at this table, AUC, ATAF, Afrodad and Tax Justice Network. And I'm really excited to hear their thoughts on this. And before I start, the session, the questions or so, I think I have two messages. One, two of them related to the Addis Ababa action agenda. One, we are really indebted to Addis Ababa action agenda for moving the discussion beyond just the mere amount of resources to the question of how these resources should be mobilized. Strengthening the issues of governance, collaboration, and all these questions around, all these issues around the how question. And the second important lesson is, as we are preparing for the FFD4 in Spain next year, is the critical need to bring all the relevant stakeholders from the public and private sectors at the national level, at the regional level as we are doing, and at the global level. So with these two, very important lessons, I think, and in the spirit of partnership, we'll listen now to the thoughts by the speakers for this session. And I would like to, get their insights, if they can share their thoughts on 3 points. The first one is, what are the opportunities and challenges for Africa? And how are they supporting INFF-related areas? And the third one, what are the areas they envisage to work on or support countries in the future? So without further delay, I will now invite Rumbi. We've listened to what you said during the opening remarks. I would like to actually invite you to share with us your thoughts. Thank you. Please, Rumbi.
Thank you, Jamal. Actually, good afternoon, participants. I hope I will not bore you. You'll be able to follow the presentation, because I know presenting after lunch, people will be a little bit tired. I don't know if it's from the food or from the weather.
But they have their coffee. They just have their coffee. They're awake, fully awake, I assure you.
Yeah, so Ethiopian coffee is quite strong, so I guess all of us will be able to follow. Once again, my name is Rumbizai Manando. Most of the colleagues, they call me Rumbi because they can't pronounce my Zimbabwean name, Rumbizai. But Rumbi is a shortcut for Rumbizai. It's my pleasure to be also part of a panel with partners that will work very well together with in addressing our continental issues and also trying to devise solutions to address those various challenges. So in my presentation, I'll move on to the presentation outline. I will start with introduction and then followed by opportunities in Africa. Next, please. And then AUC support towards INFF's related areas in Africa. And then areas AUC envision to support countries in future, and then lastly, the conclusion. So in my introduction, I'll just give a brief summary about the economic context. I'll not dwell much on it because I think in the morning, Suzanne has done a great job giving a summary of where we stand currently within the African continent. I'll move on to Africa's economic growth. In 2024, we are expecting actually a 4% growth, and we are also projecting to have 5% in 2025. Actually, this growth is mostly driven by countries in the West African region who are actually doing well. It's not a secret that Niger is one of the fastest growing economies in the continent, recording actually more than 10% this year. We're also looking at other countries such as Senegal, who are actually doing well in oil production and of course, hydrocarbon industries. Actually, the reports we received actually this year from our colleagues from the African Development Bank, they were actually indicating that at least 17 African countries are expected to grow by 4% in 2025. I guess this is based on the reforms that most of our countries are actually introducing in our countries to address issues that actually impede our growth path. And then moving on to foreign direct investment, which are actually standing at $48 billion. That is based on the 2023 data. We can see that in terms of FDI, we are actually not doing so much well. We still need more investments to support our green transitions that we are actually speaking about these days. And of course, investments also to facilitate growth in our economies. And then moving on to public debt, this has also been addressed in the morning by the presentation of Gamal, and also Suzanne has also reflected on the public debt in Africa, which is actually standing at 65% of our GDP. And actually, this is also worrisome because we have actually, I think, 20% of our African economies who are actually in debt distress, or some of them are actually at the risk of debt distress, and others are actually defaulting. So we actually need sustainable solutions to address our debt issues. And then moving on to domestic resource mobilization, by looking at the tax to GDP ratio, is actually standing at 15%. The data actually came from one of our publications, Revenue Statistics in Africa, which is actually being produced by the African Union, as well as the OECD and our colleagues from ATF. This is based on the data for 33 African countries who are actually contributing to revenue statistics in Africa. So we can see that more needs to be done in terms of actually strengthening our revenue mobilization in Africa. And then with regards to illicit financial flows, we have a figure of about $89 billion, which the continent is actually losing. This is also based on our colleagues from UNCTAD. We can see that we're actually losing more resources that could actually be utilized or channeled to some of our initiatives or our sectors in the economies. If we look at infrastructure development, we need actually, I think, more than $100 billion a year to close that infrastructure gap. And also the SDGs that we're talking about in the morning, that we have a gap of $1.3 trillion. Next slide, please. On the next slide, I'm going to talk about the opportunities for Africa. This is based on the INFF's, I'm still struggling to say that, integrated national financing frameworks. So the opportunities cannot be overemphasized. We are looking at the support towards our inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa, which is actually point number 2. We have seen that our countries are actually growing. This year we are projecting at least 5%, but still this is not sufficient for us to achieve our continental as well as our national goals, referring to Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. And then they are also effective and in supporting infrastructure development in Africa. We have actually an infrastructure gap of about $130 $130 to almost $130 billion, which is billion dollars, sorry, estimated annually. This is based on our African Development Bank colleagues. Also, we need resources to support PIDA, one of the AU flagship projects, the Program of Infrastructure Development in Africa. We need more resources to support infrastructure development. If I can even go further, in terms of energy, we have, I think, 40% of African countries, we still don't have capacity to access to electricity. Actually, 53% of African countries lack paved roads. So this is also an issue that can be addressed by INFS. And then we can also look at trade and investment, especially in the umbrella of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think they are also essential. Looking at the CFTA, we can also look at the regional value chains development, where we see so much potential from the regional value chains. If they can be developed, they can also accelerate diversifying products for trade. And then moving on to the next point, which is on promoting sustainable financing mechanism. This cannot be overemphasized because we need more resources to support our national and continental development programs. Moving on to the next slide, please. Okay, the next slide, I'm going to look at the AU's support towards INFS related areas. The first point is on the framework on key actions to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. This is actually a framework that is being developed by the African Union Commission in collaboration with our colleagues from the ALDA, NEPAD, as well as the African Development. So the framework aims actually at placing each and every country at 7 to 10% GDP per year. So it also actually offers a list of recommendations that countries can actually implement to support their growth trajectory. The next one is on domestic resource mobilization. Here, I'm going to actually elaborate on some of the initiatives that are being undertaken by the AUC with colleagues present here, ATAF and UNECA. We have actually a project that is also being supported by the colleagues from the European Union, the government of Finland, and German. I'm just trying to think so that I don't leave anyone out, because they are also our essential partners that are supporting us or in addressing issues of illicit financial flows for the continent. So we offer capacity building, tailor-made programs to countries based on their requests. This is actually what we are also working on with colleagues from UNECA and ATAF. I think Jamal was also part of the initiative. I don't know if you were part of the people who were engaging with Gabon. And we had also received a request from the government of Malawi, requesting support with regards to areas which they wanted to address illicit financial flows in their countries, and also in general supporting tax administrations of various African countries. Moving forward, I will go to the promotion of investment. The AUC is also working on establishing what we call a Pan-African virtual investment platform, which we also consider instrumental in fostering investments within the continent. It's a platform which will provide different data to our potential investors so they can also make informed decisions about the countries they wish to invest in. And then the last point here on the support, I'm looking at the reform of the global financial architecture. Here also we have received, I think, a presentation in the morning with Gamal, which has actually highlighted the areas we are also working on. We are partnering with UNECA, the government of Ghana. We work also closely with the International Monetary Fund. International Monetary Fund, the IMF, on what we call a high-level working group, which is addressing actually issues with regards to the reform of the global financial architecture. Like indicated in the morning, we are taking it to the highest level where discussions should occur and we find lasting solutions to those problems with regards to the reform of the global financial architecture. They were also looking at rechanneling of SDRs through our multilateral development bank, specifically the African Development Bank. I think our colleague from UNDP in the morning referred to how we actually need to channel the SDRs through the AFDB so that they'll be able to mobilize more resources by accessing the international capital markets, and therefore they can have more resources to support development of projects in our continent. They will also look at climate financing, issues of climate financing. We're also looking at issues of debt. We're also looking at reform of the international tax architecture. Work is also being done in collaboration with UNECA and our partners from ATAF supporting us with the technical aspects of it. We are also working closely with our colleagues from New York, the African Group of Ambassadors based in New York, who are also pushing forward this agenda with the United Nations, contributing to the United Nations Convention of International Tax. So the idea is to move discussions from the OECD, but to the UN, to the United Nations, which is a platform where we can actually address some of the issues that were not being properly addressed within the OECD, and also to facilitate fairer and equitable taxing rights for our continent, and then we can have more resources to achieve our SDGs. Lastly, I'll move on to the areas that the AUC also envisioned to support countries in future. The first one is strengthening harmonization of national and regional financial policies. Here I can actually give an example of the work that I actually do. I work on the implementation of the African Union financial institutions. That is for those who don't know, this is the African Central Bank, the African Monetary Fund, African Investment Bank, and the Pan-African Stock Exchange. We are actually making so much progress on the African Stock Exchange, where we are collaborating with colleagues from the African Securities Exchanges Association. They have actually developed a project called African Exchanges Linkage Projects, which is trying to connect stock exchanges or capital markets virtually, because the establishment of the Pan-African Stock Exchange requires that we connect virtually, regionally, before we actually move forward to establish one. So one of the issues that we've been having in terms of implementing that exchanges linkage project is the issues of harmonization of regulation. Is actually making it impossible for many countries to participate in that framework because of harmonization of regulation. So if we can sort of converge and try to meet halfway and see how we can actually harmonize our policies, and moving forward, we can actually get more revenue or more resources from and more liquidity from our capital markets within the continent. So I think that is the area where we need to actually look at and strengthen more. The next one is enhanced coordination among stakeholders. The meeting that we are having here is one of the platforms actually we are referring to. I think it's important to share ideas, experiences, and then we can build on that and see how we can move forward, and also in implementing some of the good practices from various countries present here, including other partners who are also doing tremendous work in the same area. For the AUC, we actually here also on coordination, we also have our private sector forum. We have also what we call the intra-African trade. I think most of member states here have been participating in such. It's also a platform where we also bring in the public and the private sector to have a dialogue and to see how they can also support in contributing to the inclusive growth and sustainable development of our continent. We have seen that public resources only is not sufficient to support our national plans, but we also need to bring in the private sector so that we have more resources moving forward. The next point is supporting countries in improving transparency and accountability. We are talking of budget transparency, budget openness. Here we work with colleagues from CABRI and AfroSci. It's very unfortunate that they are not here. I think they could be also instrumental in discussions like this, because I think they're doing so much work working with some of the governments present here, supporting work with regards to addressing corruption and issues of strengthening budgets in our various countries. I think this is also important. It also addresses the issue of governance in our various countries. If we look at the resources that we are getting, if we fight IFFs and or even the debt that countries are acquiring, what is the debt being used or being utilized for? What kind of leadership do we need actually for us to ensure that the debt is being utilized for its intended purposes and it's being used for revenue generating projects? The last one is fostering digital financial innovations. Here, we cannot emphasize the importance of digital technology, especially in our financial aspect or in our various financial sectors in our economies. We have actually what we call a digital transformation strategy, which we have worked together with UNECA to develop, and we actually have a component here there in the digital transformation strategy, which look at digital financial inclusion. I think is also is essential in make sure that there is inclusivity. No one is being left behind. Everyone has got access to financial resources. We are working on this one with various partners, and we should be reaching out to our member states so that we can work together, ensure that there will be implementation and there's areas of convergence to ensure that we move forward and strengthen our financial status. With that, I think I have reached the conclusion of my presentation. I'm sorry, I was trying to rush because I was given 10 minutes. So I was trying to be as fast as possible, but thank you so much. Over to you, Emma.
Thank you very much, and apologies actually. You've been rushed. This is very insightful, and we look forward actually to the feedback from the participants on both what you've been doing, and also it's excellent that you also explain the plans, the planned activities and what you intend to do. So thank you very much, Hombi. So now I request Mr. Emmanuel Eze, a senior advisor on tax policy to the AU. He's from ATAF, to please share his insight. Emmanuel, please.
Oh, please go on, Doc. Please go ahead. It's not working there. It's not working. Good afternoon, colleagues, participants. My name is Emmanuel Eze. I'm Senior Advisor to the African Union on Tax Policy from ATAF. And on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ATAF, Mr. Logan Watts, I want to appreciate UNECA and partners for putting this together and also for inviting us to share our resources. This afternoon, our presentation is centered around a few points. One, how does ATAF work relate to INFF's strategies and framework? What are our shared areas of challenges and opportunities as partners to UNECA and other partners in this context? What are the roles that ATAF has played in fostering the key objective which have also been the objective of INFF strategy and frameworks? And finally, we will share some insight as to what we refer to as conclusions. Please, can I have my slide?
She's uploading it.
Right.
So she's trying. I was just telling colleagues over the coffee break that technology was kind to us. I think it's good that. Yeah. So it's coming. Let's just try for the last time.
Sorry, colleagues, let's wait for the slide to come up, please.
Is digital technology part of your presentation? So I suggest that you. Shall I ask Emmanuel to go ahead while you're sorting this out?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for that hitch. As we started,
Have you shared from your side?
no, I've left the platform completely, so it's not.
Okay.
Emmanuel, I think you are online. I can see you. You are online. You can share it yourself.
Yeah, Emmanuel, can you share yourself?
I have left the Zoom platform
Oops.
to ensure there was no interference with you trying to share.
Okay. One last time.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'll just rely on your presentation skills. The excellent ones that I've witnessed in many forums.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, please continue.
All right, sorry for that hitch. I'm hopeful that my slide will be shared with all of you by UNECA colleagues. So in April this year, we happened to be in New York to attend an INFF event. It's a global event at the headquarters, which was entitled Transforming Economies Through Integrated National Financing Frameworks. In that event, just like today's event, we got a lot of evidence to show how relevant INFF and the strategy has been in transforming economies across the world, including economies in Africa. They also provided evidence to show that INFFs have served as a comprehensive framework to help nations mobilize and align financial resources from diverse sources to achieve developmental objectives. There was also evidence to show that public finance reforms, like the reform of tax administration, improvement in tax policies, the fight against IFFs, the fight against base erosion and profit shifting, among others, are key strategies of INFFs. And you will agree with me that this morning, several colleagues have also alluded to those facts. And that's where ATAF come in. ATAF, which is an acronym for African Tax Administration Forum, is a Pan-African organization with 43 countries across Africa. So what we do in ATAF is to sit with our members and support them in their critical reform relating to tax systems generally. And when we say tax system, it could be reform that relates to tax administration, it could be reform that relates to tax legislation or tax policy. It could be reform that relates to how to fight IFFs and base erosion and profit shifting. This is what we do. And when we do that, we don't work alone. We work with partners across the continent. And in this regard, I want to appreciate colleagues from UNECA, AUC, and others, including a colleague from Zambia, who has acknowledged the work we do with them, and some of which product has already been discussed in this meeting. We also want to acknowledge TGNA, with whom we also work very closely. Now, we've looked at the context of today's discussion, and we highlighted a few areas which we see as shared opportunities and challenges between ATAF and colleagues working on INFFs. And those areas include: one, limited domestic resources. With this have been stated in several words, even in this engagement, that we lack the requisite revenues mobilized domestically through DRM to support our developmental initiatives. And this is a concern which ATAF share together with INFF frameworks. And how does that play out? We have highlighted the funding gaps, and we have also looked at to see how we can turn the story around. Sorry, my slide is off. Thank you. So we have highlighted the funding gaps, but apart from seeing these funding gaps, there's more to be done. When you look at the tax to GDP ratio, we are above the recommended threshold for development. The threshold is 15%. In average, African tax to GDP ratio is showing between 15, 16, and even sometimes more. But that is from aggregated point of view. When you disaggregate the data, you will see the truth story. You come to realize that more than 2 billion out of 3-point-something billion population lives in a country where the tax to GDP ratio is less than the developmental threshold, which is to say, if you go back to the West Africa and countries like Nigeria, you still have tax to GDP ratio that is less than 10%. If you go back to other big population and power movers in the continent, you will figure out that we are not where we are supposed to be in terms of the requisite tax to GDP ratio that is needed to drive proper development. So we are looking at factors that have made this possible and how to turn it around. And in so doing, one of the key areas we are targeting is tax-based erosion. There are factors that raise our domestic tax bases and make it impossible or impracticable for us to achieve our DRM objectives. And that includes BEPS and IFFs. With respect to IFF, we are working with partners, including TJNA, AUC, and others to ensure that we drive strategies which names this in the board. And we are using a multi-pronged approaches that have to do with both practical interventions, policy interventions, among others. In ATAF, for instance, we have what we call 6-pillar approach to fighting IFF, which is built around focusing on border transaction element of IFF, the element that have to do with transparency and treaties, inter-agency coordination, tax and customs, among others. So this is part of what we are doing. Then the other key area of challenges and opportunity is dependence on external funding. A lot has been said about this. So what we observe is that over time, our official development partners have moved from giving ODAs as a grant to giving ODAs as concessionary loan. Some of those loans, the data we have also shown that the rate at which they are given in terms of interest sometimes is as high as 9.8 times higher than what they are ascertained in what is obtainable in developed countries. And that have helped to build up an unsustainable loan servicing mechanism where this year, for instance, we have a data that states Africa is going to pay over $80 billion to service debt. Colleagues here in the morning have also spoken to how we are spending more servicing debt than in basic infrastructure and social amenities. Take, for instance, in education, some countries, many countries in Africa are spending as high as $70 per capita to fund, to refinance or service debt, while in education, health and education respectively, they are spending only $39 and $60 respectively. So we look at it and we believe that this is not sustainable. And the only options we have as tax experts is how to help our members and the countries in Africa rejig their tax systems, ensure that more DRMs are raised so that we lean more on DRM as against these external sources. Then we have also as a shared challenge inefficient tax systems. Inefficient tax system comes in different forms. It could come by way of lack of capacity. It may come by way of lack of technology that is needed to drive and mobilize revenue. It comes in different forms. And this is also one area where our strategies are aligned with that of INFFs. And the fifth element, which we tend to highlight, is lack of capacity. Lack of capacity is like why wind that blows no one any good. It cuts across so many sectors, and we needed capacity, one, to implement the INFF strategies, as well as our own strategies to reform and retool our tax administration system to give us the resources we need for development. Now, next slide, please. The question now is, we have identified the problem. What are we doing as a Pan-African organization to address these challenges? We will run through quickly for want of time what we have been doing at ATAF in collaboration with partners. So number one thing is capacitation of our members. So we have different, and when we show you data from the field, you begin to see the magnitude of the work we are doing in capacity building, because we believe that capacity building is key to every other thing. If you don't have capacity, you hardly will understand what your problems are in the first place to think of addressing them. So we capacitate our members in different forms with respect to different areas of taxation, whether it's transfer pricing, exchange of information, domestic revenue mobilization generally, among others. We do this boots on the ground, helping members on day-to-day to achieve their capacitation requirements. Then we also help in modernization. Recently, just about a few days ago, ATAF launched what they call the Exchange of Information Technology Infrastructure Toolkit. This is just an example of what we are doing to help members ensure that they have digitized and modernized tax administration system that support the objective to raise more revenue. We also do policy support and development. If you just go to online and Google ATAF, you will see our policy briefs and advisory to members. We also come up with suggested approaches which help members to craft effective and efficient policies to drive DRM. Then in compliance and enforcement, the story is the same. We have boots on the ground supporting our members. Please, next slide. Then technical assistance. This one is an aspect where we send our officers to the field to actually work with tax administrators and some of who are in this room to help them in practical sense raise revenue, by supporting them technically in all aspects of taxation, both international and domestic. Then in research and analysis, when colleagues from UNECA presented in the morning, they made mention of some tools which we have developed with them, especially as it relates to tax incentive. And they have worked with the research department of ATAF to produce that document. The colleagues there have worked with them in that respect. And that's one example of what we are doing, because we believe that good policy should be informed by good research and then data analysis. And this research, we call it very empirical research, most of them, they help us not just to produce our own policy products, but also to help members from the ground to come about policies which are not just out there, but are effective and efficient, helping them realize their set objective. Then in setting African voices, making sure that African voices are heard in discussions around tax policies. This is one key area where colleagues have numerously acknowledged our work in, including the colleague from the African Union Commission who just spoke. So we are working with partners including UNECA, AUC, and TGNA to support the ongoing discussions in the UN to retool the global tax cooperation architecture to ensure that not only are African voices included, but that they are included effectively, to address key and unique issues which are confronting the continent in terms of tax policies at a global scene. Apart from that, we are also participating actively in the existing platforms like the OECD Inclusive Framework, the UN Tax Committee, among others, to ensure that international tax rules that are being developed speak to the need of the African continent. If you read the FSD report of 2024, you will begin to understand that times are gone when one claim that international tax policies and rules have no direct relevance to domestic revenue mobilization. What rules they are made in those platforms have direct and significant impact on our abilities in countries to exploit our fiscal space to generate the resources that we require for development. So those are part of the things that we are doing and pursuing strongly. Then in peer learning, we are contributing very largely to peer learning in the area of tax policy and administration reforms. We get our members across board to share best practices and experiences with each other. Some even are helping in hand-holding in ensuring that other members learn best practices and utilize them to develop their system. Next, please. So this may not have come out very clearly, but these are numbers from the field. So when I say we are doing trainings, it's not something that exists out there, something that I just said for political reasons. In 2023, for instance, ATAF conducted 20 trainings across Africa, and in particular in 47 countries. You recall I said we have 43 members, but we go beyond those 43 members to capacitate tax authorities and ensure that they have the requisite capacities to generate revenue for their governments and for their developmental initiatives. So we have 20 trainings in 47 countries where more than 2,000 persons participated, 95% of whom acknowledged that the trainings were extremely relevant, they're very highly relevant to the function they were doing, have helped them to improve, in the jobs that they were doing. Then in technical assistance, we provided over 180 technical assistants across Africa. And in the southern region, for instance, we provided 13 technical assistants. In the western region, it was 10. In Central African region, we provided 7. And in Eastern region, we had 5. Then there are so many testimonies as to how much these technical assistance and capacitation exercises have helped members to improve revenue generation. But we will get into that very shortly. Then there are so many instruments which we have produced. We have produced a training manual, for instance, in tax audit and investigation. And cumulatively, these exercises and trainings and technical assistance have helped members to raise assessment that is worth over $1.4 billion US. This is where the tire hits the road, because at the end, the whole exercise is to ensure that more revenue is generated. So we have helped them to generate assessment that's valued at over $1.4 billion US. In actual collection, because you raise assessment before you collect, in actual collection for the year 2023, they have collected over $620 million US. That is money in the bank. So, and we have increasingly supported them in their efforts to continue to achieve their revenue objective. So next slide, if you go to the next slide, you will see historically we helped them to assess over $4 billion US. Can you move on to the next slide, please? So historically, you will see that up to 2023 cumulatively, we have helped members to raise assessment of over $4.7 billion US. In actual collection, pursuant to those assessments, they have collected nearly $2 billion US. And this one is money at the bank. When you talk of loopholes that are blocks that cannot be quantified by money, the impact may be far bigger than this, because most of the challenges we have come by way of loopholes, base erosion and profit shifting. So when you block those loopholes, you may not see the money generated, but it could amount to a lot, So these are part of things that we are doing. And quickly to conclude for want of time, we believe that INFFs are very vital tools for advancing financing reforms in Africa. At ATAF, we believe that we as partners to UNECA, we are playing a very crucial role in supporting tax policy and administration reform across the continent, which also plays a key role in INFF strategy. We are advising for the whole of system approach, built around continuous support and collaboration from all partners and stakeholders as essential in realization of INFF objectives. We are also emphasizing that going forward, adoption of innovative approaches and best practices in tax administration, as well as in design and implementation of INFF programs, are key strategies for success. So on that note, I want to thank every one of you for listening to me. I am available for question and clarification where required. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And colleagues, you can see now why here in Africa we are the envy of other regions in the developing world, and the benefits of having a dedicated regional body focusing on tax policy and tax administration. If you look at other regions, you either have some which have problems in terms of outreach, or other regions, they don't have a similar organization. So, thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you, ATAF, for serving the continent. So now we'll move to our third speaker, Mr. Isaac Dansu-Ageri, a policy research and advocacy manager from TGNA. Please, Isaac. Isaac, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gama. Good evening to all of you, and I bring you very warm regards from our executive director, Madam Shanai Mukumba, who is unable to join us here today because of prior commitments, but I'm happy to, represent TGNA. So TGNA, which is, Tax Justice Network Africa, is a network of CSOs across the African continent. We have a membership of some 54 CSOs that are dedicated to ensuring that there is tax justice on the continent. And so we basically advocate for and we push for progressive and fair taxation on the continent, even as we strive to raise domestic revenue to support our development as part of the toolkit available to us under INFFs. Today's presentation will basically look at some of the challenges that we face as a continent, just a few of them. And then two, we look at what we see as some of the big opportunities that we have. The third part of it will look at the role that TGNA has been playing to support African countries in dealing with some of these challenges and taking advantage of the opportunities, but also in support of the INFF's initiatives. And then we will share a very quick snapshot of some success stories that we've recorded across the continent. So if I may, I start with some of the challenges. The first one here, prior speakers have already mentioned, our illicit financial flows and the economic challenges that it imposes on us. We don't need to be reminded. We have leaving the continent every year, we have some $89 billion, which is more than twice the FDI the continent receives per annum. And mainly this is through tax evasion and trade-related, aggressive tax avoidance. Of course, our tax to GDP ratio is undermined by this. So we are recording between 15 to 17%, which is again less than half of what is recorded in the OECD regions, 34%, and significantly lower than even what our peers in the Latin Americas record, in excess of 21%. Because of these challenges, we have had to resort to very expensive borrowing that in a global financial architectural system that is not very friendly to the continent, and so we have our public debt that is standing an average of 65% with its compounding debt servicing complications and all of that. A second major issue that we face has to do with infrastructure deficits that, according to the Global Infrastructure Hub, estimates that we need in excess of some $4 trillion in annual terms. That is about 175 billion to finance infrastructure projects just to put us on a path that can support our economic development. Of course, the social issues also remain, poverty and inequality, which we've been battling with, made worse by the pandemic and the aftermath of it. Some 40 to 50 million Africans have been pushed into extreme poverty. Of course, debt servicing means that there's not even enough resources to spend on social support services. With some of the evidence suggesting that about half of all African nations are spending more on debt servicing than on healthcare. So that is quite worrying and something we need to look at. Then environmental degradation and climate concerns. Despite our historically insignificant contribution to global emissions, we are the most impacted sort of continent or region, and then we need some 3 trillion in additional resources to finance implementation of our nationally determined contributions. But with these challenges also come some opportunities, and so again, infrastructure, we see a lot of potential in leveraging our vast natural resources, especially in the renewable energy sector, to, as it were, leapfrog our energy access and development. We also see opportunities in developing and building smart cities and infrastructure systems. We see opportunities in housing, building affordable houses projects across the continent. And then, as of course, INFFs will suggest, there is also a massive opportunity that we are yet to tap into it fully, which is the public-private partnership to accelerate projects and finance our infrastructure. The opportunities around climate action and environmental conservation, already spoke about renewable energy, but also in adopting sustainable practices in agriculture, fishing, and all of that to make our biodiversity and natural resources more sustainable. Assessing international climate finance provides another avenue that wasn't available a few years ago. And so that is something that we could tap into. And then, of course, our conservation efforts, to safeguard the ecosystem and promote sustainable livelihoods. There's also a massive opportunity in trade and regional integration. We have been talking about this for a very short period of about 60 years, but naturally we are now in the after era. And so there is massive opportunity that we need to, if we're able to fully implement this after, according to some estimates, we are looking at manufacturing exports increasing by over 55 billion. We are looking at intra-African trade increasing by some 52%, and the creation of some 1.7 million new jobs, which will be very welcome to the continent's ever-increasing youth population. And then lastly, on opportunity side, we have education and skill development. There's massive opportunities in investing in education and vocational training that allow us to harness the potential of our youth population, STEM education to prepare the workforce for future challenges, and strengthen higher educations, to foster research, innovation, and critical thinking. Now, with these opportunities, we ask ourselves what TGNA as a Pan-African institution, regional institution of CSOs, what have we been doing to support African countries in pursuit of these opportunities? Of course, I did mention that we are for the promotion of fair and progressive taxation across the continent. And so we do this by challenging all the harmful policies and practices that facilitates illicit financial flows and undermine domestic revenue mobilization, thereby perpetuating inequality on the continent, but also between nations. At the global level, TGNA has been very active and one of the leading voices that is supporting the work of the African Group to advance the UN Tax Convention. And this we have been working closely with partners, the African Union Commission, ITAF, UNECA, in getting this advocacy going. TGNA has established what we call, as part of our practical ways of getting this going, we have a working group of partners, includes CSOs and all people who have interest in international tax reforms. We have established a working group. We currently have some 67 members that meet monthly. And when we do meet, what we do is to discuss updates on what is happening in this push for reform and strategize on how to proceed with advocacy and campaign to make sure we get the goals that we have set for ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, consider this as an open invite if you're interested in this space to join us as we get this work going. At the national, Jama, that is welcomed. Good. Good. At the national and regional level, we have been very active in informing policymakers and the public about, of course, tax justice policy alternatives. And we have been doing this through a project that we call Scaling Up Tax Justice, SCAT, and then the Pan-African Parliamentary Network Against Illicit Financial Flows and Tax. UPNIFT, which is the Pan-African Network, is effectively our project that works with parliamentarians, equipping them and empowering them to understand the issues around tax justice, but also illicit financial flows and the role that they could play in their mandate as legislators to help curb illicit financial flows and promote progressive and sustainable development. UPNIFT is active in 43 African countries and has formally launched in 23 countries. Yesterday, Ghana became the 23rd country to formally launch an UPNIFT caucus in its parliament. And so welcome to Ghana for joining the UPNIFT fraternity. To support the work of UPNIFT, we have also developed an MP's toolkit on tax expenditure. And so what we've done is effectively giving these MPs in a very user-friendly, street level language, what they need to be able to discuss questions on tax expenditure and stuff that comes to up for debate in the chambers. We hope to strive more partnerships to improve this even further and collaborate on making this available to all parliamentarians across the continent. I did mention our SCAT project, Scaling Up Tax Justice project, presently available in 9 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ghana, across the continent, really. Yeah. So some success stories that we have recorded over the past few. In Tunisia, our partner, the Tunisia Observatory of Economy, OTE, has been keen and very active in raising awareness on the impact of OECD's Global Tax Agreement on domestic revenue mobilization, highlighting the risks to the DRM initiatives. And this was key in informing Tunisia's vote at the UN on the UN Tax Convention. I did mention that Ghana is our newest member of UPNIFT. In Mozambique, our Stop the Anonymity campaign by our partners played a key role in the enactment of mandatory beneficial ownership registration, which is a significant step towards transparency after several years of advocacy. In Liberia, Integrity Watch Liberia successfully mobilized against a controversial investment incentive agreement by some corporation in Liberia, and this advocacy led to a presidential veto of it. This year, when the parliament tried to bring it up again, they were up in arms, and that was also abandoned. We have Tanzania, which is another SCAT country member, also a part of our UpNIFT project. In terms of, and I'll talk briefly about what we are looking to do in future, we want to continue this advocacy for fair and progressive taxation systems. We'll continue to empower MPs and policymakers to curb illicit financial flows. And then we will increasingly stress the interlinkages between tax justice, climate justice, debt justice, and the SDGs and the attainment of 2063 agenda and Agenda 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for this great presentation, and it's been very, very informative, and I think very commendable what you've been doing, in terms of mobilizing CSOs, the citizenry, and also, parliamentarians and other organizations in terms of not just issues of tax justice, but issues of climate justice, sustainable development, debt, etc. It's been an honor actually listening to this great presentation. Thank you very much. So we come last now to Aphrodite, our colleagues and comrade Theo Yongong, Policy Research and Advocacy Lead. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kamal. It's always a pleasure being here and engaging with colleagues from other fellow CSOs and also with officials, government officials from African countries. I think this is very, very useful, and accept greetings from Aphrodite. For those of us who might be knowing Aphrodite for the first time, it's a Pan-African civil society organization with headquarters in Harare, in Zimbabwe. We actually work on issues of, public debt management in Africa, having a political economy view of it, the entire debt ecosystem, because it also involves many other things. And in this presentation today, I'm not bringing in anything new because a lot of colleagues have already mentioned them since morning. But if there is any other addition that I want to make, it is also to pick up from where Gamal started in terms of appreciating the fact that we are moving this discussion away just from being about mobilizing resources, but actually using the resources. And I even want to push it, to the next frontier, that we need to start moving the discussion also beyond just the policy prescriptions to the political will that should actually, lead to the implementation of such policies. And that is actually where Aphrodite is today. When it comes to issues of development finance, our concern is to then ensure that we don't just end with policy suggestions, but that they actually become a reality. And in my presentation, I'll start with the challenges. First of all, and in starting with the challenges, I want to have that to step back on the bigger picture, because many of the things that we discussed here today have a history, and history which is sometimes just brushed aside, right?
because we are in a race, and the race is so fast going that sometimes you just tend to forget where we're coming from. But it's always important that we need to understand where we're coming from to actually know where we're going to in terms of shaping the kind of policies that will promote sustainable debt management policies in our African countries. So this is just to say that the challenges that we have talked about today has historical roots. And of course, those challenges are part of multiple structural problems that African countries are faced with. We have talked of the legacies of slavery, colonialism, a massive dispossession of African countries of their resources, which have actually landed us, where we are today, and where we are faced with multiple challenges when we hear of global financial architecture. This is not something that happened. This is actually something that was carefully crafted and, of course, built out of the ashes of the Second World War. And today we're asking for reforms, and hopefully we want to get those reforms because they're also at the heart of some of the systemic problems that we as African countries will need to address today in order to finance our development. I will start also with a very quick look. What I just discussed, I want to put it broadly. That's the main challenge as economic injustice and exploitation. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that African countries are faced with. A lot of things that we said here today, for instance, unfair global financial architecture, illicit financial flows, low taxation, resource capture, climate injustice, the trade barriers that African countries are faced with, tariff barriers that African countries are actually faced with. Issues of poverty and inequality, debt, these are issues, that are the core of the bleeding of a continent. We at AfroDebt, together with TGNA and other Pan-African civil society organizations, we run a campaign called the Stop the Bleeding campaign, because this is the campaign that has actually, the issues in this campaign actually tackle the issues that have brought us to where we are today with economic injustices that we hear about. Next slide. The next one. Okay. Yes, and my focus will be on debt, principally debt. Like I said, debt is an entire ecosystem because there are many things that actually come to play, for us to have the kind of debt burdens that African countries are faced with today. And the truth is, it has been more expensive for African countries to borrow, and the loans are themselves structural impediments to Africa's development, and it contributes to resource outflow out of the continent, because later we're going to see how much Africa is supposed to pay this year as debt service. Right, and then you compare it also to the amount of illicit financial flow that was mentioned just earlier. Rumbi mentioned it, about $90 billion leaving the continent. Then you see, compared to that, then you now see how much of resources are leaving the African continent that could have been used or otherwise used to invest in our development. And this is something. It's also the issue of debt governance, because it's also about the power relations that governs debt, right? It's the person who makes the rules that actually determines, the how much you can borrow, how much you can pay as interest, against any loan, right? And makes the decisions when it comes to debt restructuring and what the conditionalities are. So it's also an issue of unequal power relations, which of course sits at the heart of the development financing challenges that we are faced with. And when you look at the map I'm sharing with you from the IMF World Economic Outlook, you compare within the last 10 years, you will see how much countries have, how many countries have actually, how deep down countries have driven themselves into debt. This debt indicator is what we call the general government gross debt, expressed as a percentage of GDP. You will see how much of it, when you see permit me to call it dark red or something closer to that, you will see those countries that are holding debt, gross government debts up to 100% of their GDP. That's quite a lot for countries to bear. And where you see the green patches are where we're still lingering at about 25 to 50% or less of debt to GDP against the general gross government debt. Next slide. And I'm sure you missed my slide. Dr. Fajana, you might have missed my slide though. But I had another slide that I shared on debt service from the okay, yeah, from today's email, you will see that in terms of debt service, for the past 10 years, right, it has grown to more than 50%, or more than 100% rather, because in 2014, African countries were paying slightly above $30 million US debt service, but today in 2014, they are expected to pay about 90 million US dollars as debt service, right? The money that they're actually supposed to pay as interest over the debts that African countries are owing. And this is happening against a consistent drop, of resource mobilization, because when you look at resource mobilization in the continent since 2011, it has been on a downward trend, falling from about 25% of GDP to about below 18%, right, in 2024, in terms of revenue that's actually been mobilized against the GDP of African countries. And with this resource outflow, it depicts a widening gap, right? A widening gap, financing gap between, Africa's development needs and the financial resources that are required, to meet those needs. And from a very quick statistics from some work that we did with Christian Aid, about 53% of budget revenues in Africa go to debt service, 53%. And this is far above what other countries in the global south pay as debt service. It's put at an average of about 38%, what governments in the global south pay as debt. And then this also comes back to issues of, creating issues of resource gaps in terms of financing development. And the development financing gap, in terms of percentage of GDP, when you compare Africa with that other income groups, you get to find that Africa, is that continent that actually has one of the highest gaps, right? Standing at about over 30% compared to 26% for non-transition states. And then when you look at the average financing gap in terms of billions of US dollars, you find that compared to transition states, their financing gap is just about 3.7, but Africa's gap is at above 19%, right? In terms of what we actually need to bridge the financing gap. Then when you look at in terms of total financing gaps in tens of billions, you actually find that Africa has a financing gap of about 41 billion US dollars in its financing gap, compared to just about 9% and 5% for the other income groups, right? This is a clear depiction of the fact that dispossession of African countries in terms of illicit financial flows, contributes to these gaps. And the main driver to Africa's debt, right, has always been these gaps, because when governments cannot mobilize the resources, what they need to do then is to keep reaching out the hand, borrowing more and driving African countries and, of course, unborn generations, down the path of unsustainable debt burdens. Some of the challenges, global financial architecture, I will not say a lot about this because it has been talked about quite a bit today, which of course is essentially extractivist. That's one of the key challenges when it comes to development banking, to international tax issues around international tax cooperation, financial systems, the rules governing financial systems, issues around global economic governance, financial safety nets, and sovereign borrowing and sustainability. It's quite concerning. Maybe you can just take it back a step back. Yes. That's for the global financial architecture. I'm sorry you cannot read the graphic, but it highlights issues around the global financial architecture, which is at the source of some of the challenges that we are faced with. Then one thing that is important, to the next slide now, is African governments not to absolve themselves from the responsibility. They have a responsibility. It shouldn't be a blame game. Of course, there are other external factors that contribute to this, but issues around governance are very important. And African governments have a role to play at that level. Issues around weak institutions and rule of law, lack of parliamentary oversight, weak oversight bodies, inadequate regulatory frameworks, issues around transparency and accountability, pervasive corruption, limited citizen participation. These are things that African governments can address at home without actually needing to go to the UN, right? And it is important that we keep emphasizing this, because the more African countries are more organized in terms of getting their institutions right, the more confidence that they build, in terms of dealing with the partners in issues of development cooperation, because sometimes the conditionalities that we have, or the difficult markets that African countries face when they want to borrow, sometimes it's also as a result of some of those governance challenges. So it's important to keep addressing that, because the amount to issues of unsustainable debt burden, weak domestic resource mobilization, inefficient tax systems, unfavorable global financial architecture, which then all amounts to weak structural transformation, and which sits at the root causes of Africa's underdevelopment. Strengthening domestic resource mobilization is one of the opportunities that we have through tax reforms. Colleagues already mentioned this, but I want to mention the critical minerals, which is an important opportunity for African countries at the moment. The fossil fuel age bypassed African countries, and it is important that this time around African countries are able to figure out how to leverage on the opportunities offered by critical minerals. And quite a good number of these minerals are found in African countries. If you look at I did not know that my slides will be this blurred when I was doing them. Okay. But then critical minerals offer us the opportunity to then build the value chains and industrialization that's supposed to accompany this for value addition, right? So it is important that we take note of this as well, diversification, and you help us to diversify and deepen the tax base, spur economic growth, and avoid what we experienced with fossil fuels. And of course, there are leadership opportunities. You have heard of African countries leading, the UN Tax Convention, actually leading that. You have heard of the G20, African being part of the G20. You have heard of BRICS, the demographic dividend, of course, African Union institutions. It's very important that we have the political will that is required to actually promote issues around regional integration and trade, and all of that. So then in terms of, let me go quickly in terms of what Aphrodite is doing in its work. Like I said from the start, Aphrodite is a Pan-African civil society organization working on issues of development finance with debt at the heart of our work. Of course, we all know what debt is, actually the cost of debt, right? In terms of the lost development opportunities that it brings to African countries. So our work is to ensure that African countries do not carry debt burdens that they can manage. And we do this through our engagements, policy engagements, at the national and the regional level, and of course, right up to the global level. And of course, we have flagship events like the Africa Conference on Debt and Development, the Debt and Development Academy for capacity building. Then we have capacity building for journalists as well through Aphrodite Media Development Initiative, that builds the capacity of journalists to also understand this technical issues and then break them down into simple messages that can help citizens understand these issues and demand for accountability, or actually make the right decisions when it comes to voting or in elections, right? To have the right leaders in place to deliver their common expectations. There is a lot I could say about Aphrodite's achievement, but just permit me to talk about the fact that the organization managed to build the momentum at the moment when we thought, after he peaked, we actually thought that this debt crisis was over, but we managed to keep working on this subject, after the Jubilee movement, up to date, that time has proven us right, that this was not an issue, to just let go after he peaked initiative. And then we actually have done this through our national advocacy meetings and our flagship event, which I just mentioned a while ago, issues around policy dialogue, working with other Pan-African civil society organizations on these issues, as well as with global civil society organizations within the financing for development, CSO movement, where we also engage to be able to then influence policy spaces at the international level, especially when it comes to issues of global financial architecture. Creating the policy awareness around issues of debt or down the debt ecosystem has remained one of our key achievements because of the knowledge that we disseminate around this. And of course, we should all agree that despite the difficulties, the weak political will that we have in African countries, there is a tendency today for countries to start moving towards building the kind of institutions that will actually prevent some of this debt crisis in the future. And it's our sincere hope that with time, this strong institutions will be a reality to help African countries actually govern their debt and govern issues around development finance without having to deal with unsustainable debt burdens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theo. Thanks a lot for the insightful presentation. But first, I think we really need to commend the work by organized civil society. You just mentioned at the start of your presentation, Stop the Bleeding campaign. It's been 9 years now, because I remember when you announced it,
in March 2015. Yeah, and by that you see the Mbeki panel, AU, ECA, high-level panel on illicit financial flows. They just released that. I think you should be commended, and also by for this great presentation. When you just situated not just the work you're doing on debt, in the broader context of the development distress in the continent, and also your work on behalf of the African citizen, not just at the global level, but you reminded us of the work that you're doing here within the country, within the continent, in terms of pushing for the political will and moving beyond just sort of policy documents. Also, this is really great, and your discussion on the debt governance and power relations and how you can advance policy awareness. Thank you very much for this great presentation. So we listened to 4 excellent presentations. Now I'm sure that you are eager to intervene, because I think you have a number of questions now. You have the African Union Commission, you have ATAF, Tax Justice Network, and Afrodat. I know that you have the cocktail after probably 9 minutes or so, but I think we'll just push it a bit, just to listen to your intervention, and so please the floor is yours. Yes, please. Yes.
Ok. Merci, monsieur Ali, je vais parler en français. Merci pour les présentations, très riches. Il y a beaucoup de choses à dire, mais malheureusement, on n'a pas assez de temps. On va aller à l'essentiel. J'ai juste 3 questions. La première, ça concerne l'intervention de Madame Rubizai, si j'ai bien prononcé le nom, qui a parlé effectivement des axes d'intérêt de la CEA concernant le renforcement des politiques nationales, des systèmes de bourse. Et j'aimerais savoir si dans les travaux qui sont prévus, ils réfléchissent sur les bourses des commodities, parce que en 2003-2004, lorsque nous avons créé la bourse de Libreville, puisque je fais partie de ceux qui ont créé cette bourse-là, j'avais déjà proposé qu'on crée des compartiments commodities à côté des compartiments valeurs mobilières. Après, j'avais proposé qu'on mette aussi les marchés de cotation des quotas de CO2. En 2004-2005, on n'a pas fait, et maintenant on essaie de rattraper. Or, aujourd'hui, on parle beaucoup du capital naturel. Et donc, je me demande s'il y a une réflexion qui est menée à ce niveau-là pour intégrer ces ressources-là dans le cadre, bien sûr, des marchés financiers. Ma deuxième question concerne, bien sûr, Monsieur Emmanuel Aizé et Monsieur Isaac, qui ont beaucoup parlé, effectivement, des flux illicites. Je me demande finalement, un des aspects dans ces 2 pays, c'est l'amour du cash, qui fait qu'on a du mal à mettre en place des procédures adaptées pour réduire justement ces flux illicites. Alors, est-ce que dans vos travaux, est-ce qu'il y a une réflexion pour aider les États à essayer de limiter les transactions en espèces qui vraiment posent problème? Alors, moi, quand je me rappelle, quand on faisait la bourse, on disait, est-ce que les sites de bourse pouvaient accepter qu'on vienne déposer du cash? Parce que c'est un vrai problème. Enfin, dernière chose concernant Monsieur Théophilus sur la dette. Merci de tout ce que l'on fait sur la dette. Mais moi, au niveau du ministère des Finances, j'ai posé le problème différemment. Aujourd'hui, les États mettent en place une nouvelle loi organique des finances publiques. Les États mettent en place une comptabilité patrimoniale pour gérer leurs avoirs. les États mettent en place des budgets programmes, ce qui modifie l'environnement de la gestion des finances publiques. Dans ce contexte-là, la dette a une contrepartie. J'avais demandé au ministère des Finances, je dis, OK, il faut passer d'une logique de la gestion de la dette à une logique de la gestion actif-passif. Parce que si on s'imprègne, et j'ai dit, on parle du forum avec le secteur privé, il y a des choses à dire là-dessus. Et donc, je pense que peut-être qu'il faut aller un peu plus loin dans notre approche de la gestion de la dette pour poser le problème en termes de règles de gestion financière, parce que la dette n'est pas seulement une conséquence, c'est aussi des choix et une certaine orientation en matière de gestion financière. Et donc, peut-être qu'on peut amener à aborder le problème de la gestion de la dette en essayant d'associer actif-passif au niveau des États, et je pense qu'on ferait énormément d'économies et on va rationaliser la gestion des finances publiques. Merci pour ces 3 points que j'ai abordés. Merci beaucoup.
All right, yes. I just want to remind you, please, can you have brief questions or remarks, because we have 4 minutes for the interpreters. You know, we can push it, I think, a bit, but you know, this is what you've agreed with them, is that we finish at 6, and it's 4 minutes to 6 now. Yes, please, but can you be brief, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Gamil, and thanks to all the presenters for the insights that they've shared with us. I have just a couple of questions. One question, all the panel members can chip in, which has to do with the issue of tax to GDP, that essentially is trying to measure how well we are performing in terms of tax revenue mobilization. Now, in Ghana, we did some assessment trying to look at the question of why our tax to GDP ratio is low compared to other countries. And we essentially try to decompose what that GDP is and what that tax revenue is. And we saw that whilst agriculture contributes about 20% to our GDP, in terms of revenue, it was contributing less than 1% to revenue. And we also saw that the financial sector, which was doing quite well, appeared to be the most taxed within that bracket. And so the question that we have on our mind is that should we begin to look at how this whole tax to GDP is computed? What kind of conversation should we be having, and the evidence that we need to drive tax policies in Africa? Because essentially we make the argument that tax to GDP is quite low, then African governments are going to say that, okay, let's look at areas that we can tax. I mean, so even looking at agriculture.
I think they said there's a signal by this, you know, light, you know.
The light.
Yeah.
So it's almost time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and in this case, should we now begin to think about agriculture, which is the least tax, and what are the implications? The other thing has to do with.
No, sorry, I don't think there's other things. This is okay. Yeah.
It's just it's half.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's half.
Okay.
And that is tied to Aphrodite's discussions on extractives, revenue from extractives. Are there good examples from Africa that can most African governments, which are heavily dependent on natural resources, can look at in modeling their revenue mobilization from the extractive industry? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. So back to you, colleagues, if you can be brief, and remember that today is just a starter. You know, the food is, you know, tomorrow we'll continue the discussion. And so if you can be brief, colleagues.
Okay, let me take the privilege to quickly respond to the question on IFF. Is it impossible is it possible to fight IFF without disrupting normal economic activities? That's the summary of what I gained from your question. And my answer would be IFF is multifaceted. There's tax aspect of IFF. There's aspect that is with commercial abuse of commercial processes and transactions, and there's aspect that is purely corruption based. And as a tax expert working for African Tax Administration Forum, I will answer you from tax perspective. So from tax perspective, if you break it down, IFF includes those avenues in your tax code through which tax revenues are leaking. So for me, the answer is yes. We've done that in a couple of scenarios, blocking those loopholes, tracking them when need be with transparency instrument, like common reporting standard or country by country reporting regulations, or transfer pricing regulation as the case may be. Implement them very well, and then you're able to minimize it, the tax related aspect. For other aspects, I am sure there are measures that could be utilized to also track them and stop them or minimize them without necessarily disrupting economic or commercial activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Rombi, you'd like to briefly respond?
I'll be super brief. I'm going to respond to a question from a delegate from Congo. The question is with regards to commodity trading on the African Stock Exchange. Actually, this is actually a good question, and it's actually coming at a good time. It's as if you were part of our meetings that we had last week at the commission with our colleagues from the African Minerals Development Center, AMDC, who are actually driving this agenda. So what I can say for now, nothing concrete has been done, but conversations are actually ongoing with the commission. And actually, we are looking forward to have a meeting with our colleagues also from the African Securities Exchanges Association to bring up this agenda. So nothing concrete, I can say conversations, they have already started. Thank you.
Thank you, Rombi. Isaac?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if I may touch on the question on limiting cash economy, obviously money laundering, which is very easy in cash economies, is one of the major contributors to illicit financial flows. And we have seen in several African countries nowadays the uptake of mobile money and other digital forms of using cash. And so I think we still have a long way to go, but there's been progress, and increasingly less and less cash is being used in these countries. And so once we get to a good level, we should be able to see, the money laundering aspect of, illicit financial flows come down. There's a question on tax and GDP, if I may, briefly, from my Ghana friend. So he mentions agriculture, and he talks about the fact that it's, 20% contribution to GDP, less than 1% revenue contribution. Classic example of what we've been discussing today, tax expenditure. One of the reasons is because we as a continent, most of countries, we give a lot of tax incentives to agriculture, investments in agriculture, because of the primary role it plays in our economy. And so that is one of the areas where we have to weigh what do we want? Do you want to go for the taxes? What are the other benefits we get from agriculture? So cost benefit analysis sort of thing. And that's really what we've been discussing today. But this must be a whole sort of tax structure review, this cost benefit analysis, because I know, for example, in Ghana, again, 90% of all personal income tax comes from only employees, but they are not the rich guys in the country. So that is something we need to look into. Thank you.
Theophilus, please briefly, because you don't want them to switch off the light and then you speak in the dark, yeah? So,
oui, pour notre délégué du Congo, ce que je peux dire, ce que vous avez évoqué, c'est la volonté politique qu'on demande, parce qu'il y a plusieurs choses, il y a rien de nouveau qu'on peut apporter ici aujourd'hui, n'est-ce pas? Parce qu'on a l'expertise, on a tout, mais c'est la volonté politique qui manque. C'est la réponse que je peux apporter pour ça. And then for the good examples on extractives, I'm not sure if there are good examples, but we know countries that rely on extractives and have done well. We know of Botswana that's doing well. We may have arguments, to counter that. We may not agree with Libya, but we saw what Gaddafi did in Libya. It's not a very good example, especially in some spaces. But the bottom line is for us to African countries to move, from this resource, what we have always called resource curse, is then for us to start looking at how to build value chains and industrialization, right? Based on our extractives, because that's actually the way to go. That's the model, right? Or maybe if we don't want to do industrialization, let's focus on our comparative advantage, right? That gives us the best value for our natural resources, our mineral resources, and of course, oil and gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give them a big hand actually for this excellent? Thank you very much, and sorry to cut you short, but as you can see from tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we have 2 sessions on public finances, SDGs, and the integration of public finance reform focusing on tax system and debt. We'll continue the discussion. Thank you very much for these great panels and discussions. And we move now to the cocktail. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yes. Nice presentation.
Okay.
I love to listen to great issues.
Sorry.
I said I love to listen to great
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
I want your presentation. She has it.
Okay. Yes, she has it,
Yeah.
but I can send to you.
Yeah.
I realized you missed because I sent the first one
Yeah.
and the second one.
Yeah.
I'll send to you. Okay. I'm sure I have your email.
You have to. You are copied on so many emails. I think.
Yes, yes,
But
yes.
if not, let me know.
Okay.
Good presentation. Congrats.
That was a good one. You mean for some of the flagship generations?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I can connect you. We have some friends in August in Mozambique. Do you have a card? I didn't bring my card, but what we can do is just exchange contacts, right? And it's only that you're late for the Data and Development Academy because it's next week.